Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Three years ago, a young promotion named Pacey Gray Racing had an idea. At the time, it was just a humble group of friends coming together and racing for modest weekly prizes. In August of 2023, the series put on its first marquee event, a 94-lap race at Talladega, right in the middle of the summer. That race drew 60 drivers and produced one of the wildest, most chaotic races the series has ever seen. It was so successful that the promoters decided to take it one step further. A full-length, elimination-style marquee event. And in August of 2024, the newly rebranded PGR eSports brought 160 entries back to Talladega, shattering the 2023 entry record and putting the promotion on the map on the iRacing platform. Now, 2 years later, that same promotion returns again to these storied high banks and blazes yet another trail. 240 entries began this week with the hope of winning a record summer prize pool, a championship belt, and the glory of becoming a PGR Crown Jewel winner. Now, just 45 remain. There are favorites, like two-time defending winner Malik Ray, aiming to complete an unprecedented three-peat. There are series regulars and ringers aiming to find a career-defining win. And there are plenty of underdog stories as well. But only one will hoist the belt after a marathon race. It's time to find out who. Welcome to the third annual PGR Esports SummerSlam 499. Good afternoon from the virtual Talladega Super Speedway. We are so happy to have you along with us as we get ready for feature racing in PGR's fifth ever full-length marquee event. We welcome you to the PGR Esports broadcast booth for PGR pre-race before the drivers get on the grid and get going for the biggest sim racing event of the summer. My name is Dawson Wise. Happy to have you along with me for this journey today. I'll be on the play-by-play call, and joining me in the booth today, I'll bring in the other member of my broadcast crew here in just a second. I do want to mention our producer downstairs is Christian Hill. He does fantastic work. He'll do so again today on the production controls. But joining me in the booth, it is a great honor to bring in another PGR debut this afternoon on the SummerSlam 499. The voice of the Jacksonville Speedway and the MOA Sprint Car Series, Tommy Cook, joins me in the broadcast booth today. Tommy, this is your first exposure to PGR Esports. You've gotten to watch some racing this week. Kind of take me through what you've seen, what you're expecting today, just how you're feeling going into an event like this.
Yeah, long-time competitor, first-time caller, I guess you could say. What an honor and a privilege it is to be here for PGR SummerSlam. I mean, I think I'm as gobsmacked as anybody else that's watched even one of the heat races that we've had this week, or the LCQ. This is the biggest party of the summer for the reason here on iRacing. These guys have been going all out, and don't expect that to stop today. It's been a blast, and that's going to continue right on.
Well, speaking of the racing this week, if you've missed it throughout the last several nights, it has been a wild one to say the absolute least. Again, 240 drivers began this event back on Wednesday with hopes of making it to today and having a chance to win this race later on this evening. But it's been whittled down to 45. Let's tell you how we got here as we get into things this afternoon. Again, 240 began this week, split up into 8 heats of 30 apiece. 3 drivers from each heat made it directly into this race, and then 9 more made it to LCQs that we saw yesterday evening. The heat races proved to be pretty well chaotic. The last chance qualifiers even more so as spots got thin. We took 8 drivers out of each 36-car last chance qualifier to set a total of 16 from those races, 24 out of the heats, and then there are 5 provisional drivers in this race that we'll get to tell you about a little later on. There's some mixes of how those provisionals were given out for this event, but we will tell you about those when we get to the starting grid in just a few minutes. So we've whittled down 240 to just 45. The top 24 raced last night for their starting spot, and as such, Kenny McCullough is going to be the man bringing the field to green. We're going to talk to him here hopefully in just a few minutes as he gets ready to bring the field into the restart zone for the first time. Do want to tell you as well, before we get going, let's get you set up on exactly what the payouts are for this event, because they are massive, to say the absolute least. It's another record summer prize pool for this event. Of course, the championship belt is on the line again. Malik Ray has 2 of those already. And the glory, the bragging rights of being a crown jewel winner are on the line. But Tommy, $2,000 to the winner. We'll see a full breakdown here in a second. But $2,000 to the winner, I have to imagine, is what a lot of the drivers are going to be focused on here this afternoon.
Drivers,
you know, if you're an eternal optimist like me, you're looking at even the top 10. 10th place pays $145. You know, I'm looking at a top 10 and thinking, man, I've just about tripled my money here. Or I've actually more than tripled my money. But you're right. Everybody's looking at these podium payouts. They're massive. They are enticing. And they are going to drive the chaos that we see all throughout the course of the day. But especially when the pay window starts to open towards the end of this race, I mean, everybody that is left in the event is going to start seeing dollar signs.
Well, absolutely. We saw last year what you were willing to do to make the run to the end. Of course, Malik Ray and Daniel Falkingham having a classic finish in last year's event. Both are in the race again today, and we'll talk to them throughout the afternoon, or talk about them throughout the afternoon. Both trying to make history. Speaking of talking to some drivers, let's see if we can't pull in a few of the drivers set to compete in this afternoon's SummerSlam 499. And who better to start with, in my opinion, than the man who's going to bring the field to green in just a moment. We talked to him last night after winning the pole shootout race. We will talk to him again this afternoon and see where his head is at heading into a race like this. One of the veterans of the service, one of the founding fathers of super speedway racing, Kenny McCullough Jr., the captain from McCullough Motorsports, will bring the field to green. Let's see if we can get a quick word with him before he leads the field to the green flag. Kenny, it's Dawson and Tommy in the broadcast booth. Do you have a copy?
Yes, sir. I got you.
Well, a big honor for you today as you're going to bring the field to green in the biggest race of the summer. We talked to you last night. You said you were excited and ready to go for this race. Is that still the mindset? Where is your head at as you get ready to bring the field to green in just a few moments?
Yeah, kind of a nervous wreck right at the moment. Just kind of want this thing to kick off kind of smooth, and maybe everybody will bide their time and try to keep it clean here for a while, and let's get some green flag pit stops in. I'm hoping.
And what's the game plan for today? Obviously, you mentioned green flag pit stops there. You've got some familiar faces in this race, but we've noted throughout the week the communication is a little bit limited today compared to what we're used to. You know, how do you execute? How do you put yourself in position to raise the belt after 499 miles? I'm
gonna try to maintain track position up here and stay at the front like I've been doing all week. It seemed to work out. If it gets a little crazy, just being as long as the race is. If it gets a little crazy up front, you might see me drop to the back, which is my normal thing. But yeah, I'm gonna try to stay up front and see where that gets me.
And I'll pass it to my partner here, Tommy Cook, very quickly. Tommy, any questions for our pole sitter before he brings the field to green?
Yeah, certainly. You stuck out in the heat races and the LCQs by, I don't know, everybody was driving like complete psychopaths, as you would kind of imagine, but you were very calm, cool, collected, calculated. I mean, what is going to be the vibe shift today? It's not 35 laps, it's 188. I mean, what are you expecting when we get out there on the track, even at the front of the field, whether you stay up there or not?
I'm expecting it to be a little aggressive, like right out the gate for maybe the first 5 laps or so. People finding their teammates and getting in line. And I got a feeling everybody's going to kind of migrate to the top. I'm hoping everybody kind of gets single file for a little bit and kind of let things play out. Last thing you want is to get wrecked here in the first 20 laps of this long of a race. So yeah, just got to be smart and just see what the end brings you.
Kenny, thanks for your time. Good luck today in the SummerSlam 499. We'll see if we're talking to you in victory lane a little later on.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it, guys.
So now we will talk to one of the other competitors set to go in today's race, trying to find him to get him up here, trying to get Kenny back down to his team as well. He's got a spotter on the box for him this afternoon, so we'll get him squared away. Really quickly before we head down trackside, we're running low on time here in pre-race, but I did want to talk to the two-time defending winner of this race. He is in a channel now. He is available for us to talk to him. Let's get a quick word with the two-time defending winner of the SummerSlam 499. He's looking for the three-peat today, Malik Ray. Malik, it's the boys in the broadcast booth. You get a copy? Try one more time here as he gets ready for green flag in just a moment. Malik, it's the boys in the broadcast booth. You get a copy? Looks like we do not have a copy from Malik. We're going to drop him back down to his channel as he gets ready and makes final preparations for this race before we head down trackside. In the meantime, we'll see if we can talk to Malik a little bit later on in the race. Again, going for the three-peat today. Well, let's take a second and talk to the series owner, Michael Triscaro, before we go into the green flag. Of course, Mike raced through this process this week, but does a lot more behind the scenes. Mike, as we get ready to go green here, obviously it's a special day, not only for you as, kind of the promoter of this thing, but, for you with Pacey, who, I know is going to be involved in this race as well, for the drivers, for the promotion. This is a big day for everyone. Take me through what's going through your mind as we get ready to head to the grid.
Man, it's a lot's going through my mind. Obviously, it's a taxing week on us here running the show, Baker and I. But, when we get to Sunday, light at the end of the tunnel, and, we're looking forward to a big race today. I mean, I really do think, I know last year was kind of caution-filled due to the Gen 6 car. I really do think today you're going to see a couple green flag stops that you're not used to seeing. I do think there's so much on the line. I know we've seen some aggressive driving throughout the week, but I really do think people are going to ride around here in the early going. We're going to be really strict on the rules up here in the tower today, and I think we're going to get a lot better race than those expect. Obviously, when we get down to the end there, we get down to 10 or 20 laps to go, I expect chaos, but I hope we get there in a timely fashion and a really good show from these guys, and we're looking forward to it.
Mike, running a little bit low on time, so for now we will say so long. We'll hear from you a little bit later on as we get ready to go green. Enjoy the race today, and we'll talk to you soon.
Appreciate you guys.
Series owner Michael Triscaro, a big day for him, a big day for all of PGR. But as the time runs out on the practice session, it is time for business here at Talladega Super Speedway as we wish you a good afternoon and welcome in. And welcome to the SummerSlam 499. Without further ado, let's head down trackside to meet the starters for the biggest sim racing event of the summer. On the pole by virtue of his win in last night's pole shootout race, the captain for the team dubbed McCullough Motorsports, of which they have several cars in today's race. Kenny McCullough, who we just talked to, will bring the field to green. To his outside, the driver for RFK Racing in the Coca-Cola iRacing Series. A regular on the service, a driver for Ryco Performance, Sean Conklin, starts from second position. Row 2, one of the young upstarts of Super Speedway Racing, the newest member of Nightmare eSports, another team you'll hear us talk about today. Jackson Byes will start from third. Alongside him, Nick Seipel in car 75, another one of those younger drivers in the field, looking to get a breakout win today from the fourth starting spot. Row 3, Max Dinda will start from 5th in car 48. Alongside him, the only British driver in the field, the 07 of Jack Mace, makes another marquee start here in PGR. Row 4, Scott Warren won his heat race earlier in the week and has put on an impressive showing. He'll roll from 7th alongside one of the many cars for the Jack Shack team in Kenny Reel that will start from 8th. And on Row 5, the former Podium 500 and MRL 500 winner, one of the winningest drivers in series history, Kyler Wynn, will start from 9th. Alongside him, series co-owner Matthew Baker, looking for an emotional win today. He'll start from 10th.
On the inside of row number 6, if you're looking for a sleeper pick, this might be your guy, Cody Reed in the 025. Lining up to his outside will be one of the TWRS drivers, Tony Meyerink, starts in spot number 12. It is Jeff Byers who will line up on the inside of row number 7, an underdog with not a lot of support in this field. We'll see if he can get some support at the front of the field here this afternoon. Lining up to his outside, that is the Jack Shack's Matthew David Wood in car number 16, the defending PGR Light Series champion. Row number 8 on the inside, it is Devin Schrecker from Brian Murphy eSports, winner of heat race number 1, looking for his first PGR Crown Jewel victory. And lining up to his outside, also a Jack Shack driver, winner of heat race number 2, it's David Flanagan. On the inside of row number 9, a veteran of the IA Racing service, looking for his first victory in PGR. What a victory it would be for Kevin Champagne. And starting to his outside, that is Mark Person in car number 77. Inside of row number 10, rocking the 044, looking for another crack at a big money race here in PGR. It is Matthew Taylor. And rounding out your top 20 starters this afternoon, a long-tenured iRacing Super Speedway veteran, still looking for redemption after his bid at the 2023 PGR SummerSlam didn't quite go his way. John Ellis Jr. rolls off on the outside of row number 10.
Back on row 11, Adam Garza, one of the top-rated drivers on the service, will start from 21st. Also under the Murphy eSports banner this afternoon. Alongside him, a fellow well-known oval racer, Yaroslav Donskoy, will start from the 22nd position. Row 12, one of the super speedway ringers in the field, the yellow and brown 02, that's Logan York. He'll start from 23rd alongside the teammate of Sean Conklin for RFK Racing in the Coca-Cola iRacing Series, a former PGR champion and multi-time winner in Dylan Basin. He'll start from 24th. Back on row 13, it'll be the two-time defending winner of the SummerSlam 499, Malik Ray for Junior Motorsports, will start from 25th. Alongside him, another one of the younger drivers in the field, Freddie Bassines, will start from position 26. Row 14, one of the longest tenured super speedway racers on the service, Matt Lee, will start from 27th in car 04, also representing the Jack Shack. To his outside, it's another McCullough Motorsports entry. Kenny's son, Chris, will start from 28th. That's Christopher McCullough. And on row 15 and rounding out the top 30, Eugene Mosganov, another one of the well-known oval racers on the service for EPI, will start from 29th. It's Team PGR's Brock Westmoreland, a potential underdog dark horse today. He'll start from the 30th spot.
A winner in the Major League Sim Racing Series and a lauded super speedway ace, Zach Dahmer, will roll on from the 31st position. Lining up to his outside will be a veteran of the PGR Light Series, Evan Carlbon, in car number 78. On the inside of row number 17, joining us through the last chance qualifiers, that is the 018 Peyton Holland. And to his outside, another TWRS driver, that is Thomas Kolmacheski, looking impressive, leading laps in both his heat and the last chance qualifier. He starts on the outside of row number 17. Garrett Caswell, a PGR 500 dual winner, looking for his first big money win here in the league. He rolls off from the inside of row number 18, lining up to his outside, rocking car number 002, the Wisconsinite, a veteran iRacer. It is Devin Ray in spot number 36. Row 19 on the inside, it is Devin Tulloch. Impressive moves to get himself out of the LCQ and into the big show here today. He starts in 37th. With Big Yellow to his outside, another crack at a crown jewel for Aaron Smith II in car number 70. And on row number 20 on the inside, this is a PGR 500 dual winner, or rather, scratch that. This is a Miles Bagley in the 087. It's another young mover and shaker here, lining up in the 39th spot. And rounding out your top 40 for what would be a fan favorite crown jewel win, Chris Carter in car number 25. He has the stuff, but he's going to have to come from deep in the back to do it.
He carries CCR and the Flying Aces today. On row 21, the Jack Shack's Jeff Merck will carry one of the first of 5 provisionals. This is the CCR provisional. It was given to Jeff Merck today to start in 41st. Alongside him, a provisional given to Junior Motorsports for their support of the event. Wyatt Blair will carry their colors from position number 42. Final cars on the field, 4 of them to be exact. Actually, I think it ends up being 3. Daniel Falkingham will start from 43rd. He won last night's last chance provisional race and will race to be the first man to win both crown jewels from 43rd. John Ward finished second in that race. He'll go from 44th in this one after finishing runner-up to Falkingham last night. Chris Blanchard is listed on the starting grid. I do see him on track, so I believe we will see the driver for that towing company, although he does sit on pit road as we speak.
All right, hold the
and
engine.
alongside him, it should be noted, Alex Hill in the 42. He will be serving an end-of-line penalty to start today's race after the penalty we saw yesterday in the pole shootout. So for Alex Hill, he'll start towards the back. He is also on a tighter leash in terms of the race discipline today. A single cause of caution means Alex Hill's SummerSlam 499 will be over after this afternoon. Again, as a result of some of the discipline we've seen this week. That's the grid. Those are the 46 men that will contest 188 laps to raise a championship belt. But before they roll off the grid, it's time to head down trackside. And for the most famous words in motorsports, we welcome a very special guest, Kelly Earnhardt Miller, to give the most famous words, the command to fire the engines.
Welcome to PGR eSports SummerSlam 499. Drivers, start your engines.
And a huge thanks to Kelly Earnhardt Miller for serving as the
Fire
Grand
them up,
Marshal
boys!
for today's SummerSlam 499. As your series owner in the background, Michael Triscaro, telling the drivers to fire the engines. And a special moment here as the field will roll off the grid. And it's a moment that, Tommy, you may be very familiar with being in the dirt racing world. This is what this summer event's become known for. The field on this opening pace lap is going to arrange into a 4-wide salute to the fans for watching this event and to the drivers for participating in this event. This would be a very, very cool moment as we get ready to go into the green flag.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the reason that we do it here. Shout out to the fans, thousands and thousands of people across PGR, now the iRacing official channel, watching the biggest party of the summer here on iRacing. And, you know, these drivers would not be here if it weren't for the people watching. So want to thank them as always. And, I mean, they're in for a show today, and this is the best way to kick it off.
The field will start to arrange into a 4-wide format. You're going to see the back 10 rows, or rather 13 rows. It will come up beyond the leaders here and line up again in a very similar dirt racing fashion. It will take them just a moment to get into that 4-wide salute. You can tell the guys that are kind of on point mentally early in this race and that are, you know, more free, I guess, if you will. You see Donskoy and Garza, they were awfully quick to jump inside and outside of McCullough and Conklin, respectively, here. But here comes the rest of the grid up to complete a 4-wide salute. And again, this is thanking not only the drivers who participated or who have ever participated in this series, but also to you, the fans. They want to thank you for your attendance today, for your continued support of PGR, and they're hoping to put on a show for all of you. So I hope you all are as ready as we are and as ready as the drivers are for today's SummerSlam 499. The drivers salute you as they roll through the trial. So again, a quick 4-wide salute, and then we will start to turn our attention to the business at hand, which is a marathon race today. And speaking of, as these drivers come to a 4-wide salute, what better time to start to talk about how this race will work than with the field 4-wide coming across the start-finish line. Today, the eliminations are over. The business leading up to this race is complete. Now all that's left to do is go feature racing at Talladega. And now these guys are in a 4-wide salute all the way back. They'll have to bail out here pretty quickly with just a couple of pace laps to go. But what a sight this is. It was surreal a couple of years ago when the drivers did this. It was cool last year. This will never fail to be one of the coolest sights in racing, a 4-wide salute. And the drivers set to compete in today's race. But let's transfer over as we get ready to bring the drivers down pit road. They will check pit speed this time. And let's talk about how this race will work. It is very simple. 188 laps, 499 miles, no fast repairs. You have one car. It's very similar to what a real race would be. A 100% fuel tank. You do have limited tire sets to use, but you have to imagine here as we get ready to go green, Tommy, drivers looking forward to the green flag pit stops to get this race into a rhythm. And this early portion of the race will really set the tone for whether or not we see those.
Yeah, certainly. We have not seen any green flag pit stops yet in any of the preliminary actions. So these drivers, a lot of the warm-up period before this race kicked off was spent in groups getting on and off of pit road. But that's even with fresh tires. Tire wear a concern. There's plenty of sets in the pits, but when do you take them? That's the real concern for these drivers. The handling has been all over the place from these cars. Not the setup's fault. The setup's been fantastic. It's been very racy, but these drivers have been pushing this setup and these cars to their absolute breaking point time and time again. And you said there's no eliminations anymore, and that's true in the sense that everybody's here. But there will be plenty of knockouts throughout this race. With no fast repairs, you get one shot to keep yourself out of trouble.
That's a great point for sure as we get ready to go green. Again, the venue needs no introduction. Talladega Superspeedway, one of the most storied venues in all of oval racing, 2.66 miles in length. It opened back in September of 1969, a 55-mile-an-hour pit speed. You see the drivers coming down pit road. They will check their pit speed lights now. They will also wave to their crews here before they get underway for the first time. The banking, 2 degrees on the straightaways, 10 degrees in the tri-oval, 33 degrees in all 4 corners of a historic racing venue set to play host to yet another major marquee race. As the field comes off pit road from checking pit speed, 1 to go, the pace lights will go out atop the iRacing.com pace car, and that means it's about time to get going. Before we do, we want to thank all of those that support not only PGR eSports, but have supported this entire week of events leading up to this race today. That Towing Company with Chris Blanchard. Chris will start today's race towards the tail end, as will Chris Carter for CCR and the Flying Aces. Thank you to both of them for continued support of PGR eSports, and welcome in to Junior Motorsports as we bring them onto the PGR family this week. Thank you to them for joining with this event as well, and Wyatt Blair will carry their colors towards the tail end of this field today. Again, a thank you to all of those folks for supporting this event, for supporting PGR eSports, for allowing these drivers to have a platform to race. Real quick, Tommy, before we get going, your final thoughts getting ready for 499 miles.
I mean, I've got as many butterflies as a lot of these drivers would, I would imagine. There are a lot of big money racers here that know the task at hand, and there are some real underdogs that do not. It's going to be a real feeling out period, but we got plenty of time to do it. There's no reason to make a mess of things early. Something tells me, though, we might get an early big one.
And that's been the case throughout this week of racing. The early chaos in some of the heat races, some of the LCQs, you know that's in the back of the drivers' minds. I'll tell you, to be fully honest, as we get ready to go green, I've got the butterflies too. They don't go away. No matter how long you do this, they stick around, and they're back again. Grateful to be a part of events like this, and it's time to get down to business. And as we do, as the field of 46 comes off turn 4 for the first time, they await Barney the flagman, but we'd like to welcome today's honorary starter and the namesake of PGR eSports, Pacey Gray Triscaro, who is set to get us underway. The field will work into the SimRat Market restart zone for the first time. Well, no, actually, we went a little bit early there. The pace lights have come back on, so we'll give it another lap, and we'll give Pacey a chance to rehearse the words, I guess. He gets one more opportunity here before his big moments. It was a late audible there, a late curveball to turn the pace car lights back on. Guys are still trying to get organized about halfway deep in the field. 2 by 2. We want to make sure we get this right. Obviously, it's a long race, so we want to make sure we get the order right as we get started. Nothing is out of order before the pace car takes the hard left turn. So, well, we all got a practice run. The drivers didn't, but we did up here, and surely Pacey did just a second ago. But obviously, Pacey is going to be a big part of this race as well. A really cool moment for all of us who've been around for a long time in this. Let's talk about the weather conditions real quick while we have an extra second. 83 degrees outside, 103 on the track. It's been hot all week, and Tommy, as we've seen in the heats and LCQs, engine temperatures have been a problem for these drivers as well.
Yeah, certainly. When you are trying to set yourself up for the end of a fuel run or the end of the race in particular, you know, you're hooked up and you're in the zone, you really have to be able to time out when you're going to make that push, not only to save your car, save yourself from trouble, but to save your motor as well. This can't go more than just a couple of laps flat out locked onto somebody's back bumper without that engine going kablooey. So you got to try and save your stuff as much as possible.
Real quick, one more thing, Tommy, before we get going. Do you have a name in mind? Do you have a pick for this afternoon SummerSlam 499 that you expect to raise the championship belt?
I mean, I hate to be biased, but I've been super impressed with everything that Kenny McCullough has done this week. I know because he's on the pole, it's the obvious pick. But really, the McCullough Motorsports gang has been fantastic all week. It's hard to argue with the numbers of the Jack Shack. If you're looking for a team to take it, certainly they are going to be the ones to beat here today. And also, you know, hard to bet against Malik Ray. We've seen him deep in the pack multiple times over, and he is pushed straight to the front on every occasion. So watch for Malik Ray in 25th.
Matthew Baker, Nick Seipel are my 2 picks today. We'll talk about that throughout the afternoon as well. This time, the pace car lights are out. The iRacing.com pace car. This time, we're going to get underway. And with that being said, the honorary starter for today's SummerSlam 499, the son of series owner Michael Triscaro, the namesake of the series, Pacey Gray Triscaro, as the field works into the restart zone, is set to get us underway in the SummerSlam 499.
Boogity boog. Let's play some boys galore, Bagel.
You can't help but smile at that moment as Pacey Gray Triscaro gets the field underway, and we are racing in the SummerSlam 499. Up front, simplification, 2x2 so far. Out back, the moves begin with Evan Karlbahn. That's about 12 rows deep in the field, is where we'll see the first. Calm, cool, collected for now as they try to get at least a few laps under their belt before the big moves begin. It's Conklin on the outside. It's Mace on the inside as he got the run all the way to the point, but it will be the driver for RFK, Sean Conklin, that leads lap 1 of the SummerSlam 499 at the line.
Pretty orderly opening lap. You heard Kenny McCullough earlier saying these drivers are going to be jockeying hard in the first 5 laps or so and expect it to calm down a little bit after that. It's been pretty calm off the rip. As these drivers now up to full song down the back straightaway. We will see who is going to start to make the moves as McCullough pushes Mace clear. Mace up to the middle line in front of Conklin now. And the field roars into turn number 3.
And I'll tell you, I'm not surprised. 2 of the cars making the big moves out back. Logan York was one. Donskoy was in that line. But Alex Hill, the driver for the Jack Shack who had to start shotgun on the field today, is already up from 46th inside the top 20 on the racetrack as they run. Jack Mace continues to lead over Sean Conklin. He's gotten back up to the middle lane, but out back's where that run began. Hill actually jumps back in line, again just around the back half of the top 25. Mace leads 2x2, but the third lane is starting to get some run, although cars will bail out. Bassinez jumps out of line now. It's just York, Donskoy, and it's just those two. Moskanov jumps out, and it's back to 2x2 for the most part. Conklin gets in trouble.
McCullough!
Around goes Kenny McCullough. One of the stories of the week goes sideways. He's coming back up. He's gotten the inside wall, and it's damage early for the captain from McCullough Motorsports.
And it's no caution as he did not make his way back onto the track off the pace. So the field marches on now. Up at the front of this field, it is now Jack Mace and Nick Seipel. Things simplified with a big, heavy hitter potentially out of the race early as the field makes its way back to the trioval. It
does appear that will be the case. Left front wheel is not mobile for Kenny McCullough. It is severe damage for the 0-3 very, very early in this race. He'll take a miracle to get back into this one, but he's got a long way to do it. So we'll see if he can get that car fixed up front. Third lane is about 6 rows deep in the field. York jumped in behind Baker, Donskoy, Moskanov, Smrecker. A couple of other cars still in. Basin is one of those up in the outside lane. And so too, I believe, is John Ward. He's the bright yellow Toyota last in line. York's going to jump back up. Kyler Wynn's going to jump up. Scott Warren's going to jump up. Game on. Baker turns left on Real, and it's right to 3 wide at the front of the field on lap 4.
Matt Baker came to play, but unfortunately nobody came with him. He's all by himself down on the bottom as the big run is with the top side. Here's Logan York pushing up, even now with Seipel, looking for the lead to the back bumper of Jack Mace. Mace gets the bump. He'll lead the field through the trioval once again, headed to the start-finish line, but Logan York already plus 21, and he's brought Yaroslav Donskoy with him.
I'll tell you a trend I did not see last year that I'm already seeing in this one. A lot of drivers are backing out of this lead pack. They're going to the tail end. They know what the racing's been like this week, and they saw what just happened to Kenny McCullough a second ago. They are backing out of the lead pack. You see back there the long single-file train starting to transition. Dinda's going to move down. Kyler Wynn is back there. Jeff Merck is back there. Malik Ray is back there. A number of big-name drivers have backed out of the lead pack. They see the racing in front of them getting crazy. They don't want a single part of it. Although it now is back to 2 wide. Mace leads. Donskoy right to left. He'll go top to bottom. York and Mace down to side draft to try to control. Bush is not there yet on the bottom. Seipel did not quite get to the Donskoy machine. It's back to 2 wide. Man, Jackson Weiss is going to single out. You know, Ellis, Garza, Dahmer, a couple of drivers backing out. It's going to be about 15 cars that are racing, and beyond that, everyone content to ride.
I mean, that is a huge reality check. Everybody knows what Kenny McCullough is capable of. He's one of the more calculated drivers in this field, and he gets bounced on just the second lap of the race after being one of the dominant forces all of SummerSlam in the preliminary action. That is a huge wake-up call for everybody here. to sort of maybe calm it down a little bit if you want to make it through all 500 miles of this race.
Continues to be Chad Mace leading the way up front. Some moves have Pat Cody Reed tried to jump 3 wide. It did not work for him. And it continues to be the calmest racing we've seen since heats 1 and 2 back on Wednesday when the guys ran 2 wide for much of those first 2 heats. And since then, it's kind of been a wide open 3 wide in all the heats and all the LCQs. Now things will start to get a little bit crazier here in the travel. Logan York took a move to the inside on the bumper of Donskoy. Those 2 cars have worked nicely together in this race so far to get to the front. And you see the dueling mentalities. York wants to go forward. Donskoy, Mozganov both want to go forward. Dylan Basin is plus 16. John Ward is plus 31. And then you see other mentalities. Minus 15 for Vise, minus 10 for Baker, minus 8 for Reed, minus 22 for Dinda. A number of cars want to come forward, but a lot of the veteran drivers want to go backwards. Kyler Wynn, Jeff Merck, Matt Lee, amongst others, Daniel Falkingham, all continue to run at the tail end. This is exactly what we saw to Malik Ray last year, by the way, that put him in contention to win, was running towards the tail end. And on lap 7, he is all the way back in the 32nd position as Mace continues to lead off for impressive for him so far to control. Here's the first move, though. Sprecher and Basin out of line.
Sprecher with Basin. Basin's been awfully impressive. He's got help behind him as well, as it is Jack Mace now moving back up to the top side of the track. Sprecher, Basin, and Sean Conklin with Eugene Moskanov now pulling the bottom line with Logan York. And we've seen this bottom line sort of come and go all weekend. They really need a middle to sort of hold serve with this top line. Up against the wall is pretty much where everybody's wanted to be. It's been a very dynamic sort of car track combo here with the next gen at Talladega. These drivers having to try and figure out where they can push and where they can ride, I guess. The top line's been the place to be, but the bottom has got the momentum right now. Headed back to the tri-oval, it's Mozganov getting a nose out in the clean air with help from Logan York.
It's the top 18 cars under a blanket that are 2 wide, then single file back from there, although some cars are starting to move out towards the tail end. Kevin Champagne, Chris McCullough, Jeff Merck is on the move as well. A couple of cars, Peyton Tulloch behind them, Devin Ray. So some others trying to move towards the back of the field to get up here, but not having a ton of success so far as the field continues 2 wide now. It's going to be about 12 to 13 rows of the field 2 wide, everybody else single file. But this is as calm as it will be all day. 2 wide rush hour traffic at 200 miles an hour is what I like to call it. The pushes are controlled. They're calculated for now. Again, just 9 laps in to a 188-lap race. Can tell you some cars have lost the draft. Wyatt Blair, Peyton Holland, Chris Blanchard, and Brock Westmoreland, for whatever reason, have lost the draft early in the going of this one. They'll need a caution to get back into this one later on in the afternoon. Kenny McCullough continues to sit on pit road. He is already 6 laps down. To me, it tells me it's a race ender for the driver of the 03.
I mean, that was a hard shot to the inside wall, and you said the floppy left front wheel, that is never good. It's, going to take tens and tens of minutes to get that fixed, if it can be fixed at all. That's if there's no engine damage. I would imagine there is. So we're getting reformed, the energy again on the top side, but I'm impressed with what Logan York has been able to do on the back bumper of Moskanov here. Without any help from Yaroslav Donskoy behind, Moskanov did not really lose all that much ground. Mace is clear, and he is going to move down now in front of the 10.
Well, you'll see this strategic move all day. He's going to move down. What that's doing is allowing the Sprecher car to get a few moments of temperature relief there. Basin to the center, though. That's the first big move of the race, and you saw Dylan Basin jump in the binders right there. He thought better of it through the trial as he thought about a split between Sprecher and Moskanov right there. Again, if it's lap 110 or lap 130, maybe he makes that move. Now he will into turn 1 as Sprecher almost gets sideways. Basin makes the move that time and goes to the lead off turn 2.
Contact between Sprecher and Mace there, trying to go for the side draft, ended up hitting the quarter panel of that 07, and that is the opening that Dylan Basin was looking for when he tried to force it 3 wide. He's now on the point, and the top 5, almost 6, are clear in the middle lane of Moskanov, and yet Yaroslav Donskoy down on the bottom. But Dylan Basin is pulling the train here at Talladega.
Dylan Basin plus 23, the driver for RFK. He's got his teammate up here with him now as well, Sean Conklin, that started on the second position on the outside of the front row. So the pair of RFK Fords are at the front of the field, sandwiched by Jack Mace. Scott Warren is up to 4th, plus 3 for him. And then again, those 3 movers, York, Moskanov, and Donskoy, that wanted to come up here and be on defense rather than on offense if this race gets into a green flag run. One of the onboard cameras we have today is from the defending Light Series champ, Matthew David Wood. He is also up in this lead mix. He is on the inside about 7 to 8 rows deep. He wants to get his feet wet. This is, as I recall, one of his first starts in this kind of marquee super speedway event. And what better way to get yourself prepared for later than throwing yourself in the fire early in this race?
Yeah, certainly. The notebook is open for a lot of these guys, especially some of the underdog drivers. Of course, a lights champion for Matthew David Wood. Yeah, you're not going to learn anything early in this race, then you're not really going to set yourself up very well for the end of it. So good to have the notebook open. Matthew David Wood learning here, learning the drivers, learning what this car is going to do, especially as we get deeper in this run. We've not really had a green flag run this long other than a couple of the heat races. So the handling is going to be a little bit different for these drivers, a little bit different track conditions today. It's just good to come here with an open mind. Be open to pushing to the front, be open to falling to the back, but get yourself back into the position you need to be when it gets time for green flag pit stops here, and not too much longer.
About 35 to 40 laps at Talladega is the expected fuel range today if we were to get to that under the green flag, which I'll tell you, and this kind of takes me back to last year's event. Remember, last year's SummerSlam 499 had 21 caution periods in the Gen 6 car. There was just not a lot of room to race like this. This next-gen car, even with the setup, which is a custom setup put on this car this week, which has made it more racy than it has been, but even with that, there is opportunity in this car to single out. The runs have not quite been as large. You can jump in line and ride and be about half throttle and just manage yourself for now for later in the run. Now, as the run goes on, you saw Logan York jump out of line right there as well in the 0-2. He's now right behind the Mozganov machine, slotting in 6th. As the run goes on and we get closer to that pit stop, you'll see more and more cars want to come to the front, want to gain track position. The further you are to the front, the more advantageous it's going to be when a green flag pit stop. Dylan Payson out of line from the lead. He's going to go to the wall, and he's going to go backwards. And I tell you, I wonder if this is an effort to fuel save. And I wondered if drivers were going to do this today. Reminder, at regular Talladega races in the NASCAR Cup Series, you see drivers fuel save. Certainly, it will be a factor today. It looks like Dylan Payson has gotten some kind of call from his crew to jump back and save a few laps.
Yeah, certainly you can't make the assumption that there are going to be cautions. I mean, it's Cup racing at Talladega. You would think that there's going to be the big one, there's going to be multiple crashes, but you cannot operate on that assumption. So everybody is going to strategize this race backwards, as that was a close one there for Donskoy. He gets shunted back into the inside line. But yeah, certainly that is a calculated move from a pro driver, and moving himself from the lead to get back into fuel save a little bit.
Field working 3 wide now. It's John Ward on the outside that leads the third lane charge. Max Dinda, Garrett Caswell, Kyler Wynn, Jeff Merck, Thomas Kolocheski all in behind him. Cody Reed's going to join them as well. Man, I thought Donskoy was going to take that gap down in line. He's actually going to swing all the way up to the top side to block John Ward. As out back, Kyler Wynn goes backwards. The 82 got too close to the front, and he's going to go backwards, similar to what Dylan Basin just did. Kyler Wynn going to the tail end of the field again in the 82. He's going to drop several rows and try to find a spot in line. And for drivers like Wynn, Basin, and others, Malik Ray is one of them, we expect them to be up front leading laps. They either see something they don't like or they are going with the fuel-saving strategy. Again, last year it proved to be the winning one. Both Malik Ray and Daniel Falkingham spent time at the tail end of the field. They finished 1-2 in the race at the end of this thing, and they're going to continue that strategy again this year. Up front change for the lead for the first time in what feels like a little while. Sean Conklin's going to go to the point on the push of Donskoy. Mace to the inside of the help of Warren, and the pushes, especially on the bottom, are starting to get a little closer to the edge. Warren, Moskanov, Mace were a little bit offset right there.
Oh, man, what a push from Donskoy here. Conklin is clear. Ward is clear. Dinda is clear. Garrett Caswell is about to clear as well, and he has his choice of lane, as now Mace is going to move up to the top side. It's abandoned ship down low as Ward gets hung out from his hard charger effort. Let's see if he can try and slot in front of Mace, and he does. So everybody moving from the bottom to the top. An effort maybe to just try and calm things down even more, as there is some bumping and banging here. The middle line tries to form up once again. This is York with help from Nick Seipel, who's going to try and reappear at the front of this field.
Again, now the racing is starting to get a little bit closer to what we've seen throughout the week. It was calm for the first 17, but some of these guys just cannot help themselves. Logan York to the center. He's got Seipel with him. Matthew David Woods in that line. Jeff Merck, Alex Hill, Matthew Baker, Miles Bagley, amongst others, coming through the center, trying to make their first appearance up front. 4 wide. Caswell, Dinda, Hill. That was close there. The first close call of the race is the GTCR 87 of Garrett Caswell. And notable patience there from Max Dinda to let Caswell back in line again. If it was earlier in the week, if this was a heat race, it'd be all take. today there is a lot of give on lap 18. It's 3 wide, but so far we've not flown too close to the sun quite yet in terms of the aggression level. Guys are willing to at least be a little bit patient. Conklin leads back to 3, but Nick Seipel's giving him all he can handle.
Boy, that went from 0 to 100 really quick. We were single filing out, all of a sudden 4 wide at the stripe. Now back to what we were just seeing. Sean Conklin controlling the field on the bottom. Logan York, he's pushing back with help from Donskoy once again. And boy, I think the big loser on that one was Jeff Murk. He was ready to go in that third lane and had to drop all the way back as soon as it got unformed. So Murk will have to try again. To Conklin and Seipel. Warren doing a nice job here on the inside. It's not easy work, you know, keeping everybody moving, keeping the energy flowing in your line, but that's been Warren's role up to this point. I'm sure he'd love to lead laps eventually. He's doing a nice job here as the pusher thus far.
Another 3 wide move out back. This time it's series co-owner Matthew Baker. He'll take Miles Bagley to the top side with him as they'll try a 2-car run. Jackson Bias is going to jump up. He says, I want a part of that. Here to turn 3. Those 3 cars will jump to the safer barrier and try to make something happen up there. Matthew Taylor joining the fray. Evan Carlbon joining the fray. John Ellis up here to the front for one of the first times that we've seen him in this race. And Matthew David Wood, we talk about throwing it in the fire. He's going to lead the third lane here through the trial of the defending Light Series champ. Goes to the push of Sean Conklin. Conklin leads at the line. Almost, maybe even Donskoy by a bumper there at the line. First time the 18 has gone to the front of the field today. Conklin leads the top, but it's all Donskoy on the bottom. Big push from guess who? Alex Hill.
Alex Hill plus 44 on the timing charts with that EMO penalty to kick things off here this evening. And he is pushing Donskoy, who is done being the pusher. He's the leader here on the top side as we start to form up 3 wide again down the backstretch. Here goes Hill to the inside. He's going to leave Donskoy in the middle. And now it's Moskanov pushing Hill on the bottom of the track. Logan York, bumper tag here around the inside of Talladega.
No surprise to me, Alex Hill wants to come to the front and jockey with the leaders early. Remember, he's the 2023 SummerSlam winner, the only one to not be a full-length event, but he'll get split to the wind. Donskoy jumps out from behind him and onto the push of Matthew David Wood. That's going to allow the bottom to roll once again, and it's Moskanov back to the lead with Logan York behind him. The top's going to have the momentum, though. Good push from Matthew David Wood. Moskanov covers the middle, can't cover the top. 3 wide for the lead for the first time in the SummerSlam, 499. And if you look back there, Tommy, more and more cars. Mace now is bailed out. Dahmer, Champagne, and others, Chris McCullough, who are coming to the front, are bailing out as the field gets a little bit closer to the edge here in turn 3.
Yeah, definitely a vibe shift here. The veteran drivers and the drivers that sort of have a spidey sense tingling right now. No, it can go right very, very quickly. As Matthew Baker is going to tuck in here on the inside from the middle. How about Adam Garza? First time we've seen him in the mix tonight in car number 1. He's had an eventful week to say the least. And so has Alex Hill, who is back in control of the field.
Remember, again, Alex Hill had to start the tail end of this field here this afternoon. Also is on a tighter leash race control-wise of the penalty we saw him get. Adam Garza ended up starting towards the middle parts of the pack after his penalty in last night's full shootout race. A pair of drivers that had some trouble in that race. Boy, it got messy there for a second around the Nick Seipel machine. Seipel's dropped out of this lead pack. He's a guy I expected to come up here and lead a lot of laps today. He's gone the other direction. He's gone towards the middle portions of the pack. Does not like what he sees in front of him right now. And to be quite frank, I can't say I blame him. Garza to the outside. He'll bring Bies, Bagley, Donskoy with him. And look out, back of the leaders. The pack is completely bailed. Cars that were on the outside are now dropping to the bottom. Matthew David Wood is starting to go backwards. Big move. Moskanov Garza to the inside of Alex Hill. And again, as drivers bail out, they see this in front of them. They want no part of it. Up the banking of 1 and 2. Moskanov against Hill for the lead.
Something I don't like to see right now if I'm somebody towards the back or in the middle of this pack. There is a lot of space between all these cars. The accordion effect, a lot of energy coming from the back to the front. They're all going to converge, and it's all going to get a little bit messy if these drivers are not careful. Whoa, that's a big problem there for Hill into the outside wall. The field scrambles. What a save, though. Moskanov back onto the track and is going to hang on to the second position. I thought for sure we were bringing out the body bags there. Hill, man, he muscles his way back into line. It trips up the 5 of Baker. And now outside, that's Jackson Bice going the wrong direction. I think he's seen enough. I cannot believe that we are still trucking here.
Yeah, Bies, Donskoy, and a couple of other cars have seen enough. John Ward is going to the back as well. And again, these are cars that were just up front. Bies and Hill actually were the cars that got together that caused that a little bit of an incident right there. it admittedly should have been a lot bigger. I thought for sure when Hill went to his right, he was coming back down to the left, and we were going to have a considerable incident in the early stages, but Hill makes the save. Now, I'm curious how much damage he has. Also, with the couple of moves he just made, remember that shorter leash he's on this afternoon, and keep that in mind if a caution were to come out, that Alex Hill is on a 1-incident limit today, or his race is over. He leads the top lane now again. He's back to the outside, so the damage must not be too bad for the Blender Chevrolet. He'll go to the push of John Ellis. But up here at the front, again, you've seen more and more drivers bail to the back end of the field, or at least to the middle portions of the pack, to give themselves time in case the front of the field decides they want to pile it up. We got awfully close right there, but earlier in the week, I think Garrett Jenkins, who called a lot of the last night's race with me and the racing on Friday as well, he used the cat's 9 lives analogy. I'm going to use it again here. That was life number 1. It might have been life number 2.
Yeah, certainly. Jim Bob is right on that. We do not get many opportunities to correct it, as you saw the replay there on the feed. And that was a swipe from Bice, so Hill certainly didn't do anything wrong. He's back to the top now. Mozganov up to block, and we'll see what Hill elects to do. He piles into the back bumper, sends Mozganov back down to the inside in front of Adam Garza. How about the 21 here? John Ellis Jr. into the mix now, pushing Hill, who leads the middle line.
A bit ironic that Ellis and Hill go nose to tail here. They were the 2 drivers leading off turn 4 in the first SummerSlam, the 94-lapper back in 2023. Hill won that race, and he'll lead the field back to turn 1, but Ellis leans to his right rear quarter panel and wants to lead. He's got help from a pair of Jack Shack Chevys behind him in the form of Matthew David Wood and Evan Carlbon. That's the red, gray, and black Toyota, actually third in line. Mace has come back to the front. Smrekker's come back to the front. First time I've seen Aaron Smith at the front as well. That's the all-yellow 70, fifth on the outside as this lane rolls to the front. Carlbon turns left, so does Ellis. Ellis to the lead, Carlbon to second.
And again, a lot of space here. Mace getting back into the mix is interesting because he deliberately rolled out of this package. Oh, Sean Conklin and Miles Bagley nearly getting wrapped together there in the middle of the pack. And this is a big move backwards here for Matthew David Wood. The middle has just imploded. We'll see for how much longer as some of these drivers start to get runs. We'll see who peels off and tries to go back to the middle and the top side. As Smith now going to pick up Wood. Yeah, it's we're getting closer and closer to pit stops here. One thing that we haven't really talked about is the limited team communication here this afternoon. The Jack Shack been the dominant force of the prelims, but these drivers not able to quite as effectively communicate with one another as they normally might be.
Well, and I think you're seeing that in the early stages here. In that the Jack Shack were so good in the prelims, they were able to all discuss strategy with one another directly in the race. Today, directly in a channel, you're only allowed to have yourself, a crew chief, and a spotter that can help you with strategy and obviously calling out runs, which you see Evan Carlbon gets that help right here as he'll go to the bumper of Jack Mace. Carlbon to the lead. Oh, man, Alex Hill on John Ellis. That was risky there as the cars get light in the trial, but they make it work. And again, talking about that communication, there are other ways in the iRacing platform that you can communicate with other drivers. Jack Mace is going to take another trip to the front of the field. But that is only, they can only do so much. Only one driver can talk at a time. In that case, how effective is that when you're going 200 miles an hour, when you're trying to plan pit strategy on the fly? It's not as effective as being able to have multiple voices going at once, multiple spotters going at once. It makes things harder to plan, and we're about to see it potentially get tested here in about the next 10 laps with our first green flag pit stop.
Certainly the team element of it kind of brings in some psychology, the prisoner's dilemma. Of course, you want to see your teammate win, but do you want to see them win more than you want yourself to hoist that championship belt at the end of the night? It's a really interesting pickle, to say the least. It's going to rely a lot on team chemistry, really just raw talent, and also a little bit of ego as well. Not that there are too many of those, in iRacing. Never. But certainly it's just another wrinkle in what has already been a fantastic race. I can't believe we're on lap 29 of this green flag run to open things up, and things just don't ever simmer down, do they?
They really never truly do on the super speedway side of things. You mentioned egos. You talk about iRacing as a whole. Shoot, there's certainly no egos on the track today, surely. But regardless, no. Jack Mace leads the field back off turn 4. He's in front of Devin Smrecker, who's, again, continued his impressive week. He's looked awfully solid in that 26 so far, not doing anything that's too far over the line. Carlbon looked to the outside of him. Smrecker tried to cover, and he will cover here on the start-finish line. Man, is that calculated from Smrecker. He had about 6 inches to make that move. Makes it work, goes all the way to the point. First time that the Murphy eSports 26 has been out front. Devin Smrecker got a pair of teammates behind him again. This time again, it's Carlbon and Wood in reverse order now. Out back, the Logitech Chevy's on the move. The 88, the two-time defending winner, Malik Ray. Matt Lee's in that line. Kyler Wynn's in that line. You know pit stops are coming because the big boys are coming to the front.
Certainly, it was only a matter of time. Malik Ray now going to lead what could develop into a third line. Right now, it's stumbling just a bit. But Malik Ray on the move. Now we'll tuck into the middle. So we got one going backwards. Kenny Reel is headed the wrong direction here on the top side now. It's going to be picked up maybe by Ray. That is definitely a bit of a hurdle to clear for the 88.
He's in the center lane, 6 cars deep, trying to get to the front. This is what I talked about a moment ago as we approach within about 8 laps of this green flag pit stop. The drivers towards the tail end that wanted to just ride are going to get track position, because what's going to happen on this green flag pit stop if it comes, although they are starting to race a little bit harder here up front with Kenny Reel jumping out in front of his Jack Shack ally Malik Ray. Alex Hill's going to jump out there as well. So now 4 Jack Shack Chevys lined up. Seipel's going to cover that move. But what's going to happen on this pit stop is inevitably the field will be fractured. Now, it may not be 3, 4, 5 separate groups, but certainly cars towards the tail end are going to lose the draft just by how this works. But Jeff Merck almost gets turned by Freddie Bassinez. We may not even have to worry about a green flag pit stop. Again, we get away. I think we just used life number 3 if we're talking about this race as a cat, Tommy.
We are counting them down for sure. And that's one other thing to point out as well. We haven't had green flag pit stops yet. We haven't had a green flag run this long this week. The tires have never been this hot. The fuel load has never been this light. These drivers probably have been this agitated, though, but they know that they have to execute a green flag pit stop. The checker isn't going to drop on lap 35 or 40 or whenever you come in. You've still got a long way to go, and it can all go wrong really quickly, and there it goes. 2 around in the back. It's on.
Matt Lee, John Ellis, Jeff Merck coming together. This is going to be a multi-car accident halfway down the Alabama Gang super stretch. Kevin Champagne gets a piece in the 91, and just as soon as we were going to start talking about green flag pit stops, a multi-car accident happens about halfway deep in the field, and that's about where the spot where the racing was getting kind of crazy as guys tried to find spots in line was. It's damage from multiple cars. At least to me, on my first looks, I don't think anyone has race-ending damage, but now an extra hurdle to climb just beyond the fact that this race is as long as it is. The attrition now is going to start to take hold as well, damage to multiple contenders.
I think the saving grace here is that drivers were sort of getting their chess pieces in the positions that they wanted to. There was a lot of space. There was a lot of, obviously, some uncertainty where drivers were going to go there as things started to develop and drivers started to try and move down to the bottom side of the track. But you're right, I didn't see too many hard shots, but that's a lot of damage there for the Jack Shack number 60 of Jeff Merck, unfortunately, as he had come and gone a couple of different times throughout this green flag run. But, hopefully he could get that buffed out here.
We're going to look at it here in just a second to see what brings out the first caution of the SummerSlam 499. Again, this was as drivers were getting prepared for the first cycle of green flag pit stops this afternoon. Again, it happens way earlier this year than we ever thought about it last year, as we get 35 laps under the belt before the first caution is brought out. Again, damage to Merck, damage to Lee, damage to Champagne and Ellis. Maybe a little bit of damage to David Flanagan. We'll have to double check on that. 31 for the Jack Shack as well. Those are the cars I see for sure that are involved. I know Max Dinda was back around that area. I think he's gotten away pretty well okay. But besides that, 4 or 5 cars involved in the mid-pack. And again, this is a lot of team cars, actually. Merck and Lee and Flanagan, all teammates for the Jack Shack team, all come together there. And it makes me wonder if in trying to get their teammates down in line, was there a stack up on the bottom lane that kind of got this sparked up? I'm real curious because, again, this is half this incident is all for one team.
Drivers making their way onto pit road now as we take a look at it here. There's Bagley. He was, up into the 04, turns to 21. And we'll kind of get away from it, but this 21 going spinning up the track. As it's the stack up there on the inside. Bagley trying to get out of it. I mean, pretty decent contact there for a couple of those drivers. Moskanov threads the needle, and there's the big shot from Merck. Yeah, multiple hard shots there. There's definitely plenty of damage to fix. I don't think anybody's night is over. Steindl will get a little bit there at the end as well.
Dinda and Flanagan are both in, and actually it was a bigger hit for Flanagan than I thought initially, just looking at his car. That's who we're on board with here. You're going to see this thing spark up in front of him. He tries to jump on the brakes, and as he comes into the incident here, he got some help from behind. Did Flanagan, gets hit in the left rear. He's also going to get the wall, I think, with the left front. That's the hit I'd be worried about. It's a very similar hit to what we saw Kenny McCullough take back on the opening couple of laps of this race. Dinda slides in. I don't think he's got any damage, hardly. I think he just kind of slid into the incident, was in the wrong lane, and got a piece of Flanagan there. So it's Bagley up in line, and it was a stack-up, but not in the way that I thought, where team cars were trying to let each other in. Somebody was trying to let somebody in further up in line. The stack-up gets worse the further back it goes. Miles Bagley tries to dive out of the way and ends up getting into Matt Lee and sparked up a big one there. And there actually is some more damage to some of these cars than I initially thought.
Oh, man. About everybody wherever you are, catch your breath a little bit. That was really exhilarating, the start of this race. It could have gone wrong so many different times, but we made it to our first caution right as green flag pit stops were about to kick off. And I don't know. I don't think it's going to get any less crazy from here on out. You get your first one, and it usually just snowballs from there.
We'll know that the wick is only going to continue to come up, and yes, as the camera changes, if you're just joining us this week, the choose cone is in effect throughout the SummerSlam 499 events, including today's feature. At 1 to go, the drivers will choose at the start-finish line. They have to go to one direction or the other of that word marked A. There in the center of the word Talladega, you see drivers going left to right. This is very similar to the NASCAR Cup Series and a lot of dirt racing series as well that utilize the choose cone to choose which lane you get to restart in. And again, you have to choose by the line. You have to go to the inside or outside of that word marked A. If you run over the A, you get an end-of-line penalty. And we've seen that throughout this week as drivers have just barely clipped it trying to choose last second. They end up getting a penalty, and it can end up being detrimental to your hopes in a race. Surely today it will play a factor in not only where you end up in the field and whether or not you're in an incident, but where you finish in this race as well. The leader is Malik Ray, the two-time defending winner of the belt. He'll go from the outside, and a couple of cars held serve behind him. Conklin, Carbon, Wood. John Ward is going to be the first to take the inside lane. He'll have Scott Warren, Adam Garza, Jack Mace, Matthew Baker with him. And those are all cars that at times this week have been willing to go down there. The bottom lane's not been as good on restarts as the outside lane. That's just been the story of the week. But at least on this restart, it's early enough in the race you can go down there and see what you can get working with those cars on the inside. With the right group, it's worked. There's some good pushers down there right now.
It's certainly been an interesting dynamic. Everybody knows that the inside does not restart very well, so everybody takes the top. But, I mean, we see 5, 6, 7 guys in a row coming off of pit road taking the top side of the track. Well, if you're an eighth, hell, go to the front row. Be on that inside. You're going to be in a net gain position by the end of it. And really, the interesting thing is everybody wants to go to the top, but eventually everybody's going to leave the top and go to the middle, and that is what's going to bring the inside lane into play. It's just a question of how long it's going to take and how well this bottom can stay formed up. For whatever reason, it just does not have the energy right off the rip. But by lap 2 or 3, if you could stay towards the front of the field, you're going to be in a good spot.
The exceptions have been having good pushers on the bottom side that keep the restart even, and that first car getting a good jump. If he fires off well, that bottom lane has proven to be at least even with the top. First trip to the Simrat Market restart zone here this afternoon. Lap 36 will go on the board, 153 to go. The biggest sim race of the summer. Malik Ray gets a good jump on the outside, and the inside didn't go. Scott Warren, a car lane, thought John Ward's bumper. That's going to be the catalyst for drivers to start to jump bottom to middle. Jack Mace jumps out about 5 cars deep in that line. Matthew Baker's looking for a spot. Logan York's looking for a spot. As Mace gets kicked out of line, Kyler Wynn sends him to the penthouse off turn 2, and he's the loneliest man, although he'll get a tow here off Bassett as he's coming in looking right from the British driver.
And again, bailed out by the middle lane coming in. That was an example of how not to restart on the inside line. Unfortunately for Jeff Ward, Malik Ray firmly in control of this field as everybody gets back up to speed. The energy is forming here on the top side. The middle and the bottom are coming back to life, though, and the leaders know it. Back down to the middle. One driver bailing off. I think we've got a pit road penalty possibly coming here for whoever. Oh, no, they're just rolling to the back of the field. And certainly we've picked up right where we've left off with 2 and 3 wide door-to-door action at Talladega. I don't blame anybody for wanting to roll out of it.
There is actually going to be a penalty here. Miles Bagley has been given the penalty for cause of caution. Today, that standard is a little bit different. It's been an end of line throughout the week. Today, it is a 30-second green flag hold for your first cause of caution. So for Bagley, that's going to send him more than likely a lap down in this race. He'll be behind the 8 ball, but again, 150 laps to get that lap back. Malik Ray through the center. He's the leader. Conklin goes second. Carl Bond, no splits. Baker splits to the bottom, and all of a sudden it's 3 wide all around. Baker wants to lead, but no push from John Ward yet. Topside, Carl Bond with Kyler Wynn, a pair of Jack Shack cars topside, but the middle's where the push is. Ray will cover Carl Bond as Conklin leans left for the lead. No, he'll squeeze between Ray and Carl Bond there as Conklin stays on the push of Malik Ray.
Boy, Conklin was not really clear, but he moved up anyway and gets away with it. Now it opens up the middle here for Devin Schrecker. Schrecker now with Logan York pushing him, and they pull even now with the race leader, Malik Ray. It was only a matter of time before Malik made his way to the front of the field. He was trying to do it when the caution came out, and now he was on point. Now back to third. Baker coming with a huge head of steam as the drivers on the bottom line all going below the yellow. Oh, now Schrecker leaves a lane just barely, and Ray is going to have to take it off the front bumper of Conklin.
Well, he was going up and up and up to try to cover the move by Malik Ray, and it just did not work. And now the wick's been turned up here at the front of the field from what we saw in the opening run, as Ray was not going to be denied, getting to the right rear of Devin Schrecker right there. And, you know, I think for a regular in the series, I think you would have seen them cover that move a lot quicker. For Schrecker, maybe not as confident or maybe just not as willing to do that early in this race. But again, 150 laps still to go, and he just is content to go back down to the help of Matthew Baker and work the inside lane. Ray now gets to York's right rear. He's going to split him out of line into the sucker hole. Baker's going to come up and cover that. Conklin and Basin, the RFK teammates, on Ray's push off turn 2 as York side drafts up. That was a bit of a moment. Ray through the center. Malik Ray on Matthew Baker. Big move for the two-time champ as he leads the middle again back to 3.
Baker is not content to ride. He's been trying to make moves all race long. That one nearly bit him, though, as Ray makes an aggressive maneuver from the top to the middle to get under that 5 car. And now Ray is going to have to back up and look for help from the RFK duo, Conklin and Basin, as it's Devin Schrecker that leads it right now with John Ward by far and away the hard charger, up 42 spots from where he took the green flag just 40 laps ago.
Schrecker leads the Heat 1 winner from earlier in the week on Wednesday ahead of John Ward. Scott Warren's maintained this lead pack, by the way, third on the inside, then Dahmer behind them, then Tony Meyering and Thomas Komacheski. We've not talked much about the teammates for Team Watson Racing setups and beast mode performance today, but they're, trouble. Whoa. Out back, Kenny Reel, sideways, all out of shape. He makes the save. He's still trying to make the save halfway down the backstretch, and boy, is he lucky the pack was out of the gas behind him, or that could have been a lot bigger than it was.
What life are we on now?
I think we're on number 4, number 5, maybe?
We are really burning them up quick. What a save, though. That thing, I mean, hardly anybody can make that save. Great work from Kenny Reel. Fortunately, he's got a lot of work to do to get up towards the front.
And up front, Malik Ray is going to make another move for the lead. Again, this is, kind of unheard of aggression early in these marquee events for Malik Ray. Last year, he ran to the tail end for about 120 laps of that race in the Gen 6 last year. This year, complete opposite mentality for the Logitech Chevy. He goes back to the lead here in turn 2 as Ward jumps down to the bumper of Schrecker. I'll tell you what, Tommy, these pushes get closer and closer to the edge of what's possible and what they're able to do comfortably, and John Ward sees that. He got that push from Schrecker, 4 wide. Logan York up around Malik Ray, 4 wide for the first time in this afternoon's race. Nobody goes with York, and that's telling of the mentality these drivers have. Even Matt Lee, even Kyler Wynn unwilling to go 4 wide with Logan York. They're waiting it out. They're racing to a degree, but a little bit of that from Logan York was too much for them.
From the middle to the top, here is Sean Conklin blocking Malik Ray. It opens the door to the inside for Dylan Basin to try and pull even with the 17 with help from Matt Baker. I mean, it's getting crazy here. Matt Lee pushing now on this top side. And down to the bottom, Kyler Wynn is going to get into the mix now for the first time. So we take a look at what happened here with the 11.
Yeah, Kenny Reel, Evan Carbon got disconnected there just a little bit offset. Man, it takes Kenny Reel about half the backstretch to make this save, but similar to Alex Hill, that could have ended a lot worse. This offset push wasn't the first one, it was that second one right there. Look at Kenny Reel whip back and forth on the steering wheel trying to make the save, and somehow, some way, keeps that car underneath.
Especially in this Gen 7 car, that is mighty impressive.
Yeah, absolutely it is. Look at the wheel going back and forth for Kenny Reel there. Snapping back and forth for Kenny Reel. And then a second time, And, you know, it's interesting to me, the second set of slides, I think more because he doesn't have fresh tires on that car. A lot of drivers that pit under that first caution went fuel only to maintain track position and have about 40-lap-old tires on their cars. As those tires get older, as the race goes on, we get closer to another green flag run. It's only going to make the handling on these cars worse, with a hot racetrack, 103 degrees.
Dylan Basin got shuffled out of line. He's with the Matt Shack now on the top side. Back to Lee and Baker as Jackson Bice now going to lead and nearly take Sean Conklin down below the yellow as they move from the top all the way down to the bottom. Eugene Moskanov, who barely missed that wreck at speed on our first caution of the day, he's back up at the front of this field now, leading the inside.
Yeah, so it's Moskanov inside. Again, he's taking a couple of trips to the front of this race. Man, tandem out front. The RFK, or rather Bice and Conklin. I was Basin for a second, but it's not Bice. And Conklin were tandemed up 3 car lengths in front of the field. But momentum goes away as those two get disconnected. Conklin's going to go to the push of Kyler Wynn in the center lane. Malik Ray behind them. York does have some friends this time. The 4-wide move wasn't exactly well received. Trouble out back. Alex Hill, Meyering. A couple of cars go sideways. It hasn't drawn the caution yet. Now it will.
It sure looked to me like Hill got incredibly loose out of the turn. I don't think that was anything. You talk about the shorter leash. I don't think he did anything intentional there. I think he simply just lost control of that car. It'll be interesting to see how race control is going to play this one.
Well, and that'll be something that we're going to see throughout the day as well, as that's been something in the heat races that's been a storyline. These cars have liked to step out on their own and get a little bit light, especially coming off the banking. And Alex Hill, you wonder if that's exactly what happened to him right there off of turn 2. It was he and Tony Meyering for sure. Beyond that, I'm not sure if any other cars got a piece of this. But those two have some damage out of this. Hill already had the right front damage from earlier after the moment where he got into the outside wall. So that's going to add to his tally. And for Meyering, some right front damage. I don't think the wheel is out of alignment for him. So probably just some cosmetic fixes for the Meyering machine. But nonetheless, a setback on the lap 45 mark, just short actually of the quarter mark of this race. Again, we'll start to get a look back here in just a moment. This was again 25 cars deep in the field with Alex Hill is where this one got kicked off and got us under the second caution flag of the SummerSlam 499. I think you're right, Tommy. Good call. I'm pretty sure that car just stepped out on Alex Hill right there and got loose. And again, for drivers of the caliber that are getting loose in these races this week, that tells you these cars are a lot to handle.
Yeah, and certainly, this setup has run a little bit free, and you're right, we've not been on tires this old before. And the compounding issue for Alex Hill as well is that right side damage that you mentioned. I mean, these cars are right on the razor's edge of handling and speed, and any sort of damage on that right side of the car is not going to help with the downforce. It's certainly a huge loss of it there in the sucker hole in the middle lane.
So under the caution flag for the second time in the SummerSlam 499 as Hill will come down pit road, and well, it is going to be the end of the day for Alex Hill. Wow, Alex Hill disqualified here from the SummerSlam 499. He's been given the cause of caution penalty. We told you at the start of this race he had to serve an end-of-line penalty and was on a short leash today, and the short leash has been pulled all the way up. Alex Hill's day is done.
Well, I mean, certainly a little bit different story from yesterday to today. It was his fault, but he didn't do it on purpose. It wasn't egregious, but race control staying consistent, staying to their word, and that is definitely a cause caution. And at the end of the day, and what had been a promising day up to this point as well.
Yeah, very strict standards between, of course, all week. Last night, I think we really saw the standards get ramped up for what's going to be called today. Remember, 2 penalties in last night's pole shootout race to Alex Hill and Adam Garza, and those were just for blocks that caused a wreck, let alone driving into the car in front of you, hooking a car, causing the crash. They were giving penalties last night. Race control was for the blocks that we see, the big sweeping blocks that we see so commonly in these races. A couple of them last night by Garza and Hill resulted in caution flags. For Hill, it was a disqualification from last night's race, and of course led to the short leash today. For Garza, it was an end-of-line penalty at the end of last night's race that saw him start 18th. He actually won that race last night, was set to start on pole, and race control said, not so fast, and obviously issued that penalty to Adam Garza. It's not affected him much yet in the one. He has been up front a couple of times today. For Alex Hill, clearly affecting him quite a bit as the day is done. Let's reset the field for you under this, the second caution of the SummerSlam 499. Wyatt Blair is the leader, the only car to stay out under this second caution flag, carrying Junior Motorsports and Loudhorn aboard that 88, another one of our presenting sponsors yesterday for the LCQs. For Wyatt Blair, his first trip to the front, Sean Conklin runs second, Malik Ray runs third with Kyler Wynn in fourth and Logan York in fifth. Evan Carlbon is sixth with Devin Sprecher in the seventh spot. Jackson Byes eighth. Dylan Basin is back inside the top 10 in ninth. And so is Jeff Merck in 10th. So we wondered about the damage on the Jeff Merck car a second ago, Tommy. Apparently not as bad as we initially may have thought, as Jeff Merck's back inside the top 10, plus 31 for him so far.
Well, that Jack Shack entry has looked as good as it has all night. They got the plunger out and pulled the front fascia away. And Jeff Merck is raring and ready to go as we go to the choose cone.
Get the choose cone again. You see Wyatt Blair is actually going to choose the bottom here. Logan York will go behind him. 4 cars hold serve. Top of the racetrack with Conklin, Ray, Wynn, Carlbon. Byes is going to line up in the 10th spot on the outside. Cars took the bottom. Blair, then York, then Devin Sprecher in the 26, and then Dylan Basin. And then behind them is Eugene Mozganov. So that's going to be the first 5 on the bottom side of the racetrack. Well, now 35 laps of green flag racing. Now 2 cautions kind of in quick succession. Drivers surely looking to get back into a rhythm here. That first 35 laps, I'm not sure that's what any of us expected this race to start like. It was a welcome start, though, I'm sure, for the drivers, and they'll be looking to get back to that here.
Yeah, certainly. If you get a taste of it, you want to get back to it. But also, if you've gotten a taste of the front of the field, I would imagine if you're expecting another long green flag run, where the mental fatigue starts to seep in a little bit, you're going to want to get yourself to the front. And the only way you can do that is if you race to get up there. So I would expect some more wild moves, some more 2, 3, maybe even 4 wide, dare I say, early in the going to try and establish some track position or get in your preferred lane. But that's not necessarily conducive to long green flag runs. We'll see if we can survive yet another one as we've chopped away at quite a few of our 9 lives here.
So Wyatt Blair stays out into the second caution of the afternoon. Sean Conklin goes in the second spot. Logan York and Malik Ray again back on row number 2. Over a quarter of the way through this race. In fact, last time by, we took the quarter mark of 47 laps of 188 laps complete. And to this point, again, compared to last year, we had already had 5 cautions by this point in the race. This year, just 2, and they both happened in the last 12 laps of each other. Wyatt Blair will take his first trip out front. He'll lead the field back to the Simrat Market restart zone and get us back underway just short of lap 50 of the SummerSlam 499. Blair, Conklin on the front row. Will they calm it down, or will the wick turn back up? Time to find out. Green flag back in the air. Field goes up to speed. Both lines stack up just a little bit, especially the bottom. It's going to stack up big time back around Zach Dahmer. Everybody's up to speed. Even restart. Blair went on the bottom, but Conklin timed him up top side.
Top 6 nose to tail. Bit of a gap here on the inside on row number 4, but that is not the case up top as Evan Carlbon pushing Wynn, pushing Ray, pushing Conklin. Bottom tries to pull even here as we head out of turn number 2, down the back straightaway. Conklin surges ahead, a little bit of 3 wide, just outside of the top 10, as now drivers moving into position, and it's going to start to get crazy here pretty quickly, I have a feeling.
Up front, Conklin, Ray, Wynn, and Carlbon all come clear in the middle lane. Blair's going to run back to the inside. Logan York has connected with him now to the outside of the racetrack. Jackson Byes kicked out of line. He's the 3 up against the outside wall. The black, teal, and purple car there. He waits on the help of a couple of cars out back of him. Chris Blanchard, John Ward are coming to his aid, or will they look a lane higher? Nope, they're going to set up the push on the outside there. That's Byes deep in the field. Conklin continues to lead as lap 48 goes on the board. And for a brief moment, we go back to 2 wide racing at the front of the field. You wonder how long that it will last before these guys decide to start racing, and I'll tell you the answer is not long. Matt Lee out of line. 3 wide further back. He goes right to the rail with Jackson Byes, and Dylan Basin is going backwards again. Second time today, the Build Submarines Ford is going the opposite direction, going to the tail end of the field.
Ooh, pump fake there from Devin Sprecher. He pulls back in the line. I think he saw that back or the inside line was breaking up as Logan York is now up to the middle. And it is Wyatt Blair going the wrong direction. Now I have to back up to Eugene Moskanov. It is your top 6 that are clear. Now make it 7. York looking to make it 8 as this inside line is going the wrong direction quickly.
And that block from York was a little bit late. It was an offset push from Lee to York. York got a little out of shape, had to jump right back down to the center. And Lee will continue to lead the third lane as the leaders all fade to the wall, except for one. Malik Ray back to the center. He'll go to the push of Evan Carlbon. Wynn pushing Conklin up top as York and Baker make the big run on the bottom side. Jackson Vines goes with them. 3 by 3, 6 rows deep here at the front, back to the Blanchard group towards the tail end of this field. Malik Ray leads by half a car length. Back to turn 3 they go. The bottom lane fades to about row 3 in the field. Carlbon's going to take the turn all the way down. You wonder if he meant to stay on Jeff Merck's bumper there. Regardless, the Jack Shack teammates will split. That goes into the lack of communication those cars have today as Merck and Reel and Carlbon got a bit disconnected there. York wants 4 wide. Logan York 4 wide through the center lane. Carlbon, the loneliest man in virtual Talladega, is going backwards.
Who else but Logan York to take it 4 wide since Carlbon packing as Malik Ray now back in control of this field. Conklin and Merck clear, and now the middle and inside lines start to rally. They pull even with the Merck machine on the top side. Conklin is thinking about a move. Ray is looking to mirror and drive him just a little bit as, man, Kenny Reel is back into the mix now. He got a little dancy there on the front bumper of Jack Mace, who's in the mix once again. The inside line, big stack up through the mid-pack, and they start to fade even harder.
A lot of cars about to go to the back as they've seen this. Again, we talked about, Falkingham, Ellis is back there, Person, Myring, Flanagan, Bagley, Champagne, Dinda. A lot of cars we saw up front earlier opting to go to the back. They do not like the scenes here at the front of the field. One car out of line, that was Mosganov. He'll go to the push of Conklin. Those two know each other quite well at this point. Merck is with them. Ray covers all the way to the safer barrier. So far, good stuff from the two-time defending winner of this race as he continues to lead on lap 52. Jack Mace reemerges at the front. He's the leader of the bottom now. Devin Ray is his push. First time we've seen that all orange and black SummerSlam branded entry. Bottom side, that's the 2-car. Reel in the center with Wynn. Mace will now cover Reel. So now it's Mace, Reel, Wynn in the middle lane with Matt Lee. A trio of Jack Shack Chevrolets make it 4 in the center. Jeff Merck takes a turn out of line. Mosganov takes a turn out of line. He wants to lead from Malik Ray.
Mosganov going to have to pull Merck here alongside, but Merck starts to go the wrong direction. Mosganov to the bottom, now back to the middle. Here comes the run from Merck. No, he's going to take him 4 wide. They touch! Unbelievable. They're still going 5 wide. Logan York below the apron. Baker into the grass through the tri-oval. He is going to try and pull it back onto the track. Unbelievable that we are not wrecking in the tri-oval right now, and it's still Malik Ray with the lead. Things settle down for now, but I wouldn't expect it to continue much longer. That was crazy.
I'm starting to lose count the lives we've used on that cat analogy that we keep talking about, Tommy. We're only on lap 53. We just used a big one. We might have used 3 of them right there, to be honest with you.
How many cats do we have?
We're going to have more than one, so we're going to have to work on that at the halfway mark here. But Malik Ray continues to lead as Kenny Reel's going to jump to the bottom. And again, these guys just reload and go back to it again. They see that happen with Jeff Merck. And Kyler Wynn through the center 4 wide. Thought about it on Smrecker and Mosganov. And this is what I mean. These guys see that near miss happen. It does not change the mentality. They continue to race the exact same way. They go right back to battle here to turn 1, and they continue to make the same moves. Mason Carlbon, that was nice, up the outside of turn 1 as they force Warren to make a choice to go to the double yellow. Mace will stay middle. Carlbon will go top with Smrecker and Wynn and Ray and Garza. Mace is going to join them. Where did Freddie Passanez come from? Scott Warren makes an appearance at the front as well. And again, we're going to roll 3 wide down the backstretch.
Yeah, you wonder why we haven't said Daniel Falkingham's name at all here tonight, because he doesn't want any part of this right now on lap 54, and I don't blame him. It has been crazy at the front of this field all night long, and I've been waiting for Freddie Passanez to get up in here. He's been in the top 10 a couple of times here tonight, after the pit stops in particular, but now he is looking to actually get in the fray as he's 3rd in the middle.
3rd in the center is Massinus. That's the red, white, and blue prime Ford Mustang Dark Horse that runs right behind Conklin. Now he'll lead the middle as Conklin and Ray both cover Matthew David Wood on the outside. Middle lane got a bit stacked up as York and Reel both make the move up. Scott Warren left alone on the inside there in the gray 76. He'll go to the push of Jeff Merck, who has recovered nicely from that near moment just a second ago. Reel to the center. Ray on the outside, a pair of Jack Shack or Jack Shack aligned cars, shall we say. Malik Ray, of course, not directly on the team, but affiliated with those cars, if you will, in today's race. He'll go to the lead. Reel goes to the bottom as the middle fades out just a bit at the end of the back straightaway. Conklin may want the lead, takes a left out of line. You wonder if that was a move for the lead or a move for engine temperatures there for Sean Conklin. Again, looking at the temperature gauge, you can see it's starting to get high, takes a peek out of line, and now can reload a push as Mason Wood follow through on the outside.
Kenny Real stacking up this inside line, bumper tag all the way back, and as it dissolves, now Logan York will take over with Freddie Bazinez pushing that 0-2 as they try and pull even. Now Bazinez is going to leave him out. He'll go to the middle and take a run, trying to challenge Conklin now for spot number 2. Now he pushes Conklin. Big run coming here. No, it is Conklin that moves Bazinez up to the top side, and Ray covers them both. And I don't think that's exactly what Bazinez and Conklin were looking for, but they're going to have to make it work.
And it takes a lot of precision to make that move for Conklin and not overshoot and end up in the outside wall. And for Conklin, right there, big
York
trouble. Around goes Logan York. It's the 0-2 that goes sideways, middle of the packet. It's going to collect a bunch of them as York comes back up. Or no, it's not. Somehow, as they went off frame, he saved that car.
Caution flies regardless, and that was Mozganov and York. Drivers scramble, but we are under the yellow now for the 3rd time. And we just keep kind of getting away with it, although this will slow the field if nothing else.
How many lives at this point we're going to use in this race? 18, 20, 25, I'm not even sure. But that's another one right there. Again, when they go off frame, you know, for you all at home and for me, the angle I'm watching from, when York goes off frame, he is facing the campers on the infield in that 0-2 car, and he comes back into frame, and somehow no one has crashed in this incident, at least not from what I'm seeing. Looks like Scott Warren had to go off track. Maybe Devin Ray had to go off track for a second. But other than that, we get away with another one as Mozganov and York come together. Again, I have no idea how these guys keep getting away with it.
York had, I think, just gotten bounced out to the middle line. I'm not sure where Mozganov is going to get involved. I know he was down on the bottom and may have just caught the apron to spin that car around. I'm not sure if he actually got contacted or not. Let's see if we can get a better look at it.
So we'll start to see if we can get back and look at Logan York, hearing that this is a potential be the save of the week to this point. Look at Logan York, and look at Mozganov, too. How in the world? Eugene Mozganov is facing the infield campers in turn 4, 90 degrees sideways, and keeps that car going straight. The 2 saves of the week on lap 57, and this is going to be probably the best onboard we'll see all weekend.
Real ones know that's Kyle Busch stuff right there. Onto the apron, saves it. Unbelievable for Eugene Mozganov, who has been in the thick of all of everything going wrong here this evening, and he just keeps on going. Watch the hands here. Watch the hands as he's going to get onto the apron. Everybody take notes. Baby. Oh, that is unbelievable.
And I'll tell you what, Tommy, as well, looking at that onboard for Mozganov, he took a page out of Lightning McQueen's book. He turned left to go right, I think, right there on the apron. So many times you see drivers turn right to drive that car out of a save. Mozganov turned that car left and actually drove out of the slide. That is so impressive for Mozganov. It's why he has the success he does on the oval side of things, and he just saved his race and probably 10 to 12 cars running up front's race as well.
Interesting as most of the field has come down pit road here. Logan York, who I guess kind of triggered that caution, if you want to call it that, he stayed out. He's up at the front of this field now.
Yeah, so an interesting call here from Logan York in the 0-2 as he stays out as everybody else comes to pit road to, at the very least, top off on fuel, and I would imagine trying to get rid of some of the nerves we just had right there on that moment, especially for the Mozganov machine in the 10. And by the way, makes that save and will roll back off pit road in the 10th position. So again, facing the infield just a second ago, P10 under the caution for Mozganov as we roll under the caution flag for the 3rd time of this SummerSlam 499. Logan York is your leader right ahead of Malik Ray in the 88. Sean Conklin continues to run in 3rd. Matt Lee is 4th, and Matthew Wood is 5th. Freddie Bazinez is 6th. Kyler Wynn is 7th. Devin Sprecher is 8th. Kenny Real is 9th. And Eugene Mozganov, who we just saw right there have a big moment, he is all the way back up in 10th position. And I got to be honest here, I can't imagine he'll stay up front now. It certainly would discourage me from staying up front. But again, Eugene Mozganov in the car, you got to wonder what he'll do here. We go back green after a moment like that. You might have to go to the back just to give the nerves some time to cool off just a little.
I mean, when you start sliding like that on the apron, you start thinking about what your plans are for the rest of the day. I'm not sure in Eastern Europe. I guess he'd probably go to bed at this point. But, I cannot believe that he is still rolling and is in his guard number in the 10th spot. That's crazy.
Again, the field will choose as they work down towards the start-finish line here and get ready for yet another restart in this race. Again, what was a pretty calm initial start has taken a turn here over the last 25 laps or so. We've seen 3 cautions over the last 23 laps of time. We'll again have the choose cone here at the line. Lap 59 will go on the board. 130 laps to go in the race. Logan York will choose first. He'll go to the bottom. Malik Ray, that's a late turn to the top side. 3, 4, 5 cars all go to the top. And that's going to allow a lot of cars here towards the tail end to go to the bottom and get some track position. York will be joined by Kyler Wynn on the bottom lane. He'll be joined by Devin Smrecker on the bottom lane. Kenny Reel goes to the bottom. And guess who else goes to the bottom, Tommy? Eugene Mozganov is going to go right back to the bottom lane and get right back to it with the leaders up here.
Back for more, undeterred. And that, I think that's been the story of Mozganov's week. I mean, he got kind of rolled around a lot in his heats in the LCQ as well. But, I mean, he has always bounced back. He's been mighty impressive. Him and Yaroslav Donskoy both have not particularly known for their super speedway acumen, but you could have fooled me. They have been wheeling and dealing all week. And crucially, they're still alive here.
Well, I think what they're doing also is gaining respect to the guys around them. Again, you know, the Logan Yorks, Malik Race, Kyler Wins, Matthew Woods, Matt Lees, Kenny Reels of the world that are up front. These guys do this nightly. If you're not familiar with this style of racing, this kind of niche part of iRacing, it is a pretty well weekly and sometimes nightly community of drivers that all race against each other on super speedways every single night, perfecting their craft. Mozganov, Smrecker, Conklin, you know, are guys we don't see all the time. Scott Warren as well are amongst several drivers in the field that we just don't see nightly. So for Mozganov to have a moment like that, to be leading laps early, for Conklin to be up here leading laps early, amongst other cars, Scott Warren, what they're doing is they are telling the drivers around them that if this race comes down to it, if push comes to shove and they're both up front, you know, they're up front with a Malik Ray or a Kyler Wynn or a Matt Lee or a Kenny Reel, they can trust a Eugene Mozganov to be a good partner, a good dancing partner later in the race when it comes to business time to at least get off turn 4. Now, once you're off turn 4, it's every man for himself. It's a completely different story. But to at least get each other there, they're providing some trust for the guys around them. It's a big deal for Mozganov, Warren, and those guys especially that have been up front. The Simrat Market restart zone, again, third caution cleaned off the speedway. Green flag, man, both cars that looked like on the front row may have spun the tires there just a bit in the restart box. They're almost making contact. Man, it's a short track Saturday night almost between the two leaders as they work back to turn 1.
Bassinez and Mozganov did not get good restarts. Now Bassinez will pull up onto the top side, but Mozganov's still struggling. He's got no help behind. His inside is going to be in a world of hurt here with Logan York pulling him down the back straightaway. Here's the bump up from Conklin to Ray as the top 3 get a little out of shape. So does Matthew Wood there as well. And oh man, we go 3 wide, headed into turn number 3 once again. And just like that, we pick up right where we left off.
Again, these drivers see these things happen, and they just do not care. They're going to go right back to racing how they have been so far most of the afternoon. It should be noted, You're going to see the 0-2 dip off on the pit road. It was a late call, but it is a penalty to Logan York, a 30-second hold. One of the dominant cars of the afternoon is going to have to serve that penalty on pit road this time by. He will come to the service of his crew and serve that penalty. So he will dip off the racetrack again. A long race to go. Still 127 laps to go next time by. So Logan York has plenty of time to get the ground back and get back in this race, but is sent back for now. Off turn 2, Ray on the outside. Mozganov trouble. Smrecker's in the wall. Matthew Wood got into him as they tried to square up the push on the outside, and we use another life. We're 8 of them down now here at the front of the field.
Oh yeah, we're about to use the 9th right now. 4 wide, just inside of the top 10. Smrecker certainly with damage. Matt Lee is in that mix as well. Now John Ward is back into the fold once again. And we sort it out. I don't know how. But how about Big Yellow? Aaron Smith now is back up into the top 5. He pushes the 10 of Mozganov on the bottom. Matt Baker is back in the fold as well. But Malik Gray, man, he has led a bunch of laps. And he's looking awfully comfortable at the front of this field. Now Conklin with help from Dylan Basin into the fold once again.
So Ray, Conklin, Basin win. Top 4 off of turn 2. As they will work again on the Alabama Gang Super Stretch. Another moment there for a second. It will calm down. And again, I kind of start to wonder, will these guys go back to the racing we saw earlier on that opening run? And right as I even finish my sentence, Miles Bagley jumps out of line deeper in the field, although he will not have the cavalry of help that I think he wanted for that. Matt Lee's going to take a turn out of line. First time we've seen the pink, the pink, green, and black Jack Shack Chevrolet jump out of line inside on the push of Mosganov. Jackson Bias again gets spit out of line about 8 rows deep in the field. It's the second time that Bias has gone the wrong way, although Miles Bagley's going to jump up there and at least attempt to keep him level with the leaders. It's all Ray up front. This time, Conklin and Basin loyal. Conklin took a move to the lead last run. This time, the RFK teammates, for now at least, are staying to the back bumper of the 88, and good thing they are, because here comes the bottom. Tandem push. Lee, Mosganov, Smith, and Matthew Baker's in that line as well in the 5.
Big run coming from the Bice and Bagley combo, as well as to the front of the field. Matt Lee is trying to lead some laps. He goes even with Ray into turn number 3 with help from Mosganov, and Smith the second down low. Conklin and Basin is Lee a little bit off-center. Push there from Mosganov. Now has to go up in front of Malik Ray, and we'll get a shove from the 88 headed to the tri-oval.
Matt Lee, for the first time, one of the longest tenured super speedway racers in the field, is going to take a turn to the SummerSlam 499, but I don't know if he'll lead the lap. Mosganov steals it from him right there at the line. Lee took a turn out front, couldn't make it back to the line. In the lead, it's Mosganov now, the left shoulder of him. Aaron Smith, Baker, Wyatt Blair, Nick Seipel in line. Been a while since we've seen the all-purple 75. He's 5th on the inside. Mosganov covers bottom to middle. Mosganov covers middle to top as Kyler Ray got a big run. And for Mosganov to half slide a second ago and throw that car to the safety barrier, the guts on Eugene Mosganov. He'll go to the point here in 3.
He is driving like a man possessed. He now leads up the front bumper of Kyler Wynn, and he's got his choice of dancing partner, Lee in the middle, Smith on the bottom, but the run right now is with the top side. Kenny Reel and Jackson Bice behind the Wynn and Mosganov machines. And now Reel, I think, was looking for some room up top. He'll go with Wynn down low, and Mosganov up top with a lap car approaching.
Wynn and Reel, Jack Shack teammates are allied cars. Rather, will go all the way to the bottom of the racetrack and try to pass up Eugene Mosganov. It's now 4 of those allied cars lined up back to Malik Ray on the inside. That's the Tint Solutions. Orange and white Chevrolet, 4th in line. Top side, Mosganov, Bice, Bagley, Bice and Bagley. Our teammates today for Nightmare Esports. Devin Sprecher, Freddie Bassinez follow them up. Bottom side, Basin takes a left. He jumps out from behind his teammate Conklin. He'll lead the bottom back to turn 3. He'll bring Smith, Baker, and Blair with him, although they start to bail on that line into turn 3. Blair moved up in the 88 machine further back in the field. It's 2x2, although this time 2x2 middle and top rather than 2x2 middle and bottom. This is similar to what we saw in the heat races, the dominant lane up against the safer barrier, but not for long. Ray Conklin take a left out of line, and it's right back to 3 wide.
Yeah, certainly Ray Conklin did not want to be in the middle to back half of the top 10 as Wynn chops the nose of Ray. Now it's 3 wide for the lead once again. Kyler Wynn looking to go to the point with help from Malik Ray. Tough side draft there. Down into the door is Jackson Bice of Ray Conklin as they go by. Mosganov still with a push on the top side. And man, it is getting crazy at the front of this field once again. The top 3 move from the bottom to the middle. It opens the door now for the 9 of Chris Blanchard on the inside. Wynn to the top now in front of Mosganov.
Really well-coordinated stuff by 3 guys who know each other well at this point. Conklin, Ray, and Wynn. Kyler Wynn, the former podium 500 champ, went to the point for just a second. But again, it's Malik Ray in the Junior Motorsports 88 that goes right to the point. Back to the trial. Conklin through the center. He's got Bice with him. Then Reel, Lee, and Bassinez follow them. As again, the bottom's trying to get going with Chris Blanchard. It's just not been able to get much further than about the 10th position as they work back up the bank. In fact, it's falling back even further now as the push fades and Baker's engine gets hot. It's back to 2 wide, but not for long. More cars shooting the gap on the inside. Bassinez, Cody Reed, first time we've seen the all-pink 25, and Jack Mace returns to the front. Kenny Reel says, I want some of that, and so does Sean Conklin. Both cars cover. Back to turn 3. Seipel, Basin take the gap further back. Mosganov takes it into 3, and it's right back to 2 wide up front.
Goes from 3rd, looking for the lead. Now Wynn shoving Ray in the middle. Mosganov on the bottom now with help from the 17 of Sean Conklin. Conklin going to push that 10 car out to a narrow advantage as they head to the tri-oval. Ray going to rally back here with the momentum through the middle. Off the front bumper of Kyler Wynn, who's backing up looking for a run himself on Miles Bagley. Bagley, though, going to step out.
Yeah, Bagley steps out of line. No surprise there. The Chick-fil-A Chevrolet, one of the entries for the Nightmare Esports group today. We'll go to the push of Evan Karlbahn. That's the black and gray and red 78. Malik Ray sees him coming. Covers trouble. Mosganov again, and again he's going to make the save. Eugene Mosganov, talk about a day for him as he makes a monster save off turn 2.
Well, Matt Baker just took it 4 wide. It is chaos in the mid-pack here. The 5 trying to move forward as it is Ray and Bagley side by side for the lead. Advantage Ray on the front bumper now of Evan Karlbahn as he shoves the 78 or the 88 clear. Now Karlbahn clear as well. The bottom starts to implode once again as it's Matthew Baker Wood in the 3rd spot.
MDW as his teammates know him. Matthew David Wood goes third, but not for long. Here's Kyler Wynn to the outside again. Baker to the middle, trouble. Baker and Bagley spin as they went to the same real estate. They're going to come back up, and this is going to draw the caution surely as Bagley gets back up on the banking.
Again, we just keep missing the big one. I don't know how.
I think there are a few more cars involved in this one than maybe just Bagley and Baker. That 87 did come back up the hill. I did not catch whether or not anybody got him in the door as he came back up the hill. Dinda is slow on the inside. Caswell appears to be slow in this.
I think
There's
David Flanagan got a piece of this
back as well. Yeah, David Flanagan was another one. Maybe Westmoreland. There may be 4, 5, 6 cars involved in this. But again, with where that started, and especially as those two cars worked all the way back up the banking, we somehow get away without a double-digit car incident once again.
That's probably a lucky break and a well-timed mental break as well for Eugene Moskanov, who will not have to do as much work to get back up to this field.
So we'll start to get ready to take a look at this one. Again, Bagley and Baker got together, and they were going for the same spot. Baker was coming up. Bagley was going down. They were both trying to get to the middle, and they did it. Again, it was almost synchronized. They did it at the exact same moment, and doing so, they come together. And, this kind of goes into, what exact setups the drivers have. Again, it's not like in NASCAR. In NASCAR, every car is relatively the same. You can see the same things. You can look to your right and see out the window. On the iRacing service, you have some drivers that have, a triple monitor setup is what we call it. You can look over and see out your right side window or your left side window or what have you. Some drivers don't have that luxury. They're on just one. You can't directly look to your left or your right when you're at 200 miles an hour. I think that's what's going to happen here for Bagley and Baker towards the front. Look at Moskanov here first, though. Again, he turns left into the slide, and again, he makes the save. A big day for him continues as he makes his second big save of the day. Remember these two moments at about 100 laps if Eugene Moskanov is in position to win this race. Now watch Baker and Bagley here. It's actually Baker down, Bagley up. I'm just willing to bet neither of them looked to your left or to their right and saw that other car coming, and they weren't able to get maybe as good a spotter call as they wanted on where those cars were coming from.
Certainly, Baker's been taking those big runs all day, no matter where he is in the field, and that was a huge shove he was getting from Jackson Bice there. Certainly just ill-timed from both of them. It's not egregious at all from either party. But, just a coming together. And yeah, you're right. This is probably our biggest crash of the day. Not the big one, certainly. We'll see that a little bit later.
Potentially a moment for the former PGR 500 winner, Daniel Falkingham. You're on board with the driver for Rick Ware Racing as he comes in this as well. My goodness, for Daniel Falkingham. We talk about, Tommy, the lives we're using as a field and as a group. A few of these drivers, Moskanov and Falkingham, I think have used a couple apiece at this point.
Yeah, Falkingham is a pit for a change of underwear after that one. There was he was seeing the end of his race approaching quickly. But what a save. And again, that is why we haven't seen Falkingham towards the front of this field. It's by choice, but it almost came back to bite him there.
And, again, we'll talk about those moments later in the race, but as a driver, it's tough for Falkingham because you see Bagley and Baker go to the bottom. You have to assume as a driver, you don't want to lose the draft. You don't want to jump in the brakes and lose the draft just in case this race stays green and gets to a pit stop, puts you behind the 8 ball. He thinks those cars are going to stay down, lock down the brakes, and stay off the racetrack. So he stays in it and stays in the gas trying to stay with the pack. And at the last second, Bagley comes back up, and Falkingham is going way too fast up the banking at turn 1 to get out of the way of Bagley or at least jump on the binders in time. And has to scramble. Boy, is he lucky there. Sometimes luck giveth and sometimes luck taketh away. Back in February for Falkingham, the luck taketh away more so than it giveth. Today so far, so good. The winner of last night's last chance provisional race. Resetting the field for you. We get another caution. Wyatt Blair again will go to the point. This is a noted strategy over the last few cautions. They've been in such quick succession. The drivers are able to stay out and not risk the strategy too much by getting some time out front of the field. Valuable front of the pack experience for Wyatt Blair, who will choose first. Pre-choose Wood second, Carlbon third, Mace fourth, Reed fifth, and Ray, Reel, Donskoy, Seipel, and Warren. Again, if you're just joining us, the choose cone is in effect this week. You got to choose by the start and finish line. It's the middle A in the word mark Talladega. You see drivers going left and right of that. If you run over the choose cone, you get a penalty. And you see a couple of drivers getting a little bit close for comfort to that choose cone, at least too close for me anyway, if I was in the cockpit of one of these race cars. But nonetheless, cars hold serve on the outside. Blair, Wood, Carlbon, Ray, and Reel inside. No surprise. Jack Mace, Cody Reed, Yaroslav Donskoy goes to the bottom, Nick Seipel goes to the bottom, and Kyler Wynn. So again, drivers that have been unafraid to take the bottom this week again go down there on lap 72, just 20 laps short of halfway.
Oh, still over 100 laps to go. Man. This has just been crazy. And yeah, you say luck giveth and luck taketh. I think we're out of lucks to give at this point. I mean, this field cannot just keep skating by like this. Something has got to give at some point, and it's going to be ugly.
Well, you say that, but Eugene Moskanov, I think, just proved I don't know if we're quite to that point of out of luck to give, because you argue he used all of his up on the first save, and now he's got another one. You have to imagine 3 is probably asking too much for Moskanov. Obviously, he's hoping that does not become a part of his afternoon. But again, a couple of these drivers, I think, have used up their luck at this point, but others continue to prove maybe they just have a little more to give. Wyatt Blair is going to bring us back to this restart, ahead of Jack Mace, and then Matthew David Wood, Cody Reed on row number 2. And again, these guys continue to see these near misses happen of big race-altering incidents. And we saw a couple of these last night. And as they work into the Simrat market restart zone, as long as we continue to get near misses, these guys continue to just turn the wick right back up to 11 when we get back racing and really get aggressive again. Let's see if they do it this time. Blair and Mace to the restart zone. Green flag. Bottom gets going a little bit. It was actually a good shot from Cody Reed, but the outside is well connected to the 2 Jack Shack teammates. Now 4 Jack Shack aligned cars in line, all behind Wyatt Blair.
Yeah, Blair not making the same mistake as last time he stayed out. Now he's not going to have a choice. Here goes Matthew Wood through the middle with help from Evan Carlbon, and it is Blair shuffled out on the top side. What a lonely feeling that is. Now it is Mason Reed trying to fight back on the inside, and again Malik Ray. He is in the hunt. He's going to go up top now with Carlbon.
Nick Carlbon covers and jumps out of the line from his teammate, Matthew David Wood. Again, that goes into some of the communication there. Carlbon not able to say he was going to cover that run from Malik Ray directly to MDW, and as such, they have to split. That allows the bottom to come through. Jack Mace to the race lead, the British driver in the blue and yellow 07. He'll be on the push of Cody Reed, and Donskoy as the bottom lane. It's really not changed. Nobody bailed that time around, which is interesting to me. Everyone opting to stay in line. Third lane, halfway deep in the field with Wyatt Blair. That was about 13th in line. He'll pick up Jackson Buys, Mosganov, Baker, and Garza. First time in a while we've heard from the Adam Garza machine, the 1, although he'll bail back to the center lane from 5th in line. Mace continues to lead. He and Cody Reed are going to cover up to the center. No, Reed takes the turn back to the left, and he wants a chance to lead as the Jack Shack cars pile out of line. Carlbon, Ray, Reel, Wood, all go to the wall, and Jack Mace left all alone in the middle is Freight Train here to 3.
Mace in the sucker hole once again. He'll find some help from Scott Warren behind him. Donskoy is sawing away at the back bumper here of Cody Reed, and they nearly caught each other out that time, and that is going to stop the momentum of this inside. Evan Carlbon is clear now, trying to get Malik Ray clear as well. Kenny Reel in the 3rd position here on the outside as the inside starts to rally at the start-finish line. Lap 75 on the board this time.
And it's Cody Reed down there. He and Scott Warren, 2 of the big underdogs of the week so far in this event. And Reed now leads that inside ahead of Donskoy. Big move out back of them. That was Mosganov. He's back to the center in the 10 as you ride on board with the driver for Nightmare eSports. Its newest entry this week, Jackson Buys, won his heat race earlier in the week in his debut for the team. And that number 3 goes right back to the safety barrier and tries to come to the front as Carlbon continues to leave it not for long. Ray to the center of the push of Donskoy. He'll go back almost to the lead. He'll try to nose ahead here off turn number 4 as Baker jumps back in line 3 by 3 most of the way through the field. The top line left reeling as Ray and Reed lead back the travel. Big cover there. Ray and Donskoy cover top. Now they'll cover middle, playing Pied Piper here in the tri-oval.
I mean, driving like John Gerard, and it's maybe going to bite the rest of the field as Donskoy wants through on Ray, and Ray is not going to let it happen. Now he's got no choice. Ray hung out, Donskoy to the lead with help from Mace, and we are 4 wide drivers in the back seeing this and saying, I want to get in this. Why not? Down the back straightaway, all hell's about to break loose.
And these guys are stubborn, if anything, to say the absolute least. To see all the times we've had near misses, all the guys dealing with attrition right now in this race, and to still throw their cars 4 wide up against the safer barrier. That was John Ward. Jackson Byes was in that line. Matthew Baker, I think, was in it for a moment, although he bailed pretty quick once it started to get sketchy towards the front. Donskoy blocks Mace all the way to the fence. Mace still trying to get to the right rear, and he will here. Ray's going to go with him. No, he's not. Malik Ray splits middle, splits bottom. Donskoy to the yellow line, throws another block on Malik Ray. Yaroslav Donskoy as aggressive a blocking as we have seen all week as he continues to lead. We're 4 wide again, almost back around Matthew Baker.
Yeah, we have not seen this from Donskoy yet this week, and I don't think he's doing himself any favors trying to make friends at the front of this field. He gets shuffled out, and it will be more work now for the 18 as Malik Gray's back to the front with Evan Karabon. They go from the bottom to the middle. Mace shoots the gap down low, and he will sneak underneath now with the help of Scott Warren, who's back into the top 5.
Karlbahn up around Malik Ray, not going to get the help from his teammate Kenny Reel. Reel goes with Ray instead. Karlbahn will wait on the big push coming from Donskoy here. He's going to square up to 78, and the top lane's rolling again. Ray sees it, covers top side, leaves Reel in the center. He's got Conklin, Seipel, Lee, Blanchard, and Baker behind him. Mace, Warren, Moskanov, and company on the bottom are getting run by just a little bit here on the entry to turn 1. They're back all the way 5-6 rows deep in the field as Ray leads back to turn 1, and all Jack Shack front row, top 3, in fact, all under the Jack Shack banner. Donskoy trying to change it, though, and again, I have to imagine once the 18 gets clear here off turn 2, I would think he would try another move to the inside. He's been very aggressive in the middle stages of this race to try to jump around the race leaders and get to the point. He'll stay in line for now. Nowhere to go for him right now. Reel all the way down the hill. Conklin choosing to stay middle. Karlbahn down to cover. And that time, Donskoy gets to the outside and has free run with Ward as Baker shoots through a cannon gap in the middle. He's on the push of Karlbahn now.
Baker and Seipel reemerging at the front of this field. Malik Ray back on point. Kenny Reel, Yaroslav Donskoy now leading the top as Ray will jump from the middle now to the top side from the bottom. And Ray is taking the pushes wherever he can get them, blocking all 3 lanes. The Pied Piper in the 88 once again here at Talladega. But Reel is now going to pull ahead down the backstretch with help from Evan Karlbahn. Oh, he's sideways! He saves it! Unbelievable! That's the second time for the 11 of Kenny Reel.
We're in double digits at this point, Tommy, in terms of the lives we've used in this race. Kenny Reel uses his second one right there as he gets out of shape, and another monster save in this race has saved the car from either coming back in the field or plowing the inside wall up front. Donskoy to the outside of Ray. He's got no help. Baker goes with Karlbahn. Ray, Karlbahn, Baker. Ward will push Donskoy here in the trial. That's the outside lane that Donskoy now leads with Ward, Byes, Merck, Moskanov. There's one car that's blinked out on the outside as well, I believe. We'll have to wait and see who that is. It was Matthew David Wood. He comes back in on the entry to turn 1. Middle is Baker. And then Lee, a pair of former teammates there in the center lane. Chris Blanchard is with them. That's the black and red 9 with the Evernham font aboard that machine today. Almost offset top side. Karlbahn, Donskoy, and Malik Ray. Lucky win through the center. Blanchard on the bottom. This is insane. Up front with 108 to go.
Oh, Jeff Merck with some contact further back to MBW. I think everybody's going to get it collected. I don't know how. Freddie Bazin is going to pull into the middle as well. It's Matt Lee at the front of the field with Matt Baker. Lots of Matts all over the Talladega Superspeedway. Chris Blanchard and Kyler Wynn now the pushers of your race leaders as Malik Ray is reeling on the top side. They have no energy right now. I'm sure it'll come to him. Eugene Moskanov back in the top 5 now side by side with Sean Conklin, 3rd in line.
Donskoy is relegated all the way outside the top 10 after that mad scramble up front. A pair of Matts here on the front row. Matt Baker, Matt Lee, again, former teammates at one time, now race against each other today. Win through to the center. He's got Eugene Moskanov with him back to the front for the 10 for EPI, the blue and orange Chevrolet in the center. Top side is Ray and Karlbahn. That's where Lee and Wynn will go here on the entrance to turn 3 to cover. 5 deep, just pushed back to Donskoy, all in line, and vaults that top lane forward. Matt Lee, Kyler Wynn, a pair of Jack Scheck teammates. Ray behind them, Karlbahn behind them. 4 cars deep outside lane right now that at least are allied with one another for the time being. Donskoy, a good soldier for now. Middle lane starting to drop back with Conklin, Moskanov, and company. Bottom is starting to get rallied up. Baker, Blanchard, Seipel, Jeff Byers, and Scott Warren. First time we've heard from Byers in this race.
Certainly is. Some drivers that have been hanging around in the middle and the back starting to push their way forward. It's been a while since we've seen Nick Seipel. I know you had your eye on him earlier. Is Donsoy is trying to get to the middle in front of Conklin, and he will. And that will all things out temporarily. The inside fading hard, and now some problems there on the top side for the 78 of Karlbahn. Is going to bring this middle right back into play. Here's Malik Ray down in front of Yaroslav, and Matt Lee is going to go to cover as well. Ray back to the top side. There goes Yaroslav Donskoy around and into the pack. It's our biggest crash of the day so far, and it is going to take out a handful of drivers.
Yeah, this one did not get away with it. Bason's in it. Seipel, Matthew David Wood, Byers, Baker, Blanchard, Donskoy. There was at least one other car that spun to a stop further up. This one will collect at least 7 of the lead pack as Donskoy gets turned in front of the field. And this time, unlike Mozganov earlier, we do not get away with it.
A sign of things to come, I do believe. Damage on the Donskoy machine. He was making some very aggressive moves that we've not really seen him make at all in the preliminary action. That's 18 car is seeing better days, that's for sure, but still rolling. Crucially, he might have a shot depending on how things continue to go for the rest of the day.
We'll start to get ready to take a look at this one. Again, this was up towards the front of the pack. We saw this one spark up with Donskoy. It was an offset push as, again, these guys just have refused to turn down the temperature at the front of the field. After the caution on lap 35, a switch flipped in the field to just go out and race like it was the final 5 laps, even though we had over 100 to go. We still have over 100 to go, and these guys are going to be out of energy by the time we get to lap 100 at this point. Again, 105 laps to go. You know, and I talked about this a couple of times in February. The fatigue factor starting to come in, I think, too. The more the racing is like this all day, the more a driver's going to be physically and mentally fatigued. We'll talk about that in a second. You see the offset push there. Mozganov through Conklin, through Donskoy, Merck, Wood, Blanchard, Baker, Buys, and a couple of cars. Oh, man, Scott Warren got the wall. I didn't see him at first in the 76. Nick Seipel in the 75 as well. So at least 8 cars involved in this one. On board with Jet Merck, you're going to see it spark up. And this is helpless as a driver. Donskoy coming back up. He's got it locked down, but nothing Merck can do. And then he gets hit from out back as guys pile onto the scene.
And Nick Seipel going for a spin there as well. Multiple drivers. I mean, the track is almost blocked at this point. Just cars end to end. Try and pick your way through. There's still in Basin. I think that gets a shot there. So we get a look at it here on the bottom. Byers, who you just mentioned, had just gotten up into the mix for the first time today. Could not have picked the worst time for it. DW around, and a big shot there to Matthew Baker as well. Not the end of the world, but certainly for your emergence at the front of the field, that's not how you want it to go.
Well, again, I think, a couple of drivers there are going to avoid some big damage. I thought Nick Seipel got a little bit more of that one the first time around. Matthew Baker will have to check in. That last hit to the right rear is what worries me for the Baker car, as sensitive as the suspension is on this Gen 7 race car. And we'll have to check Matthew Baker's damage, although he's already rolling off pit road, so it must not have been too terribly bad for the driver of the Coasting Thunder Chevrolet in car 5. For a lot of guys there, I don't think, again, there's not a ton of major damage in this of guys towards the tail end of the field that sit on pit road. I can tell you it's a bigger group this time. Basin, Ward, Blanchard, Buys, Mace, Reel, Holland, Byers, Wood, Taylor, Donskoy, Bassinez, Ray, Meyering, and Jeff Merck all address damage on pit road in one way or another. Also, Miles Bagley and Brock Westmoreland. Bagley is lapsed down already in this race too. The race leaders, John Ellis, also continues to sit on pit road. So at this point, double-digit cars fixing damage. Attrition is starting to become a factor in this race as well. With still over 105 to go, 12 cars already on pit road repairing damage.
Crucially here, Brock Westmoreland and Logan York are ahead of the race leader right now. York 2 laps down. Westmoreland, I think this will get him back on par with the leaders, if I'm not mistaken. That's big for York to be able to fight for the lucky dog after the penalty, bringing out a caution a couple of yellow flag cycles ago.
So we'll start to reset. Again, 5th caution of the afternoon is on the speedway. If you're just joining us, you picked a good time to do it because I don't think these drivers are going to turn the temperature down any more than they have refused to this point. We'll reset the field for you under this caution flag. Again, it has been complete insanity since the first caution came out on lap 35. So interesting. The first 35 laps, very calm, reserved, dare I say, conservative. And since then, this race has gone off the rails. We're choosing there, but I'll tell you what, Malik Ray just ran right over the choose box.
Oh, and he's going to the back. He knows it. He pulled straight below the apron. I mean, he wasn't even close.
Oh my goodness, Malik Ray, a moment there, a lapse of judgment, perhaps a lapse of focus, perhaps, for the two-time winner, as he drove right over top of the choose cone, lost track of the laps, and Malik Ray sees a setback for the first time in this race as he'll be sent to the tail end of the field with a choose cone penalty. And I talked about it a second ago. I want to go back to this as well. The fatigue factor, both physical and mental, the longer that the racing is up front like it's been for the past 50 laps, the more a driver is going to get tired. And that's both physically and especially mentally. Perhaps some bit of that there creeping in for Malik Ray.
And you mentioned it. It usually takes a while for Malik Ray to make his way to the front of the field in these big money races. He's been going at it for the lead for the better part of the last 50 laps since our first caution of the day. So Ray maybe expending a little bit of energy he normally doesn't, breaking a mental sweat, certainly breaking a physical one with the moves that he's been putting on at the front of this field. And maybe has cost himself some front running here and is certainly going to put him into the thick of a field that is not going to calm down anytime soon. And Sean Conklin also going to the back here. He pulled up to the inside and now is going to go all the way to the back.
And so a pair of major contenders, guys that led a bunch of laps in this race, drive right over the choose cone, and unfortunately will be sent to the tail end of the longest line here for this. Another restart on lap 86. Matt Lee, Scott Warren on the front row. Lee opts for the outside lane. Adam Garza comes forward to third with Kyler Wynn in fourth. Thomas Komacheski's done this all week. He takes the bottom third on the inside ahead of Eugene Mozganov. Row 4, Aaron Smith and Evan Karlbahn. Row 5, must not be too bad for Matthew Baker, who comes forward to ninth. And Zach Dahmer is back in the top 10. The Rogue Energy Chevy is 10th. As we work into the Simrat Market restart zone, we want to take a chance here to let you enjoy the sounds and sights of 45 race cars up to speed at Talladega. Crank up the stereo sets and let's enjoy together as the field gets back under green. Back live at Talladega, we did see one car get turned off the racetrack. That was Chris McCullough, and in very similar fashion to his father, Kenny, he got the inside wall a ton and will have to fix some damage on pit road. Meanwhile, we're right back to it. These guys refuse to turn down the temperature. 4 wide again. Mason Bias got the best of that. Matt Lee continues to lead, but not for long. Here's Seipel to the outside and Carlbahn on the inside. 3 wide for the lead as Daniel Falkingham emerges at the front for the first time.
Some new players towards the front of this pack. Falkingham is the big one, I do believe. Zach Domer also into the top 10 now for the first time today as Seipel is clear from the top, goes to the bottom. And what penalty? Malik Ray already back into the mix for the lead. He leads the top side with help from Mace.
And Sean Conklin's 5th in line on the outside already. Both drivers that got choose cone penalties. You see the mentality shift for those two as they both have a ride back to the front of the field. 3 wide, 4 wide for the race lead almost. Mace kicks Ray to the 3rd lane. Top lane's going to dissolve here as those two kind of split apart there. I don't think that was intentional from Jack Mace. They got offset. Kenny Reel will pick up Malik Ray, and it'll be 4 wide, about 4 rows deep in the field. Seipel and Carlbahn tandem up front. And you see Carlbahn release Seipel right there so they don't get too far out front. That gives Carlbahn a chance to slow up enough to cover the run by his teammate Matt Lee up top and gives Seipel enough time to cover Carlbahn. Really smart, seasoned stuff from Carlbahn in the 75 right there. But here comes the move to the center. Kyler Wynn, Malik Ray to the middle lane. Falkingham goes all the way to the bottom. Seipel covers both of them here off turn 2. Seipel, Carlbahn, Falkingham, the top 3s are 4 wide again out back.
Seipel's been turning heads for a reason, not just this week for SummerSlam prelims, but all throughout Super Speedway competition, all across iRacing. He's leading, and it is not a fluke. This man knows how to move, but he's got to go against one of the best right now. Falkingham surging on the inside with help from Adam Garza, who's reemerged into the top 5.
One of the big stories of the week was Daniel Falkingham eliminated from the event in his heat race. He then won an entry into last night's Last Chance Provisional and went to victory lane and got into this race. And now an opportunity to make history today for the driver of the Super.com Chevy for Rick Ware Racing. He could be the first man to win both the PGR 500 and the SummerSlam 499, along with a PGR championship and a fall brawl win, the other marquee event that PGR puts on every year. It would be the career Grand Slam for Daniel Falkingham if he's able to go to victory lane today and avenge a 2nd place finish to Malik Ray from a year ago, a year where he could have swept the Grand Slam in the same calendar year. For Falkingham, a lot on the line, and he's come to the front now, and you see the look, determination on the face of a man who has done all there is to do on the iRacing service.
Grand Slam at SummerSlam. That sure sounds grand for the Rick Ware Racing driver. But we are just crossing the halfway mark of the race now. 94 complete, 94 to go. Falkingham emerges at the front of the field, but all the heavy hitters are up here. Seipel, Carlbahn, Wynn, Ray, Falkingham, Reel, Garza, Conklin, Domer, and Scott Warren, who has been a fantastic addition to this field this year, is in the top 10 with half the race still ahead of us.
You know, to your point there, as these guys have kind of relaxed for a moment down to 2 wide for a second, usually in these big-time marquee races, Kyler Wynn's going to take a trip to the bumper of Daniel Falkingham here. But usually in these marquee events, the underdog picks can kind of vary in terms of what you get out of them. Again, it's guys that aren't always in these races. It's guys we don't see quite as much of. And sometimes it can just vary in terms of the product that you get. For the guys in this year, Dahmer, Warren, Kolmacheski, Meyering, Aaron Smith, I would even put kind of in on that list, amongst some others in this race, Peyton Bullock as well. It's been a really impressive crop of underdogs in this field that really round out what is a stacked top-to-bottom 46-car field of drivers. And, you know, for the underdogs this year, less of underdogs as this race goes on. Scott Warren's been up front for much of the first 96 laps of this race so far and continues to run just outside of the top 10. Actually just broke back into the 10th spot as we speak. 3 wide is starting to work. Conklin, Vassinis, Moskanov, and Donskoy. Remember how aggressive Yaroslav Donskoy was just a few moments ago. He's on the move back to the front, and that top line has a massive run here off turn 4. 10, 12 miles an hour difference. Conklin coming to the front. Will Kyler Wynn try to cover? No, Carlbahn's going to cover, and that's going to give Kyler Wynn a chance to make a choice here at the start-finish line, and he will go to the push of Carlbahn on the bottom. Ray and Falkingham as Seipel reels back to the push of Kenny Reel.
Top 5, nose to tail, Ray's around, he's going to try and save it. Others around in the scramble. Garza's one of them. Caution is out. Scott Warren with a save.
Are you kidding me? Malik Ray and Adam Garza. I can't believe this at this point. I mean, this is 5 or 6 of the major contenders in the race that have made race-saving efforts to hold off not only from crashing their own car, but from crashing a lot. That should have been the big one in turn 1, and somehow we use life number 14, 15, 16. I'm losing count. We're going to have to keep a tally mark at this point, Tommy.
We're going to have to send Christian Hill to the pound to get more cats here after a while. I think we are about out of lives to spare. Unfortunately, I mean, I don't even know. I don't even know what to say. The fact that Ray and Falkingham and pretty much everybody else got out of this scot-free and gets a chance to regroup here under the caution is just unreal.
And, we'll go back and take a look. Obviously, a couple of cars end up off track. Seipel, Devin Ray, I think also somewhat involved. Adam Garza is the other car along with Malik Ray. But again, I mean, Seipel's still top 5. Malik Ray's still 11th. Garza's still 12th. Again, I don't think anybody crashed here, at least not from what I'm seeing that anybody has crashed under this caution. Race control, again, and you may be wondering, well, why was that a caution if everybody kept going? And, we'll go back and take a look at the replay, and Malik Ray is 90 degrees across the field here in turn 3, obviously right in front of the entire lead pack. It's the obvious choice to throw the caution flag. It's a quick reaction from race control to hit the button and throw the caution, and 10 seconds later, everybody's going the right direction. It's very similar. Actually, it was almost the exact save that Mozganov made just a little while ago right in front of the field. In fact, it was almost in the same spot on the racetrack.
I mean, there's no reason to back up race control on what you said. There's no reason that this should not be an apocalyptic crash in the context of this race. As you can see, Falkingham moves Ray up. Ray wants to get back down, but Falkingham fills the gap quickly. And it should be on from here. And look at that. It's orderly. It's a Sunday drive for these guys, literally. Garza with a save. Warren with a save. Unbelievable.
Holy cow. So we're hearing there may have been an issue further back that we did not catch here at the front of the field. Brock Westmoreland in car 4 for Team PGR has caught some form of incident in this towards the tail end. We're getting a look at this now as he was at the back of the stack up. Gets worse. Oh, man, tough break for him. Carter Caswell trying to jump on the brakes. Westmoreland gets turned. Flanagan gets a piece as well. So we did have a couple of cars get involved in a crash further back. But again, to your point, Tommy, that could have been a lot worse than it was. It's a tough break for Westmoreland, but I think even he gets away pretty lucky out of that.
I mean, from what we've seen, Matthew Baker took a shot in that similar zone there. I would say a harder one as well, and he got pretty much right back into the top 10. That is a tough break for Westmoreland, though, who had just gotten back onto the lead lap. I mean, that's a little insult to injury for him at that point, thinking, oh, what do I have to do to keep myself out of trouble? I think the bad news for him is if you want to stay out of trouble, I think you're in the wrong place.
Because we are just past the halfway point of this year's SummerSlam 499. We'll take an opportunity to step aside for just a second. We'll take a quick side-by-side break. You're not going to miss a moment. We'll be right back as lap 100 is about to go on the board in the SummerSlam 499. Stay with us. We are approaching crunch time from Talladega. We'll be right back right after this.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Into the triple digits now, here at the SummerSlam 499, presented by PGR eSports. I'm Tommy Cook, Dawson Wise, stepping out, getting a little tea and honey. He's had pretty much all the racing this week, and I just get to come in here on a Sunday afternoon and clean up. But man, what a race it's been. We're getting ready to go back to the green flag here momentarily with Malik Ray on the outside. That is where he is chosen. This time he avoids hitting the A in Talladega. He'll get to keep his spot in the front row. And Kenny Reel now will be on the inside of the front row with Nick Seipel, Freddie Bassinez, Kyler Wynn, Matt Lee, Evan Carlbon, Cody Reed, Sean Conklin, and Eugene Moskanov. One of the juggernauts of this race thus far, although I think the Attaboy Award at this point should go to the entire field. That should have been our third big one of the race, and we've really only had about a half of a big one. So things are only going to get crazier now, coming to 88 laps to go at the stripe this time as the field gets ready to head back to the Tri-Oval. Pace car hangs to left. We're coming back to the restart zone here with Malik Ray in control. The drivers step on it. We are back to green. Stacking up here on the top side. Reel looking for some help from behind from Bassinez, but it's the top three on the top side that push ahead as we go through turns 1 and 2. Seipel maybe backing up here, looking for a run off the front bumper of Wynn. Nope, he will send the energy forward to Malik Ray, who was just sideways to start our last caution, and now he's still the leader. Fanning out 3 wide down the back straightaway. Ray, though, with control of the top 5 as they all file in behind him. Kenny Reel fading back on the inside.
So Malik Ray will lead back to turns 3 and 4 against Seipel, Wynn, Carlbon. Next 3 in line behind Evan Conklin. And then the man I want to watch on this race start, that's Yaroslav Donskoy. He certainly made a believer in me on this race start. Malik Ray, as the cause of caution, will be given the penalty. He'll come to pit road. The 2-time defending winner of the race has to serve a penalty on lap 101. It was not an issue for him last year to come from the back, but certainly behind the 8 ball here with just 87 to go, as Nick Seipel, one of the drivers I highlighted in the open, goes back to the point for the first time in a while.
Seipel leading now with Ray cleared out of the way. Win, Carlbon, man, we are getting really strung out here as this bottom isn't working and the middle is not coming in just yet. Maybe these drivers came to ride now, especially with Malik Ray out of the picture. Wouldn't it be ironic if we go caution-free from here on out and Ray doesn't really get a chance to defend his title belt?
Oh, man. And, you know, the way they've been racing, obviously, as this thing gets to crunch time, it's a bit unrealistic considering the amount of lines we've used in this race. But it is an interesting point that you bring up. It is always, you know, a possibility. But right as you say that, Tommy, Scott Warren to the outside, Champagne, McCullough to the outside back further. By the way, Chris McCullough in the 0-4, I believe, was able to get that damage fixed and get back on the speedway. I believe he is laps down to the leader, though. Nick Seipel continues to lead her off turn 2, but the third line's up and running. Donskoy, Warren, Merck, Champagne, Chris McCullough, and Devin Sprecher. As soon as we said they calmed down, it's like they're listening into our communications because now we're back to 3 wide with Donskoy leading that line.
And I don't think this field wants to see Donskoy back up here, man. He has his elbows sharpened, and he is ready to make the moves necessary to get himself to the point. He pulls back up now to the back bumper of Carlbon. Wynn and Seipel on the top side as well. Donskoy peeking out maybe for a little air, maybe just to see what's going on ahead of him as the middle and bottom falter the top 4 out front on the top side of the track.
Yeah, Nick Seipel, he's loving what he's seeing behind him as these guys jockey with each other rather than coming up and forming up a run to get in front of him. He'll give Kyler Wynn a chance to cool off here in turn 1, although Wynn will just follow him right down the racetrack. They'll both cover Donskoy, but Wynn covers back to the top, and Donskoy looks in the mirror and sees 2 cars have abandoned him here on the bottom side. Conklin to the push of Seipel. Lee goes with them. Meyering will pick up Donskoy center of the racetrack, 3 rows deep, and what that allows is for the teammates top side, Wynn and Evan Carlbon to go back to the front with Scott Warren coming through with them. Jeff Merck, Kevin Champagne, a few cars involved in incidents are right back in the thick of it, but here comes the center. Donskoy, will he try to get to the right rear of Carlbon? No, playing friendly so far with the Jack Shack Toyota is Donskoy, but it doesn't last long. He's back to the outside, throwing elbows again.
Chris McCullough in this mix as well, but he's multiple laps down. As Kevin Champagne rears up at the front of this field. field for the first time this evening. Kyler Wynn leading Evan Carlbahn. How about Tony Meyering here on the inside with help from Wyatt Blair? We've seen Blair at the front of this field on some restarts, but that's the first time we've really seen him push forward through the mid-pack to get up to the front. Here's Yaroslav Donskoy taking the run from the middle to the top side, looking for some help from Jeff Merck headed into turn number 3.
Donskoy, Merck, Champagne, Chris McCullough, the lap car, top side of the racetrack is again. This is similar to what we saw on the opening run of this race. It has settled out just the slightest bit here at the front of the field as they'll work off turn 4 one more time. And a lot of cars have jumped single file to the bottom of the racetrack out back of the race leaders. Donskoy is your leader back to the tri-oval. Wyatt Blair, you just heard Tommy talking about him a second ago, up to the 10th spot. He had stayed out a couple times on strategy and got spit out of the lead pack pretty quickly, this time holding his own. Bottom side in the red, white, and blue 88. Up front, change for the lead. Kyler Wynn down around Yaroslav Donskoy. Merck goes with him. Champagne, McCullough. Man, Yaroslav Donskoy, that is the trade-off for the style of racing we've seen for Donskoy today. Not making many friends is the red, white, and green 18, at least so far in this race. As we near the late stages, 83 to go. Donskoy falls to third on the outside. Champagne would not be denied, and he'll take his first trip out front. The RaceCPI.com Ford Mustang of Kevin Champagne to the point for the first time today.
Champagne leading now, going to lose his help there as McCullough going to lead the bottom now. I think 7 laps down, if I'm not mistaken, here in the 004. But it is Champagne off the front bumper of Kyler Wynn with help from Jeff Merck and Yaroslav Donskoy. Tony Meyering in that pack as well. And a very interesting dynamic whenever you get a lap car in the mix here.
Yeah, because, Chris McCullough is racing to try to get some of those laps back. And we've seen in the past, and my mind specifically takes me to last year's PGR 500, Briar LaPrade was 5 laps down and ended up back on the lead lap in the late stages on a restart in that race. So, for the Chris McCullough machine, surely not all is lost in this one. If he can stay in it and get a few of those laps back, again, still 82 laps is a long time if we begin to get into some cautions breed cautions type situations late in this race, as we've seen in these marquee events before. This field has really calmed things down now. The middle stages were crazy, but drivers now, I think, realize they are starting to set up their strategies for the late portions of this race. It is only 7 rows of 2 wide. Everyone else, as far back as the eye can see, at least at the front of the field, is single file along the double yellow line right now. These guys realize what is at stake. They realize now the portion of the race we are coming into. And for the guys at the front, they know a pit stop could be the difference between being in the lead pack and being out with no chance of seeing the checkered flag. They understand the stakes now, I think. Bakar started to jump out back. Reel, Conklin, Lee all jump out of line. McCullough thinking about it as they work back to 3. But this racing, a lot more similar to what we saw in the first 35 laps than what we've seen in the last 70.
Yeah, and I think a point that you and I have hammered home multiple times here tonight, these drivers are probably worn out. It's not every day. Even if you race super speedway races every day, the super speedway races on iRacing are not 500 miles long. This is a whole different animal than what these drivers are used to. Maybe some drivers went a little bit too hard, too early, trying to collect themselves, or maybe drivers saving what energy they have left for the end of this race and potential round of green flag pit stops. This is a taxing form of racing. It doesn't look it, but when you're in the cockpit shoulder to shoulder with guys going 200 miles an hour around the Talladega Super Speedway, it is exhausting.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, the fatigue with the style of racing we've seen, especially in a package like we've seen this week with this setup on this car, can be very fatiguing. We talked about it in last year's PGR 500 when the next gen was still at that point as racy as it's ever been. They threw haymakers for 90 straight laps in that Daytona race, and you could tell about the halfway mark, the guys were just exhausted, worn out, ready to just ride for a little while, recharge, and get ready for the end run of this race. I think that's the period that we've made it into now inside of 80 laps to go. Specifically, 79 laps remain in the race. At this point, we assume on this next-gen race car, the fuel range between 35 and 40. We assume that at least 2 green flag cycles would be left if this race were to end under the green flag. And some cars further back have lost the draft, and I think this is notable amongst them. I think Falkingham was off the draft. Of course, Malik Gray had to serve the penalty. So a couple of the bigger names in the event are off the pace, as well as some of the damaged cars that have experienced some rough days to this point in the race. There are at least 30 in the lead pack, but a number of contenders are outside looking in and need the help of a caution.
And thinking of that fuel number here, I'm sure there are a couple of drivers that are looking at their tank, looking at the laps left, and thinking, even if I lose this lead draft, if we go caution free and I can shorten this into one stop somehow, some way, I'll save myself 30, 40, 50 seconds on the rest of the field and not have to make that second stop. That would be a genius way to win the SummerSlam if you could pull it off. And maybe that is what's happened at the back of this field. I would imagine some drivers just lost it naturally with or without damage. It's easy to do here in the next gen car.
Miles Bagley is going to drop a lap to the leaders here as they go by him in turns 3 and 4. The Chick-fil-A Chevy stay gone awry about the halfway mark. And he continues to try to rally back into this race. Kyler Wynn continues to lead the way as things settle down for the briefest of moments here at the front of the field. Wynn ahead of Merck, ahead of Donskoy. Tony Meyering is fourth. What a story it would be if he's able to stick around and be at the end of this race. And same for Devin Sprecher in fifth. Scott Warren is up here. Cody Reed is up here. The great thing is 3 wide out back with Ellis. First time we've seen John Ellis since the incident earlier. Ellis buys Garza, Baker. Falkingham is in the lead pack, so I thought he was off the draft. He is not. And Jack Mace up the outside. There's a look on board with the series co-owner Matthew Baker as he's fourth in line. Outside lane. And we talk about a big story win. The underdogs at the front. The great part, the fun part, the organic part of these super speedway races typically is it is an equalizer, and it brings guys to pit road. Speaking of pit road, short pit for some of the cars here at the front as the Jack Shack contingent and Sean Conklin will come to pit road.
Wow. Was not expecting that.
To
it
say
looked
the
like
absolute
pretty clean
least.
entries for everybody there.
It looked that way. Obviously, back in February, a story of that race in the green flag pit stop was pit road penalties, whether speeding or unsafe entry or unsafe exit or what have you. It looked everything to be clean, and all these cars rolling off tells me everyone was good to go on entry. I can tell you this group was really hammering a pit stop practice before this race in case we got this scenario. And they bring a couple of cars along with them in Conklin and Basin that I'm not sure we expected to be working with this Jack Shack group. Here off turn 4, you're going to see the replay of them, or rather, no, this is a look up front as Donskoy continues to lead the field. But a short pit strategy. And I'll tell you this, part of me is surprised, part of me is not. To win these kinds of races, you have to go off cycle sometimes, and this used to be a much more prevalent strategy on the iRacing service. I can remember a time when you wanted to pit as early as possible. As soon as you got in the window to make it on 2 stops, which these guys just did, you came to pit road and put everyone else in a spot to respond, and that was typically the race-winning move. It's not been the case the last year or two on the service as updates have been made to this car and the physics and what have you, but typically it's been the winning strategy in these kinds of races. And to have the team advantage that the Jack Shack has to bring 7 cars to pit road certainly plays a part in that as well. But I'll tell you what, Tommy, enough guys filed to the bottom right there. I think we're about to see the response.
I think so. It's only a matter of time until somebody's going to jump to pit road here. Everybody mark it down. 4:14 p.m. Eastern time on Sunday afternoon. Our first round of green flag pit stops of the week is, I think, maybe Eugene Moskanov just came down by himself, and that is no bueno for Moskanov there.
Oh, man, tough break for a guy who's had an eventful day in Moskanov. He'll now need either a miracle pit stop here or the help of a caution later, but he joins a list of drivers who now need a caution flag in this race, and that list includes the defending 2-time winner in Malik Ray, who is still off the pace of the leaders after serving his black flag. And again, Mace jumps into line, now only 5 cars outside. It's one of 2 things with this group. Either they are about to pit right now, which would be my guess. Again, these are apt drivers. Ellis, Baker, Falkingham have been doing this thing for a long time on the super speedways. It's one of 2 strategies at this point. You have 2 choices you can make if you're this lead group now. You either directly respond to what the Jack Shack cars did, or, and what it appears this group may actually be trying to do, you get in line, you push the pace, you have the numbers advantage if you're this next group out, push the pace, run good lap times, put a distance between yourself and those cars, and then come to pit road when the tank gets dry.
You saw Ellis there from the lead getting shuffled out. I'm wondering if we're going to start rotating here. And if indeed the answer to that is to run out the natural course of this green flag fuel run and just go as hard as you possibly can. Rotate the leader as soon as you get a run or the pushing car overheats a little bit too much. So hard to do amongst non-teammates and without communication, your regular line of communication to your actual teammates. I mean, this is an impossible task if you're going to try and combat the Jack Shack here, who are, just in a straight line down the back straightaway.
But again, the numbers advantage is with this group up front with Garza, Baker, and company. Again, the group on the top of your screen, that is the group for the Jack Shack team that all came down pit road just a few laps ago. That's Kyler Wynn, Sean Conklin, Dylan Basin, Nick Seipel, Kenny Reel, Jeff Merck, and David Flanagan, and Matt Lee. So it's 8 total cars for that team that came down pit road and opted to short pit. 24 cars are still in the lead pack, at least by my count right now, back to Chris Carter, led by Adam Garza. So again, the numbers advantage is up front, but the pushing's not been there up front. The Jack Shack cars are pushing harder right now. Baker will triple tandem here with Falkingham off turn 4, but it's not been as organized as these Jack Shack cars have been in pushing. We'll have to keep an eye on what the delta becomes between Kyler Wynn and the leader Garza. I can tell you right now, the Jack Shack cars are putting time between them and the leaders when these guys do decide to make their pit stop.
Yeah, certainly. I think the Jack Shack has got it right now. I mean, there's a lot of disorganization here. Lots of space in this line for your lead pack. I saw Matt Baker nearly getting turned off the front bumper of Daniel Falkingham there through the tri-oval. It's just you need all your ducks in a row here. I mean, literally, you need everybody to be on it, to crack the whip here. It's not quite happening right now.
So Adam Garza continues to lead the field. That's the group bottom of your screen, and they are going to pick up Malik Ray. And so here's the trade-off for that. Obviously, it's going to keep Malik Ray 1 lap down once this pit stop cycles through, and it also gives this group another car to tow off of, save a little gas, and have an extra number towards running time. The problem was picking them up right there. They lost a little bit of delta to the race leaders that they had picked up over the last 3 or 4 laps, and having to check up, get all spaced out. Look at the space between Wynn and Conklin, the space between Basin and Seipel. That group is spaced out a little bit more than they were just a second ago in trying to pick up the 88. They lost just a little bit of time. Now they'll start to pick that back up here as they go in this run. But again, look at the space Basin to Seipel. Again, that group is a lot more organized a second ago than they are right this second. They are still picking up delta to the race leaders, at least for the time being, although now Kyler Wynn, the engine's starting to get a little bit hot on the 82, and they are losing time once again, 2, 3, 4 tenths there in turns 1 and 2.
It's a game of inches from a mile apart across this track.
So as we continue to work, 69 laps to go at Talladega again. We are now in the midst of a green flag run that's going to see this race enter a green flag pit cycle. In fact, again, the cars top of your screen all run either directly with or aligned with the team we call the Jack Shack. It's a number of entries in today's event that all pit together. About 10 laps to go to open the pit cycle. We're waiting on the Adam Garza group, which is most of the lead pack. Again, it's about 24 of the 32 cars that were in the lead pack, actually 33. The Jack Shack lost Evan Karlbahn on that pit stop. He went to pit with them. He has, at least on my screen, fallen off the lead pack. He is with Mozganov, Devin Ray, and Zach Dahmer, who also are off cycle just a little bit. So 24 cars have yet to pit from the lead group. The 8 Jack Shack cars have come to pit road. And again, it's kind of a trade-off. So, and again, I'll kind of get into how this pit stop is going to work for these leaders. The Jack Shack cars took their quick pit stop right there. So what they're going to have to do now is make a full pit stop with about 40 laps to go in this race, a little less than 40, considering when they came to pit road. If they can stretch it a little bit, that'd be great, but they will have to take a full pit stop on that one. This group is going to have to take the full pit stop coming up, but then that last pit stop can make up for it and be a lot shorter, and in fact, perhaps could be even shorter than the pit stop we just saw for the Jack Shack cars, in that these guys can only take as much as they'll need to make the checkered flag and come rolling off pit road. So it's a game of chess almost between these two groups. I wondered if there would be an instant response. Honestly, for Garza and Baker and company, this might be the better play. That last pit stop may be the difference for them if it's short enough.
Yeah, certainly. I think, yeah, it's so interesting. And these guys can go another 15 laps or so, I think, at least, before they have to come back down pit road. Correct me if I'm wrong there. But it's really interesting. A divergence in the strategies. Do you want to make your short stop last? I would say yes. And I also would want to be at the front of the field in case somebody does make a mistake and bring out a caution here.
Oh, and that's what I was going to say, because, the Jack Shack cars are not going to be the race leaders. before that group makes the pit stop inside of, again, at this point, if they were to pit right now, it would be even as late as about 30 to go, but they're going to be able to go, again, we mentioned about another 10 to 15 laps, I would imagine here. So with that in mind, they'll work around a couple lap cars here. Bassinez, Blanchard, and Matthew David Wood on the inside. That's another one of the Jack Shack cars that lost that group when they came to pit road. So the leaders will work around them. They won't. These 8 cars top of your screen will not be the race leaders. Inevitably, when we get into crunch time late in this race and a caution would come out, if there's a time when it's going to happen, it's in the final 25 laps of this race, when those cars will likely be running around the 20th spot on the racetrack. And if a caution were to come out, they're not going to very easily cycle back to the lead, unless they can run down the pace car, and then it's equalized anyway. That strategy was for nothing. If a caution comes out, it benefits this group bottom of your screen. So it's a risky decision. Again, it's one that used to win these races all the time. It was almost every night you'd see every group short pit. You'd just wonder who was going to be first, and then from there it was a response from everybody else in the field to come down pit road on team lines or however they organized it to come down and make their stops. Today, it's very, very different. The Jack Shack cars go early. Everyone else is going to run the tank out now. It's just a matter of what lap do we see the rest of the leaders come down pit road. They'll bypass another time on lap 124.
We almost had that caution last time through the tri-oval as the Bassinez car was getting ingested by the leader. Scott Warren came down in front of him, and Bassinez had to get off the gas. Otherwise, Warren was going for a spin, and it could have very well collected other drivers or put Warren back up onto the racing surface, and that would have brought out a caution. But missed it just barely. Again, that's kind of been the story of the day. Lucky breaks, but when is Talladega going to turn the luck off? That's the real question, because we can't keep getting away with it.
The Jack Shacks ingested another car. They've actually got Miles Bagley in their line now. I don't know if he'll hold on to the back end of David Flanagan, but they did just bypass him a moment ago, top of your screen. We'll see if he's able to give them what would be their 10th car in line. And the more cars they gain, and he will jump on the back of Flanagan, the more that the kind of advantage that the numbers game is for the lead pack right now with Garza and company, the more that disappears, the more cars that Kyler Wynn and company have in that Jack Shack line top of the screen. Again, it's just a matter of time before the bottom screen guys come to pit road. And let's kind of run down who those guys are for you, just to give you an idea of who's in this lead pack. Man, that was almost a moment for the Jack Shack pack top of your screen. Seipel, Reel, and Basin were way offset there in turn 4, and there was a stack up in that line, and that was they almost caused the caution. That would have been shades of the Toyotas back in 2023 at Talladega. If you'll remember, Eric Jones gets turned out of line when the Toyotas did this strategy, and it took them effectively out of the race late in that one. We almost had that with the Jack Shack cars top of the screen. So the cars in that Jack Shack line are top side, but bottom side of the screen, Adam Garza, Matthew Baker, Daniel Falkingham, Jack Mace, Scott Warren, Devin Sprecher, Kevin Champagne, Cody Reed, John Ellis, Jackson Byes, Wyatt Blair, Tony Meyering, Max Dinda, Garrett Caswell, Jeff Byers, Peyton Holland, Brock Westmoreland, Aaron Smith, Yaroslav Donskoy, Matthew Taylor, Thomas Komacheski, Peyton Tolik are the cars in line, at least that I see right now. In fact, a couple more tagged on, Mark Person and Chris Carter. Those are the cars, back to Carter in 24th, that make up the lead pack bottom side of your screen. And then again, the top side is the short pit group, all cars representing the Jack Shack. That's where we are with just 62 laps to go in the race. And now it's just a waiting game. And you wonder what the communication is like with the guys in this lead pack trying to organize a lap when everybody can come to pit road. That's the secret to making the long run work, Tommy, is you have to bring as many numbers to pit road at the same time as possible. If this group fractures into groups of 5, 8, 10 cars at a time, it's not going to work, and the strategy to short pit will absolutely be the winner.
You need the sort of Goldilocks here. You need the numbers, but you need people that you trust, that you will not trip over themselves getting onto pit road. Again, the only drivers that have practice with the green flag pit stop in race conditions this entire week are the Jack Shack, who just came to pit road. Everybody else is going to come into it without that experience, whether you did it in the warm-up or not. I mean, this is go time. This makes it real. So you have to come in with people you trust, but you have to come in with enough to be able to answer the call. And it is a tricky, tricky balance to try and find as the top 4 are playing bumper tag here around the bottom of the tri-oval. I want to mention as well that these two groups are running nearly identical lap times. I mean, we were talking thousandths of a second difference from the Jack Shack crew up to your lead pack. 49.21 for your leaders versus a 49.35 for the Jack Shack. So this is, I think, the first time that the lead pack has actually been quicker than the Jack Shack drivers the last few laps around. But I mean, we're talking drops in a bucket here. We're hundreds and thousands of a second is all that one group is gaining on another.
I'll tell you what I think the difference is for the group bottom of the screen. Initially, they had tried to switch out pushers. You saw John Ellis jump out of line. I think they have quit doing that. You see Garza move up there in turn 4. They've gone away from the switching method and over to just letting Baker cool his engine down and stay in line. It's not throwing a parachute out. When Ellis moves out of line and jumps out, it throws basically a parachute out of that bottom lane because it takes away some of the energy, the momentum you have moving forward. It also creates a side draft on those lead cars and pulls them backwards. They tried it once. They lost a lot of time. Now they've gone away from it, and they're just allowing the 5 and the 55 of Falkingham, the two main pushers, to continue to keep the engine temps cool, and we've seen the lap times plateau because of it. Now, the issue for the pack bottom side of the screen is the Jack Shack continue to gain time. They gained about 3 seconds of delta between when they came off pit road and right now as we run with 59 laps to go. They've gained a bunch of time, but it kind of fluctuates now. The lead pack is equalized enough where we've not seen it get any lower than about 30.5 seconds or so from the tail end car Carter to the lead car, the Jack Shack pack, in Kyler Wynn.
The proxy battle across 2.66 miles here at Talladega. I think this is one of the my favorite aspects of super speedway racing. The strategy of it all. Do you run long? Do you run short? How can you make it work with X number of people? It's certainly fascinating. It is not your typical super speedway fare, but it is an important aspect of it.
And fuel races, and I've said this time and time and time again as I've gotten to broadcast some of these big events, these fuel races are so much fun to watch. They're engaging, not only as a broadcaster, but as a race fan. You just don't know when the next twist is going to happen. You're on the edge of your seat for a different reason than the 3 and 4 wide racing, which by the way, as this race gets in the late stages, we're not done with that racing, folks. Surely this race is not going to finish single file. So if you're watching at home thinking this race is just going to be, who can make it, who's going to run out, I guarantee you these guys on track, you saw the racing earlier. We're going to get back to that. But, the point of the race right now is so engaging to me because now it's the battle of the second pack being stubborn, quite frankly. They did not let the Jack Shack call kind of sway them from what they want to do. They probably decided at the beginning of this run that they were going to run the tank out, whereas the Jack Shack cars decided we're going to pit early and get off cycle and line up and see if it can work. These guys bottom of the screen made a conscious decision to just run it out and see what happens. They weren't reactive, and it creates this interesting dynamic to where when they come to pit road inevitably, and it's going to be in the next, I would say 5 to 6 laps at this point, we're getting close to the end of what they can run. When they come to pit road, then the exit of pit road can be the most interesting time of this race to see which two strategies or which of the two worked and which of the two is going to get an advantage for either group. If the second group comes out even with the Jack Shack or in front of them, not all is lost. I can't imagine it's going to be too much of a separation here even when this second pack comes to pit road. So I think for the second pack, if they can be even with those cars, it's a win on this strategy. If the Jack Shack have a considerable advantage with only one pit stop to go and put everyone else in a bad spot, what a huge win on a huge gamble for that group to come to pit road as early as that.
I mean, we've talked about the Jack Shack's numbers all week and their sort of racing acumen, but this is not really what we had in mind, although it is certainly worth noting whenever you come to super speedways who has the numbers when it comes to strategy to try and mix things up a little bit. They've got the numbers. And they are showing out right now. Worth remembering as well, shorter pit stop for them. They're running faster laps right now. I would not be shocked at all to see them well out ahead of this second pack. But it's going to flip the other direction here, assuming we run it all the way out. This second pack is going to have a shorter pit stop the second time around.
And an important note for you here as well, Tommy, as they catch the Mozganov, Dahmer, and Karlbahn group, is this group is going to tow off the back of these 3 lap cars and gain a little bit of lap time. Now they're actually going to go 2 wide as Mozganov jumps around Dahmer, and this may make the lead pack go to the wall. That's not what they wanted to see right there. Having to go to the outside wall and split 3 wide and go to the outside retaining wall. Man, Mozganov providing some side draft too. This is the biggest gain. This is the best thing the Jack Shack could have asked for, and I'm not even sure they're aware it's going on in this second pack. 2-3 seconds gained right there for the Shack cars, as this group still has not gotten back together and the group held their line. And it should be noted, the lead car in that group was Evan Carlbahn, one of the Jack Shack cars. He knows his teammates came to pit road and opted to keep that group on the bottom as they work back to turn 3. Some mind games perhaps played by the 78, gained the Jack Shack cars 4+ seconds right there.
You know, it's pretty easy to look past Evan Carlbahn on that one. I think that's a considerate thing for him to do, to stay on the bottom. Eugene Moskanov, as much as we've talked about how much of a wheelman he's been this race and maybe how much street cred he gained from the drivers in this field, I think he blew it all right there for anybody in this second or in this lead pack currently, as they have just doomed this group. I mean, that was seconds upon seconds they just lost, having to go from the bottom to the top side of the track. It's that simple to lose it. And yeah, they're still, look at this, it's still coming down. I mean, it's taken laps to get these leaders reorganized and back up to speed. It still hasn't happened.
Yeah, this group up front, the Jack Shack group, with Ray leading as the lap car, Kyler Wynn, Sean Conklin, Dylan Basin. And this is near perfect execution on the bushes and cooling down the engine enough to keep the momentum moving forward. I mean, they have gained 11 seconds of delta on this run between, the second pack having to go to the wall certainly did not help. But I mean, even outside of the few seconds they gained there, raw, under green, with both lines running on the double yellow, 7 seconds of time gained from when they came off pit road to right now. An excellent job executing. But I will pose this question as the second group, or what is the lead group right now, it's going to be the second group, as they get ready to pit. The question for the Jack Shack pack becomes, if this race gets to the final stop, if those guys make their final pit stop, you have different agendas in there too. Again, Kyler Wynn is not going to sit by and watch a Jack Shack car win this race. Sean Conklin's not going to sit by and watch them win this race. Neither is Dylan Basin. Neither is Nick Seipel. These are allied cars. They're not necessarily all teammates here. They've been running under the same banner this week, but when push comes to shove and 2Ks on the line, they will not go single file to the checkered flag of this race. So I'll pose this question too. When does it get racy for them? How late can they wait? If you're David Flanagan, 8th in line, how long could you possibly wait before you try to make your effort at this?
Yeah, certainly you have to keep in mind the delta to the second pack. If it's close, they're going to wait as long as possible. But if they've got 5, 10, 15 seconds, you can afford to make that move out 2 and 3 wide a little bit earlier and try and position yourself. The thing you really don't want to risk doing is sending somebody around, not only for the UL penalty, but for everybody else. Set up, bring out the caution, and then this is all for naught, and we're all packed up once again anyway. And now look at this. We got some troublemakers pushing up on the top side here for the lead.
It's all for naught anyway, because now look at the delta, bottom left of your screen, 17 seconds the difference. I mean, they have made up nearly all of the gap that they have to this group at the tail end. So for the group back here, around the lead pack, this 2 wide certainly not going to help. But now the group for the Jack Shack, I mean, they might very well at this point get close to catching those cars before they even come to pit road. And that would be an extreme advantage if it were to come down to that. Now, obviously, it won't be, a full tracks difference between those two groups. And again, a lot can still happen. In fact, as they're 2 wide right now in this lead pack, we want to keep eyes there, because at any point, the caution could completely throw this race on its head. The lap car of Carlbahn's going to go past Adam Garza. Kevin Champagne's going to go past Adam Garza. And I got some chatter a few minutes ago. These guys are just a few laps away from their pit cycle. It's coming up here, and then we will see. Here it is.
Yes.
Garza, Baker, Falkingham, Warren, Mace, York, Buys, Smrecker, Dinda, Byers, Caswell, Meyering, Holland. Falkingham has to get woed down. He's in the last pit box. Some more cars. Westmoreland, McCullough, Kolmacheski, Donskoy's in this group. Aaron Smith is on pit road. I mentioned Holland, Matt Taylor as well. Most of the lead pack step, all but 5 cars come to pit road right there. And now, what is the gap when these cars come off pit road? I'll tell you, I thought the Jack Shack cars were a little bit closer than they're ending up being here. Those cars are already rolling off pit road. It's going to be an advantage, but it's not going to be, I don't think, quite as much as I thought.
Hindsight being 2020 and all, I think those guys needed to see that Evan Carlbahn was in that group of lap cars that they were coming up on, and abandoned ship at that point. As I think Scott Warren has just had a problem. I think he's slow on the bottom of the track here.
Yeah, Scott Warren, the 76, seeing on my timing and scoring, he is slow. He has taken
he's
a spin on pit exit. Yep, he went for a spin right on pit exit for one of the underdogs of the week. That is not an easy break to take. 49 laps to go in the second to last pit stop of the race. By the way, the last few cars to pit in the lead group, Reed, Champagne, Person, Blair, Tulloch, are all on pit road right here, along with the lap machine of Evan Carlbon. So everyone else comes to pit road here that had to still pit, and that's going to turn the lead over to Kyler Wynn. And folks, the delta between Wynn and Adam Garza is 8.1 seconds. The gap between those two groups, and no signs of this group racing anytime soon, with still probably about 15 laps until they pit.
Yeah, I mean, that was killer there, ingesting Evan Carlbon's group of lap cars. I mean, that's all of where this delta came from, essentially. I mean, that they lost upwards of 5 seconds, no doubt, in that exchange, with Moscadov feeling out of line as well, and then Carlbon and company charging back on the outside. As Dylan Basin is
trouble.
down on
Dylan
the bottom
Basin,
of the
what
track.
just happened to the 6?
Did he blow
up? The 6
up?
is off track. He blew up. Dylan Basin's expired the motor, one of the favorites in the race for RFK. For the Jack Shack is coming to pit road with a blown engine.
And that will do nothing to bolster the ranks and the confidence of the Jack Shack crew. I know he's not really the Jack Shack driver, but I mean, he was a critical part in this exchange to get them to the front of the field. That is huge.
And a big plume of gray smoke from the Build Submarines Ford Mustang. You want to talk about a heartbreaking 7 days for Dylan Basin. Remember back to Nashville in the Coke Series on Tuesday, how that race ended? It appears as if he'll have a similar ending today. And what a tough break for Basin, as his race effectively is over with the engine pluming smoke on pit road. So the Jack Shack has lost a car. They're now just 9 deep. Again, a couple of lap cars in this group. Malik Ray is 1 lap down, tail end of being 1 lap down. Miles Bagley, I think, has gone 2 laps down to the race leaders. He is the tail car in this line. So they lose 1 there, and Bagley hanging off the back end of the group as well. Here's what happened to Scott Warren. A quick replay. He gets off pit road, spins left. The tires will not grab the racetrack. Oh, and it's so helpless looking back, seeing the group coming by you, and for Warren to back up, get out of the way, wait for all the cars to go. He keeps the car unscathed, but now needs a caution.
Just to point out as well, this second pack now led by Adam Garza, Jackson Bice, Jack Mace, Daniel Falkingham, Matthew Baker, John Ellison here as well. Seeing if maybe they can try and catch up the hard way, but they came out about 7.5 seconds behind. That gap now up to David Flanagan is about 8.25 seconds, so they have not made up time on the leaders.
And the interesting chess game here is we're going to watch the delta closely from first pack to second pack. We'll reset the packs for you in a second too, because that second, or what was the lead group, has fractured just a bit on pit road. Well, an interesting curveball here. Ooh. Miles Bagley is going to jump to the outside. And again, this is no surprise to me. Bagley is not a Jack Shack car. There is no reason for Miles Bagley to ride in line as a lap car and just sit in and let these guys ride in front of him. He is going to try to muck this thing up. He has got teammates and allies in this race too that are in now the second pack. And again, it just goes into the chess game, the mind games. I talked about Carlbon a second ago. Bagley's in that camp as well. He's laps down to the leaders, but can absolutely still play a factor in this race just by, you know, for lack of a better term, being a nuisance, going to the outside, causing a side draft, dragging the line down. It didn't work very well for him there. He'll actually pick up Chris Carter, and they'll join this line as well. The interesting thing about this chess game between the first pack and the second one, remember, the Jack Shack cars up front have to make a longer final pit stop here in about 10 laps than the leaders will. The former leaders, Garza, Baker, Bies, Mason Company, are only going to have to come down and splash fuel. They'll need about 1/3 of a tank to get to the end of regulation. If the gap stays within 9 to 10 seconds, they could very well make that up just from the longer pit stop that these Jack Shack cars are going to have to make.
Yeah, certainly nothing to be defeatist about here for the Garza-led group, the second group back. And they got a little help from Scott Warren there as well, who's ingested into this lead pack now with the Jack Shack. And, they're managing this delta. They've lost a little bit of time. It's back to 9 seconds now. But they can still make this time up on pit road here, assuming that it stays green. This Jack Shack is a little bit discombobulated right now. I think everybody probably a little bit freaked out seeing Dylan Basin blow up and are searching around for air. It's leaving a lot of gaps in this line. And, yeah, it's not been quite as clean, but they're still doing a good enough job right now.
Look at Carter and Bagley back of the line. Here they come again. Bagley going to pick up Carter, but again, just trying to jump to the outside. And, again, for lack of a better term, be a nuisance. Create a side draft. try to muck things up here at the front because they have cars in the second pack that they would like to see in contention for this race. Again, they're in this group. They don't just have to sit and ride. It is racing after all. They can jump to the outside and try to at least make something happen to bring this delta just a little bit closer. It's not gotten closer yet, though. 8.5 seconds between the tail car, David Flanagan, at least the lead lap car. It's actually probably closer to about 8.2 seconds from the last car in line, Miles Bagley, to the tail or the front end of that group led by Adam Garza. Resetting that second pack for you because there is a fracture between the two groups. Actually, they've all come back together, it looks like, in that second group. So the second group after the pit stop, Garza, Jackson Byes, Jack Mace, Daniel Falkingham, Matthew Baker, John Ellis, Kevin Champagne, Max Dinda, Devin Spreckard, Garrett Caswell, Peyton Holland, Aaron Smith, Thomas Kolmacheski is in this group, Cody Reed, Brock Westmoreland, Jeff Byers, and Yaroslav Donskoy. They only lost one car in that exchange, the Chris Carter machine, the only one to lose the draft. And if you're that second pack now, that's about as well as you could have executed that on pit road. For having to come down on 3 different laps, really well executed to give yourself a chance here.
Carter just bullied his way into the Jack Shack pack. He got the big push there from Bagley and got down in front of Lee and really disrupted the energy and the flow here in this line.
So again, remember, Malik Ray is not leading the race. He's sitting on the left side of your timing and scoring. He received a penalty earlier in the race for cause of caution, had to serve a black flag hold, and now tries to tail on the last car that is 1 lap down. Either the last car 1 lap down. He might be the last car on the lead lap here. I think that's why they're keeping him at the front of this group. We'll see when timing kind of resets through if that is the case for Malik Ray. But he is not the leader. He's going to need some serious help here late in this race if he's going to get back in and try to complete the three-peat here. He is 1 lap down, so he's the last car 1 lap down. I mean, it's going to take a serious miracle for the 2-time defending winner to get back into this one. He'll need this race to get a little chaotic late in the going if he's going to have a shot at the three-peat. I'll pose another question to you here, Tommy, as we're about 5 laps away or so when I would think we'd see the Jack Shack cars on pit road here in just a moment. You wonder about getting off pit road and keeping the delta. You also have to get to pit road clean. You can't slide through your box. You can't speed on pit road. You can't miss the commit cone. You can't speed on exit. You got to get off clean and get back connected. There's a lot of factors, and late in a race on the money stop, this is the toughest time in the race to make a perfect executed pit stop. I know they practiced it beforehand, but you can only practice the money stop so much. There's a physical part to it. There's the routine of getting on and off pit road, but there is a mental part of it as well. You know this is the last pit stop. The stakes are higher. You've got to get on and off clean, and with only 8 lead lap cars in this group, it's even more important those cars come down and execute well.
Yeah, certainly. These drivers are as worn out as they've been. He's looking pretty relaxed here, but I think he's saving up what he's got. David Wood just hanging out. Oh, my gosh. But, yeah, these drivers are as worn out as they've been all day. These tires are as worn out as they've been all day. And the pressure is mounting. It's as much as they felt the entire afternoon. So you're right. There's no room for error here for the Jack Shack drivers. If they are able to come away with this, it will be a job well done. But the work is certainly not over yet.
Well, you mentioned the word defeatist earlier, Tommy, and is that almost what we're seeing here from Matthew David Wood? He's back in the pack with Blanchard, Person, Blair, Taylor. I mean, these are cars that have lost the lead draft. And if this race were to run all the way out, I'm still not entirely confident this race is going to end completely under the green flag. But if it does, for these guys back here, is that kind of what we're seeing? I mean, just one hand on the wheel, riding around the double yellow line. You know at this point that you need some serious help to get back in the race. Relaxed is one thing, but, almost defeated. Is that kind of what some of these drivers back here are starting to feel the later this race gets?
I'm sure I've had this aura of me before in league races and super speedways and some of the longer money races as well. Just, nothing I can do at this point. Sort of throw your hands up or, I guess, put your right hand on your left arm and just kind of wait it out and see, something's got to happen for me to get back in this. It's out of my control at this point. So I'm sure there's plenty of that going around. Certainly in this second pack, there's a lot of hope for something to go wrong.
It's still a crazy onboard look for Matthew David.
No, for sure.
One hand on the wheel. And, for him, again, you're still running around at 190 miles an hour in a line. and just one hand on the wheel, just riding around like it's a Sunday drive. For the driver of the 16. Here's the short pit. Jack Shack cars on pit road, and again, they are clean on entry. This is well executed for this group. Their final pit stop of the SummerSlam 499 with 35 to go. Jeff Merck slid through his box. Jeff Merck slid right through his box. A mistake for the driver of the 60, as he's the first Jack Shack car to have a mishap on pit road.
That was not good. It's that easy, though. It really is that easy. 153 laps can come down to just sliding through your pit box. We'll have to see how he gets out here.
Everybody else seems to be okay, although not as good a roll on exit for a couple of cars like Seipel there, although they will be connected. Other than Jeff Merck, they got on and off pretty good, but they'll drop another number, and they had to take a longer pit stop there as well. Man, they are not nearly as connected this time, Tommy. When they come off pit road, Kenny Reel at risk of losing this group in the 11. They may be fractured into 2 packs here, and that is bad news.
Yeah, they needed to come out to get together connected, especially if these front 3 or 4 break away from the rest of the pack. I mean, that is not going to do it.
And look at this. Look at what they're doing here. They're going to jump to the outside and wait, I think, just a little bit on their teammates. Man, this is risky considering what that pit stop was. Kyler Wynn's going to jump backwards in the 82. They're going to try to bridge this gap and get their teammates back in line, but the amount of time that they're taking to do it, in fact, they're not. Kyler Wynn jumps back in line, and they're just going to ride this out as 2 groups of 4. And I talked about it a second ago. You got to be clean. You got to be fast on execution. The first one was great. The second one, not as much for the dominant team of the afternoon. They are now 2 groups of 4 as they run right now. If they can get back together, they're better off. For now, though, again, it just does not look as good for them. By the way, some more cars have lost the draft. Looks like the top 16 are in this lead draft now, back to Yaroslav Donskoy. So a number of cars here have gotten off cycle and are outside of this lead pack after the fracture just a moment ago after the first round of pit stops. They will be a line of 8 here. You see top of your screen, those 4 cars led by Reel are going to catch up to the line, but it took them a while to do so. It cost them precious seconds as what was the second pack continues to tick off lap times.
And to your point from a second ago, if you know you have a short stop and a long stop, you would much rather have a problem on the short stop, but that's not what happened. The hitches and the getting up came on the long stop. That just compounds the issue that they were trying to avoid. They built themselves a nice delta. It was about 10 seconds from their pack to the second pack when they came down pit road. I would imagine they gave up a good chunk of that, if not too much time, on that exchange right there.
It's going to be a while for this lead pack, by the way. We expect about a 20-lap difference between the 2 groups, and we'd expect the money stop for this, what is now the lead pack, to be right around 13 or so laps to go. That's when we expect them on pit road again. It is going to be a shorter pit stop for this lead group. The Jack Shack took their short pit stop early and short pitted. This group gets the luxury of getting to do it here with just 13 to go. They can come down, splash some fuel, get right back off pit road, and try to even up the delta that has been created between these 2 groups as a result of the differing strategies. Again, only 16 in this lead group, back to Yaroslav Donskoy. This time, with the fracture in the 2 groups, losing a couple of cars. Bagley is retired, by the way. That's Miles Bagley. He has taken his car behind the wall. Dylan Basin also behind the wall. So losing Basin, losing Bagley, losing Carter out of this group, losing Warren. They've lost some numbers, and as such, the delta gain right now, from the tail of the lead pack back to the beginning of the Jack Shack pack, it's slower progress so far.
There go 2 lap cars to the top side as the leaders come on through. That was Carter and Warren, I do believe. They're going to catch the Jeff Merck machine as well, and Merck is going to keep them pinched here down to the bottom as Merck goes to the middle and now up to the wall. And a little blink there from Jackson Bice, and he has to go to the top side of the track. And that is not going to do this group any favors as Bice, I don't think, has come back.
Oh, man.
Oh, no,
trouble! Carter gets spun right off turn 4. Caution being held for now. We're going to stay green, but Carter takes a trip through the grass. And the driver for the Flying Aces is right across that United Rentals 250 logo there in the infield grass, and he will go for a spin. Heartbreak for him. Heartbreak for Jackson Bice, who has not yet reappeared on our screens, and that may very well,
came back.
or he did just come back. And boy, you want to talk about a lucky break for Jackson Bice. That's the luckiest one perhaps of the day.
I mean, it's not too long after that you're getting packet loss and you're getting booted out of the server. But he is at the tail of this line now, and the energy's all over the place here. There's still a chance that he could lose this wrap, but he's at least got a shot to keep himself in it.
Jack Shack Pack has started to pick up Delta again with the 82 of Win leading that line in terms of the lead lap cars. You see left side of your screen, they are ticking off time for this lead group again. To the back of the lead pack, which now is the buys machine. It is only about 31 seconds difference right now. But again, remember that this pit stop for the Garza, Falkingham, Baker, Mace, and such pack is going to be about 5 to 6 seconds shorter than the last one was. They will not take tires here, for better or worse. Again, coming off pit road, trying to get up to speed, that's going to be a bit of a detriment, but it will make the pit stop 6+ seconds shorter than the one we just saw the Jack Shack make. That could be very well the difference and what this pack is waiting on. For the Jack Shack cars at this point, your main goal, gain as much delta as possible by the time these lead cars come to pit road. They're doing a better job pushing this time. They've kind of rearranged the pushers, by the way, here at the front of the field. As Garza leads the line again, but this time, look at the pushers behind him. Falkingham, Baker, Mace, Ellis, all in line. 4 of the best in the business on super speedways are 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th in line. As we get a look at what happened to Carter there, he got turned off turn 4, and I know they're probably not aware of this. Their spotters might be, but the Jack Shack Pack thinking they're lucky stars that this did not bring out a caution flag. Yeah, certainly, and this is Dinda underneath. It's been awfully quiet since some early race problems there for the 48. Is what going to send the 25 around, and again, that could not have come at a worse time. Maybe when we finally thought that the Jack Shack was going to be on their back foot, it all went wrong there. Ingesting lap traffic, having an issue, having the Jackson Vice connectivity problem right at the front of this line really sent a shockwave through the energy of this pack. Now again, the delta gain, at least from what I'm seeing, has not been quite as quick. It's not been quite as severe for that group this time around. So again, what is now again the lead pack doing a good job this time of at least managing the gap. They're not getting quite as close, quite as fast as last time with the Jack Shack cars trailing behind. It still is about a 30-second gap between buys and win. Remember, off of the first pit stop, they got to within about 17 seconds, and then it was an 8-second lead. You can do the math in your head. If it's a 30-plus second gap, with as short a pit stop as this is going to be, the second pack at least is going to make this close. When they come off of pit road further back, starting to race, Scott Warren jumps out of line. Nobody going to go with him here, as you would expect, as this group tries to push lap times. With Warren out of line. Another onboard look. This is Peyton Holland. He is in this lead draft. 10th in line, right behind Garrett Caswell, is the 18, the Twitch-branded machine. And again, we're in the waiting game for this group. I'd expect they would pit between 15 and 13 laps to go and really make this interesting, because once they come off pit road, it's time to race, and they're not going to have a lot of time to do it. I'm just happy to see he's got 2 hands on the wheel. I mean, in the lead draft of this race, obviously you're in the 10th position. I feel like the mindset is just the slightest bit different. Here we go. Well, they're going to pit early too. So a bit of a change in strategy for the second group, and they must have realized that they're losing trouble. Smith, Holland, Reed, and that is disaster for this pack. And that's going to draw the caution flag on pit road here. Wow, what a call from race control, as take everything you thought you knew about this race. If you're writing it down on a paper, crumple it up and throw it out the window. Wow. Unbelievable. Everything just got flipped right on its head. Quick stops here. See where everybody blends in. Oh boy. Well, and we saw this, and I'd have to go back and watch the February race, but we saw a couple of these kinds of incidents getting onto pit road in February in the PGR 500. And if I recall correctly, they drew a caution as well, at least once in that event. I'll have to go back and watch. We had a lot of solo spins on pit road, and usually that is allowed to go under the green flag. You know, obviously here, it's a multi-car accident. Cars end up in the grass. You know, it's a mix of, you know, obviously if you're in one camp, if you're in the Garza, Baker, you know, Champagne, you know, company here, you know, the group that was running out back in the second pack, was the second pack after the cycle. you're a little bit elated here. I don't know how that would have cycled out, but you're probably a little bit elated that you no longer have to worry about the time delta. You can just go race. I can tell you, the most frustration on the racetrack is those 8 Jack Shack Chevys. I mean, they essentially had the winning strategy as we saw the race panning out, and now you've got to go race for it. It's not going to be as simple as 8 cars racing. Now the whole field that's on the lead lap is right back in this thing.
And we'll wait to see the replay here just to sort of make sure. But I would imagine the thinking from race control, other than consistency, like you said with the PGR 500, is they've got, my guess is, multiple drivers behind what was basically a blockaded entry to pit road that were not involved in any sort of crash. As boy, we are really out of sorts here trying to get into pit road and trying to avoid getting black flags and all that. I mean, you've got multiple uninvolved drivers that were going to be heavily impeded by this wreck onto pit road, and you certainly don't want that if you can do something to help it.
So obviously we're going to go back and get a look at what happened on the entrance of pit road, and you're going to have differing opinions here. That's how these things go. By letter of the law, a multi-car accident, anything, I think 3 cars or more in PGR competition warrants a caution flag. The question is going to be, the wreck was off the racing surface. So you wonder, as this wreck comes back into the grass, it's not up on the racing surface, it's on pit road. But to your point, Tommy, I think you mentioned it a second ago that pit road entry was blocked, and there were cars still coming down pit road, and cars that were off cycle that would have still had to pit here in about a lap or so, and cars were immobilized down on the inside. So there's 2 ways to look at it. Obviously, this crash is off the racing surface. Man, there's a lot of cars involved in this, by the way.
Yes.
Smith, Kolmacheski, Westmoreland, York with a 4. I saw. Well, how about Aaron Smith? He couldn't get much more lucky than that. He spun right to his pit box here, right to the attention of his pit crew. But nonetheless, Peyton Holland spins the grass, Cody Reed, Jackson Baez, Yaroslav Donskoy, who, again, I think is the second luckiest driver in this incident, that he kind of phased right through the Smith machine. Look at that. I mean, Aaron Smith does a burnout. We'll get back to this caution discussion here in a second. But as we see that replay, Aaron Smith, you talk about luck at the beginning of the show. He literally does a donut right into his pit box, is able to get new tires and drive away. So lucky for Aaron Smith, unlucky for others here with 25 to go.
Yeah, like you said, unlucky for the Jack Shack as well. Not only the caution coming out when it did, they aren't able to blend into the lead of the race. They were still approaching the tri-oval when the caution came out. So everybody that had just gotten their shortened pit stop, Jack Shack would have been ahead down the back straightaway by seconds upon seconds. But the caution coming out at the tri-oval, they do not get that opportunity to regain the control of the race, which they would have had half a lap later.
Now here's the even more questionable call, to me at least. All of those Jack Shack cars just came down pit road under the caution flag and sacrificed the track position. I mean, they were still going to be the leaders when that caution came out, because that group that was just on pit road, I mean, they caught them and passed them, and they came down pit road anyway. So now those cars are at the back of the lead pack when they could have been up front, still had the lead. Yeah, obviously it's not 8 cars in a line. It's not as simple as it was before. But those cars could have led the pack back to the green and still had the track position off the strategy, and they sacrifice it regardless. So an interesting call for the Jack Shack contingent. We'll see how they handle this now, because this race has just been flipped on its head, and when a better time to do it than with 24 to go. The pit stops are over. As far as we know now, everyone seems to be good on fuel. This group had just come to pit road, and they were well within the window, by the way. They were about 10 laps past the fuel window, so they are more than good to make the end of this race. Everyone's good on fuel. You thought the wick was turned up in the middle stages of this race, folks. It's about to go up even past the temperature 11 rating at this point. We're going to get to, 13, 14, 15. You thought the racing was good earlier. You thought the racing was good throughout the week. You have not seen anything until this restart coming up. Garza Champagne will be the front row, and Tommy, this thing is about to get crazy.
I think in defense of the Jack Shack, they had the earlier pit stop. They probably took the maximum amount of fuel that they could just to get to the end of this race. And something to point out, all week it's been 1 green, white checkered. Tonight it is 3. They probably needed and are banking on needing a little bit of extra fuel at the end of this race. And we've seen some pretty crazy pushes from the back and the mid-pack develop into runs for the lead relatively quickly, especially with everybody right back there together. I think they could send this energy forward pretty quickly if they need to. And the good news for them is they're going to have to.
Oh, we had a nice run there in the center portions of this race where the field calmed down and got green flag pit stops. But buckle up, pull the belts tight one more time, in the words of the great Larry McReynolds, because this thing is about to go off the rails. 23 laps to go. Everyone that was on the lead lap is right back in contention. To the Simrat Market restart zone. Green flag back in the air. 23 laps to go in the SummerSlam 499. It's a pretty good start outside for Adam Garza, Matthew Baker, John Ellis, and Devin Sprecher, who all of a sudden have been handed the lead essentially on a silver platter here off turn 2 and control the race. Down the Alabama Gang Super Stretch, the moves start out back. Dinda, Caswell, Falkingham, Mace, Person, Mark Person, first time we've heard from the 77 in a while. The Jack Shack contingent follows him. Ellis throws Mace in the fence as they work back to 3.
Oh, man, it is getting dicey at the front of this field. Garza leading. He's got Baker right on him. Now move to the bottom. Kevin Champagne looking for help. He's not going to get it. Already, Sean Conklin is making moves with Yaroslav Donskoy in front of him. They are pushing up to the front of this field.
Adam Garza continues to lead the field to the tri-oval and back to the start-finish line. 22 laps to go this time by, and a few of those Jack Shack entries have already worked back inside the top 10. Move to the inside. That's just inside the top 10. That was Peyton Tulloch that took the left hand out of line. Nobody goes with him either. Similar fate to just a moment ago as Kevin Champagne went backwards. Off turn 2, Garza covered bottom, but then covered back to the top, and the bottom's where the push is, but out back so the moves are. Caswell, Dinda both throw it on the nose of Mark Person. They lead the outside up the banking of 3 as Garza and Devin Sprecher battle for the race lead up the banking.
Worth pointing out, Scott Warren is back on the lead lap. He's pushing Falkingham right now as here comes Yaroslav Donskoy to the bottom of the track. Getting out of this pack is Adam Garza, Matthew Baker leading John Ellis. Daniel Falkingham now surging into the top 5, into the back bumper. They're blocking. Baker up in front of Ellis. It's all to play for here, and it's getting crazy to Talladega.
Matthew Baker wants this checkered flag more than any checkered flag he's ever gotten in what's become a decorated money racing career for the driver of the Coasting Thunder Chevy. But Ellis is the one that will get to the back bumper of Garza first as Baker waits on the help of Dinda. Down the back straightaway, almost offset. Caswell and Seipel were awfully close to the edge here down at the end of the back straightaway as Seipel gets squeezed between 2 cars and somehow makes it work. Those 3 Jack Shack cars in the center. That's Seipel, then Reel, then Lee, Flanagan. Trouble. Kyler Wynn just got turned right in front of Logan York. Jeff Merchant. Baker's in the wall. He comes back down as well. He makes the save, but it's carnage out back.
Baker took a hard shot to the wall, but this is bad news for everybody in the mid-pack here. That was a big one.
And it started with Kyler Wynn, who led a majority of the middle stages of this race. He got turned out of line by Logan York. And it was on from there towards the tail end. Jeff Merck is in this again, the 60. And that's 2 of those Jack Shack cars that were on the right side of the strategy involved in a crash with 20 laps to go in this one. Baker took his shot to the wall. I'm curious the damage. I don't really think he got as much of the right rear as I thought he did initially. He'll stay to the front here. He'll keep his spot. But certainly to note, potentially some damage on that number 5. But the big damage is out back to cars like Kyler Wynn and Jeff Merck and Logan York, 3 of the cars that have been up front all day.
Yeah, maybe not big in terms of the actual car count, but I mean, in terms of players, those 3 have been up making noise at the front of this field all day, and now they all have work to do. Closing in now with 20 laps to go. That is not the time you want to be coming down pit road to fix body panels here.
I don't think he will. As long as the wheel's straight on the 5, you're at the stage in the race now where it doesn't matter if you got a little damage on the right rear, you're staying out. Here under this caution to keep your track position. Obviously, with the carnage we've seen in the mid-pack, Matthew Baker, you do not want to sacrifice a spot inside of the top 5. So in just a moment, we'll get a look back at this one as we kind of transition into these late race restarts where the racing really gets insane. You see Jackson Byes on the inside. He's going to get a lap back under this caution. Remember, he had the connection issue just a little while ago in the 3. Ended up losing a lap to the leaders. It does appear as if he might get back on the lead lap here, so we'll wait and see on his machine. Here's the replay. Logan York into Kyler Wynn, Jeff Merck in it, and somehow Wynn keeps it straight. Holland goes for a slide on the inside, but man, considering where that one started, you thought this one would be bigger as well. On board with York as he went to push Wynn in turn 3. Oh, he got a shot from out back, I think. He got into Person, and man, you want to talk about some left rear net code there, 82 to 02. That's a tough break for all cars involved. Nothing they could do to control that.
And then here's Dinda uprooting Baker and into the wall hard. I mean, that is a pretty good shot.
He did actually get it pretty good. But, yeah, when he comes back down, I mean, I thought for sure he was coming across Garrett Caswell's nose, and we were going to erupt 20 cars in the tri-oval right there. Again, you know, I was curious to see if he would stay out. It appears the hit is a little bit worse than we thought. He is going to cede the 5th spot and come to pit road here with inside of 20 to go. Look at how close we got there with Baker and Caswell. And, you know, Bassinas, Champagne, Tollett, guys that were running right there or slightly behind that are thanking the 87 for the discipline there to jump on the brakes.
That is heads-up driving right there from Garrett Caswell. Impressive stuff.
Jackson Bias will get at least one of his laps back in the 3, although right as he goes to do it, I think he may have just had another connection issue. No, he's come to a stop on the apron. Man, Jackson Bias, what was it, a good afternoon leading up. He had the connection issue earlier, and now something else has gone wrong on the 3. The race stop number 3 for Bias for Nightmare Esports. The race to stop suicide machine is stopped on the apron. He'll get going again, but man, some other unknown issue on his car as this night continues to go from bad to worse.
That's so unfortunate. He's been so strong all week. And, I mean, he was one guy that we were watching for to start this race. He made a lot of moves early, and they didn't ever really pan out. Had finally gotten himself into the mix there before our long green flag run. And, yeah, it's just all going wrong here. It's frustrating for it to go wrong as well when there is nothing wrong with the car itself. That car is clean. It's been fast. He knows what he's doing. But just some things outside of his control right now are preventing him from getting up here and mixing it up for $2,000.
Tell you what, while we have a second here under this, the 8th caution of the night with 19 to go. I know it's late race stages, but without as much communication between drivers, we have a unique opportunity to get to talk to some drivers in this field. We have not done it as much today with that long green flag run. And although we are about to choose, again, we will choose right here at the line. We'll let him choose his lane, but really quick, I'd like to get a word with the man leading the race, Adam Garza. He said an up-and-down weekend, obviously with last night getting disqualified from the whole shootout race to tonight, leading a bunch of laps and now leads late. Let's get a very quick word with the driver of the 1, Adam Garza. Adam, it's the broadcast booth. You got a copy?
What's up, guys?
Well, look, not too much. A late race restart and kind of a change of fortune. A roller coaster weekend, a roller coaster afternoon. Take me through just the emotional ups and downs of this race to this point.
Yeah, I can't thank my spotter enough. Daniel's been doing a good job giving me all the right information, and me and Daniel Falkingham sticking together. Being with North Force, and we've been doing a good job. I kind of want to race all the time and be aggressive, but kind of just wanted to be the caboose of the lead pack, and so far so good. It's been working out for us. So just got to close out this race, and hopefully we won't get screwed by another controversial call. But I understood it, and big thanks to all the sponsors. PGR. Mike Trascaro, Baker, that puts all this together, and hopefully we'll be able to, close this one out.
Tell you what, really quickly before we get back under the green flag, 17 to go and we go green. You've led a ton of laps in these marquee events in PGR. Led a bunch of laps last year in this race. Led laps in February. How can you get the job done, close the deal, and finally get yourself a crown jewel win here in PGR?
Hopefully Greggy's riding with us, guys. This whole ordeal's for him and Murphy and the Pioneers, and it'd be cool to put this in victory lane for him, but, we're going to give it our all, give it 100%, and, not expect anything in return. And, I'm just really thankful to be here in the first place. So, in this position, so hopefully we can close it out.
Adam, we'll let you get back to work and to your spotter down there as well. Good luck the rest of the way. We'll see if we're talking to you in victory lane here in a few minutes.
All right, guys. Appreciate it. Enjoy the show.
For Adam Garza, calm, cool, collected. This is a guy that's been in this big situation before, but now will lead the field to the Simrat Market restart zone with 17 laps to go. Some guys that took the bottom, Scott Warren, Devin Smrecker, both back in the race, second and third on the bottom of the racetrack. Green flag back in the air. It's a great jump outside for Garza. Falkingham, the North Force group goes well on the outside. Warren, Smrecker are connected. Out back a 3-wide move. Reed to the bottom of the racetrack on Person, Caswell, and Kenny Reel. Huge run for the underdog. Reed up the banking on 1 and 2.
Dinda through the middle now with Seipel as well. The middle is starting to work with Garza and Falkingham hooked up on the top side. Warren trying to pull the middle back. Garza looking for lane choice, and he's got it. So does Falkingham as they head into turn number 3.
Watch out for some of these Jack Shack Chevys behind the leaders. Oh, man, Seipel on time to that was almost dangerous. They'll go all the way down the hill, a group of 4. That's going to allow Conklin the gap to the center. He'll bring Matt Lee with him, and John Ellis is the odd man out back to Peyton Tollett, 2 car lengths back. Big block. Dinah gets turned, trying to push Garza. Dinah, can he make the save? You bet he can on the apron in the 48. Somehow we save another one in this race as Dinah nearly goes around. Back up front, we got to keep it with the leaders. Garza leads over Falkingham, but that allowed the bottom 2 lanes to get back in the race. Garza sweeps top to bottom to block Seipel. He may go back to the middle or all the way to the wall off 2.
Lee had his nose out in the middle for a moment there. Now Seipel will rally on the bottom. He's going to go from the bottom to the top. What a move for Nick Seipel now as he's on the front bumper of Falkingham. Falkingham going to push Seipel clear. Garza looking to rally here on the bottom. Lee in the middle fading back. Top 3 now clear to the bottom.
Nick Seipel in February was one of my favorites to win the 500. He was so good in the lead up to this race. In the lead up races on Monday nights, he's been almost dynamite leading up to the SummerSlam, and he now is on the push of last year's 500 winner Falkingham out back. 4 wide. Jack Mace around the outside the 07 as the desperation begins with 15 laps to go in the SummerSlam 499. Mace is 4 wide. Buys is 4 wide. Up the outside of the racetrack. Buys is a lap car. York is in that line. Champagne and Carter, 2 rows of 4 wide. Flanagan will cover all of them here off turn 2.
Flanagan looking for some space, maybe nearly got collected there with Mark Person. Person is looking to go to the top side now. He'll take Matt Lee with him as we fan out 3 wide once again. Here goes Conklin to the top side. Falkingham underneath of Seipel to the bottom. Looking for the lead with help now from his teammate Garza behind. Seipel falling back through the sucker hole as Conklin is pushing on the top side.
Yeah, that split between Falkingham and Seipel. Garza to the middle around Falkingham. Both cars out of control, and that allows a Jack Shack Allied trio topside to get all the way to the lead. Ryko and RFK's Sean Conklin leads at the line with 14 to go. Garza to his inside. Seipel with him. They'll work down the hill to side draft. Person goes around. This one's the big one in turn 1. Person back into the field. Tollett collects a bunch of them. Matt Lee's involved in this, and they are still crashing up in turn 2.
That's Real, Caswell, Logan York. Oh, man.
Komacheski, Warren involved as well.
Peyton Tollett got a piece of that. Scott Warren, Chris Blanchard. My goodness. Yeah, we was kind of ready for that one.
And I'll tell you, as soon as the Person car got around, he was the first car to spin. He was 3rd row on the outside. It's kind of similar to a couple of the ones we had earlier where you see the 77 go around. You think for sure it's 15 or 20 cars out of this lead pack, and it ends up being only about 6. From what I've seen, Kenny Reel's involved in this as well, the 11 for the Jack Shack. Again, Matt Lee, Kolmacheski, Warren, Blanchard, Tulloch, and Person. So I think it's 7 cars total, 8 counting Caswell. So it could have been worse than it was, but a couple of big contenders from earlier. Reel, Matt Lee, Scott Warren started on the front row. Tulloch was inside the top 10. A number of cars that have run inside the top 10 for much of the race go around in this one.
I would imagine Mark Person is going to argue that that was pretty bad. That's not where he wants to be. And that car in the middle and on the top side, it looked awfully dancy the last couple of times around. So maybe just some tire wear, maybe picked up a little bit of damage somewhere, affected the balance of this car, and maybe just hadn't quite been in this position all day and didn't keep the handle of the car very well. Or he could have just had some help. That's not impossible.
Well be the case. And I'll tell you, just from some chatter I'm hearing amongst some of the drivers, I'm thinking that's at least one party's case in this incident, as there was some, let's say, not so positive encouragement involved in this wreck from a car out back of Mark Person. So let's see. And we get a look back at this one here in just a second. His Person went around again in the worst possible spot you can, right in the center of the corner, right in the center of the lead pack. He goes dead sideways, and there's just not much that you can do. Here's a look at the replay, and I'll tell you what.
Certainly did.
I'm not entirely sure he's wrong to plead his case there. I think that's the Jeff Byers car that gets into him and triggers this incident. Watch Byers in the center, and yep, surely drifts up 3-4 feet. That's the margin of error in these cars late in these races. Oh, big hit for Byers in the wall. Man, there's more cars involved in this. Chris McCullough up ahead. Maybe a couple of others that we didn't see the first time getting a piece of this as well.
That's such a shame for the McCullough machine. He's been fast, but obviously had that contact to the inside wall, went laps down. Yeah, this is pretty expensive here. York getting tangled up there.
Kyler Wynn went for a half slide too in the 82. Watch the 82, red and white car. I think he's going to go for a bit of a slide here in the tail end of this as well, trying to save the race car. Oh, he actually turned his teammate Kenny Reel.
And not really anywhere for Wynn to go. But certainly, yeah, he's slipping and sliding all around. Aaron Smith, I think, going to just sneak out of that one. We've seen so many great saves all day. That one was just a snap to the right too much.
That was so close for Garrett Caswell. What a tough break. Again, I don't think he has a ton of damage here regardless, but surely it would have been better to save the car than bounce off the outside wall. Again, he barely got it. We've seen harder hits today. Kenny and Chris McCullough both hit pretty hard. Byers hit pretty hard right there, amongst some others. So surely not out of the race is Caswell, but again, very close to... I'm losing count. I think I'm on more than two hands at this point how many great saves we've seen in this race as well. But the caution's out again, and we're set for another late restart with about 10 laps to go. And, you know, Tommy, again, with still outside of 10 laps to go, we've kind of started, and this has kind of become a running theme of, you know, the folks here in the broadcast booth, the amount of cats we have in this race, the amount of lives we're using. I don't know what the cat counter is at this point. Certainly for some drivers, they've run out, but for others, certainly we're still counting at this rate with still outside of 10 laps to go.
Yeah, thanks to Jim Bomb for that one. Certainly, we're out of a litter, I think. We've run through a lot. There have been a lot of great saves. It's just a testament to the quality of this field. As Garza sweeps to the inside all of a sudden at the last second here on the choose code. That was very
He went all the way to the apron.
Yeah, well,
he made it very clear
he wants a 3 white choosing. Yeah.
He did not want to risk the penalty, shall we say. You saw Sean Conklin earlier get the penalty. He did not want, almost a mess out back of the pack, 20 cars deep. But Garza did not want to make it unclear to race control that he was anywhere close to the word marquee right there. As he will line up on the front row. He and Conklin will be the two cars on the front row here. Ellis and Seipel on row 2. What a story it would be for Cody Reed. We haven't talked a ton about him today. All pink 025 on the inside. He's 5th. Matt Lee is 6th. That's another guy that has been kind of overdue for one of these types of wins. You know, Devin Sprecher back on row 4. Daniel Falkingham, the history that he could make today. Jack Mace is still back there. Kevin Champagne is still back there. A lot of cars are still in this race with a chance, and a lot of the best storylines have all come to the front all of a sudden late in this race.
I mean, coming up on 10 laps to go here. Honestly, from what we've seen today, anybody that's still on the battlefield at this point has a shot at it. You just have to keep yourself alive for another 10 laps, and that is way easier said than done. We've been dancing around the big one all day. I think it is looming over the turns here in Lincoln, Alabama.
The time bomb, if you will, we always talk about at the front of these fields. We have got to be inching closer to the 10-second mark, the 5-second mark, if you will, as the time bomb ticks down in the front of this field. Again, the moves are only going to get bigger. $2,000, a championship belt, the ultimate glory of being a crown jewel winner on the line. Every one of these drivers wants it. And, you know, it harkens me back to Tony Stewart. He said, I'd wreck my mom to win the Daytona 500. What would you do to win the SummerSlam 499 here on a Sunday afternoon? Adam Garza, a big storyline we have hardly even touched on. Revenge for the call last night. You know, a call that he feels was questionable. Can he get it done? Let's find out. Green flag, top lane, stacks up bad. Back to Kyler Wynn. Kyler Wynn, you gotta wonder. The center punch nose damage has been such a damper on these next-gen cars. This entire lead-up process to the SummerSlam. You wonder if it's now a problem for at least the 82, if not more cars.
I mean, Lee either caught sleeping there or in the wrong gear or something, but it's not really going to deter this top line all that much. They're already formed up. They've already got the momentum down the back straightaway, led by Sean Conklin as Garza tries to rally the inside here. Nick Seipel is going to get clear. Where is he going to go? Can Lee get clear to make up for his mistake in the same lap? Champagne is here. He's taking a peek to the top side. Merck is trying to form the third line now. For inside of 10 to go.
We've not talked much about Jeff Merck. That's a long-tenured super speedway racer who's searching for PGR glory still. This would be the ultimate glory moment for Jeff Merck in the 60 if he's able to get into victory lane. The move was out back. I'll tell you what, Tommy, I think the nose damage is harming the 82. A Kyler Wynn, Falkingham to the wall, Lee around, and here we go. Mace back up into the field. Garza, Merck, this is the big one. York, dear. Warren, Lee, and half the field come apart in turn 1, and it's a lot of the leaders.
That's not half the field. That's all of the field. I see 5, maybe 6 guys that have gotten through this. Everybody else gets a bite of this one, and they don't want to eat. This is bad.
The cat or cats finally ran out of lives at Talladega, and this time a more consequential accident up the banking of turn 1. And it would be at this point, we're hearing at least 4 cars have potential race-altering damage in this. We'll wait to get confirmation. Matt Lee is one of them. Kenny Reel, David Flanagan. So the Jack Shack, 3 of their cars have race-ending damage in this accident. But it would be useful here to have an involved in crash graphic on our screen that you'd see on Fox Sports on a Sunday, because this one collected at least 15 to 18. And you've heard this phrase at super speedways a lot, Tommy. I'll harken back to it again. It would be better to list off who wasn't involved.
I honestly think it's Sean Conklin and Nick Seipel, and that's it. Daniel Falkingham is through, but, I mean, he's going to be kind of the one that gets tangled up to start this mess. So it's
Merck,
just about your top
maybe.
2.
I mean, Jeff Merck in the 60, he got caught up in it a little bit, but I think he's, again, for what it's worth, you saw him half spin. Folks, he's position 4. He was around in that wreck, and he is P4 on the racetrack. John Ellis, maybe. Kyler Wynn, maybe in the 82. Eugene Mozganov, I think, has gotten through this in 7th.
Of course.
Peyton Holland in 8th, the 18. I mean, he was spun on pit road a little while ago. Matthew Baker, Chris Blanchard. I mean, this is second life for many of the guys that had gone to the back of the field. This has taken the entire front pack and thrown it into a blender here with just 8 to go. I can't wait to get a look at this one just to kind of read off a list of names. You know, when an official in a sport, there's a lot of penalties. You have to take out the notebook and start writing down all the numbers. That's what we're going to have to do here for all the cars involved. I mean, Garza for sure, Falkingham for sure, Merck for sure, Bassinez, York, Mace, Dinda perhaps in the 48, Meyering I think might have been involved in this in the 17, Donskoy, Reel, Flanagan, Garza, Warren. And that's only about half, I think, if maybe a little more than half. You'll see pit road here. It will be a busy, busy place.
Yeah, that was absolutely ginormous. And exactly what we were afraid of. That's one of the worst places for it to happen on the entry to the corner. Where can he go? And the answer was nowhere. Absolutely nowhere.
Wow. That has completely thrown a wrench into this accident as we are attempting to get a replay angle that shows all of the cars involved in this. That's how
Christian
big this
Hill.
incident was.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, again, I'm feeling for our producer, Christian Hill, to try to find a wide enough camera angle to show you how massive this accident was and where it got started. Camera? You know, it harkens me back. We've had several crashes like this, you know, at these super speedways in the NASCAR series. 2014 at Daytona, a 25-car crash on the backstretch, that rain-delayed race. And a couple in the past couple years at Talladega. This past April, a crash that took out 26. Fall of 2024, a crash that took out 27. Oh, man, it's Matt Lee that kicks up the racetrack into Falkingham. We're okay here until Mace turns back right and blocks up the racetrack. And from there is nowhere to go. Matt Lee's trying to make a move. He tries to cut Daniel Falkingham's nose and gets punished for it. Merck, Garza, Flanagan wins. Sprecher, Bassinez, Buys, York, Chris McCullough, Matthew David Wood. I mean, again, I'm not entirely sure how a number of these cars get involved or don't get involved. Oh, man, right there for Kenny Reel. He committed to the apron, and it did not work. And you want to talk about a sickening feeling, but the car that comes down and gets him is his teammate, David Flanagan.
I mean, Moscadov is the last one that makes it through, and he's in 7th. Everybody else is in this. And that's, I think this is Wyatt Blair, if I'm not mistaken.
This is Tolik. I think it's Peyton
Tolik
in the 17.
Right.
They have very similar looking cars. Looking at Falkingham, I think he ends up okay. Might get sandwiched. No, he's okay. So Daniel Falkingham is through this. And Garza, Mace, Bassinez. There's cars that spin up ahead of this that we haven't even seen yet. Scott Warren is in this. Here we go. This might be the best angle you get, and let's try to name them all off. Matt Lee, Jack Mace, Jeff Merck, Adam Garza, Kevin Champagne. Mace is going to come back up, so is Garza. They're going to collect Wynn, Flanagan, Sprecher, York, Bassinez. There's Warren, Blanchard, Jackson Byes, who had some technical issues earlier. He gets in this, so again, the bad night goes worse. Cody Reed. There's Champagne again. Brock Westmoreland is spinning there on the apron. That's the 4 that's jackknife across the field. And more cars. Devin Ray might be involved in this. That's the 2. Chris McCullough almost goes all the way over. I think he was up on 2 wheels right there in the 0-4. And more cars out back. Dinda might have piled into this as Real came to a stop. Matthew David Wood, I think, gets a piece. That's at least 18 cars involved in what was the big one with inside of 10 laps to go.
So it'll be interesting to see. I don't think, in my opinion, I wouldn't think that they would find Falkingham at fault for that. But we've seen it with Malik Gray, who was leading the race earlier. Race control will make the call on this next green flag lap. And it could be Falkingham that gets popped here. Or whoever it is going to have to fall out while everybody else races on. And that's going to be pretty unfortunate for whoever race control deems caused that one.
I've not seen any penalties come through yet. Obviously, it will be after the race start here is traditionally when that black flag is shown, if there is one. You have to imagine there, 5 laps to go in a Talladega race. Matt Lee does come up. You wonder if it'll get called on him, although his car was worse for wear anyway. I think he's already actually called it a night in this race as he continues to sit on pit road. So it will be interesting to see if Falkingham is called for this with 5 laps to go. Surely that's going to be a tough ask to get back in this race. But for now, he lines up second. Re-up the top 10. Conklin, Falkingham, Seipel, Mozganov, Merck, Blair, Ellis, Dinda, Wynn, and Holland. Again, a complete shuffle. Green flag in the Simrat Market restart zone. 5 laps to go from Talladega.
Conklin, a good start. Looking for help from Seipel. Seipel now gets on the back bumper. Falkingham fading on the bottom with help from Mozganov. Merck is going to get clear. We'll see if he elects to go to the top or the bottom, as now Kyler Wynn is pushing into position on the top side to try and form this 3rd lane. They're in between 2 lanes here down the back straightaway. Dangerous territory.
And the penalty has been called on last year's 500 winner. Daniel Falkingham has been black flagged for the cause of caution, and his hopes at the SummerSlam take a serious hit. With 5 laps to go, he'll have to come to pit road right here. He's going to try to vault Ellis, the car he's been working with all with trouble.
They're going to wreck.
Kolmacheski gets turned, and we're going to wreck again. Mozganov, Dinda, Karlbahn involved. Blanchard gets a piece, and we're going to overtime.
Man, oh man.
And I'll tell you, for Daniel Falkingham, he wanted that to happen about 45 seconds later than it did. He was getting ready to serve the penalty. If it had come out in turn 1, he would have still been in the race. It comes out off turn 4, and now I have to serve it in overtime with just 2 laps to go. But here, Kolmacheski gets turned, the driver of the 69, the orange and black for TWRS and Beast Mode Performance. He's the one that got jackknife out of line. And it's going to send us into the first overtime attempt at Talladega. This one, again, a lot less significant than the last one, but another few cars, and including Evan Karlbahn, who was fighting to get back on the lead lap there. Unfortunately for him, his hopes appear to have taken another hit as well.
I mean, a lot of these drivers in the middle and the back of the pack probably had some kind of a 5-lap plan here. It's a lot harder to game plan for the drivers outside of the top 10 with just 2 laps to go. Even if you bank on all 3, I guess it would be 2 one-lap stints and 2 cautions. You're not leaving yourself much of an opportunity to get up to the front of this field without something catastrophic happening on the final lap.
So again, this will send us into overtime. We'll preface the rules here in just a moment as to exactly what overtime will contain. Again, 3 attempts available should we need them, which is the way the end of this race is gone. Certainly we are trending towards needing at least 1, if not, I would say 2. Oh, it was a stack up. Matthew David Wood tries to lift to push Kyler Wynn as they are all offset. And Meyering lifted, and he looks in his mirror, and his teammate is getting turned in the 69 to Kolmacheski. Oh, Karlbahn had this missed and ends up spinning, trying to miss the crash in the secondary. So the actual crash is only 3 or 4 cars, and Karlbahn had it missed and just whipped that car around, trying to stay out of the door of the 69.
Yeah, that was a big stack up there. Emphasis on the slam in SummerSlam here, these last couple of restart attempts. I mean, these pushers are not lightening up. This gas pedal's glued to the floor at this point. And we've seen so many of those saves. Oh, man, that was a couple of hard shots there to the outside wall for Karlbahn. We've seen so many of those saves go the other direction, but too much swift swap in here at the end with light fuel loads and hot tires. Karlbahn with some damage to repair, but I think we'll still be in with some kind of a chance. As much as you can have here, just being on the battlefield at the end of the race.
So we are heading into overtime as the field will not get back to one to go before regulation ends. So with that being said, let's start to preface how this rule will work here this afternoon. We have 3 available attempts at a green-white checkered. If you've watched the rest of the week, it has been only 1 in every race until today. With this being the feature, of course, traditional 3 green-white checkered attempts should we need them. So these first 2 attempts will be as normal. Again, the opening lap, if there's a crash that involves 2 or more cars, 3 or more cars, it will be deemed a caution. We'll re-rack and we'll try it again. It gets a little bit hairy on that 3rd attempt as this race will likely be allowed to finish under the green flag on that 3rd attempt. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it in just a little while. For now, if they were to make it back to the white flag, this race will be official and we will race it out under the green flag. We'll finish it right here just past 188 laps of regulation. To re-rack the field for you, Sean Conklin continues to lead. This would be a big win for him, the driver for RFK Racing, trying to get a PGR win for one of the first times in his career. It would be a big crown jewel victory for him. Nick Seipel, a guy I talked about right off the top, is second, and we'll line up here with a choice to either go to the top and push Conklin, which I imagine he would do. Those 2 have worked together all day, or take the bottom and risk the track position. Jeff Merck is 3rd. You want to talk about a fan favorite win? Jeff Merck would be that in the 3rd position in car 60. He does still have some nose damage, but he's got to let it ride now. John Ellis runs 4th. Again, he's as close as he has been to a SummerSlam victory since 3 years ago. He'll be 4th. Kyler Wynn is 5th, trying to add to his resume. And then we get to some drivers that are on the underdog list. Tony Meyering is 6th for TWRS. Wyatt Blair, or rather Matthew David Wood, the Light Series champ, is 7th. Wyatt Blair is in the 8th spot. Eugene Mozganoff before the Choose lined up 9th, and then Peyton Holland was behind them in 10th. Of course, the Choose is going to throw some things out the window. If you're just joining us for overtime, no Choose cone marker on the racetrack. They'll use the word-marked A across Talladega. They have to declare by the start-finish line. And looking at the Choose before overtime, many cars. The top 5 all hold serve. Top 6 hold serve on the top side. Matthew David Wood for the Jack Shack, the defending Light Series champ, comes to the inside of the front row in what inevitably would be the biggest win of his young super speedway career. Behind him, look at some of these names. Peyton Holland was in the crash on pit road with 40 to go. He is up here as well with 20 to go, rather. Aaron Smith, the all-yellow 70. Peyton Tolick comes to the bottom. Chris Carter comes to the bottom in the 25. He's all of a sudden back in this race as well. And you look back behind them, I mean, Wyatt Blair, Mozganov, Dinda, other cars. Baker's not out of this yet. I don't think Baker's actually on the lead lap. He is chosen towards the front, but I don't see him listed on a lead lap. So anyway, we'll skip over him for now. But cars outside the top 10. Caswell, Donskoy, Champagne, Garza's back in this. I mean, is their race over yet at this point? That's not Baker on the bottom, by the way. I believe that's Blanchard. I get their cars confused quite a bit today. They're very similar colors. Regardless, I cannot doubt at this point that we will make it back to the white flag at this point, Tommy. The way the end of this race has gone, they've got to make it 2.66 miles, and in overtime, that's a long way.
It certainly is, and you would think a lot of the favorites here are on the top side of this track. Conklin has been lights out today. No doubt Nick Seipel has turned a lot of heads through the course of the week, and especially here today in the feature. They call it the SummerSlam. Somebody's going to be slamming $2,000 when the pay window opens up here in just about 2 laps time. Here we go.
Sean Conklin with the outside fire on the restart. Green flag, overtime number 1 through the Sinrat Market restart zone. If they make it 2.66 miles, we're going to finish it right here up the outside. Champagne and Garza, the first desperation move out back as they try to make something happen on this restart. Off turn 2, Conklin, Seipel, Merck teammates as Matthew David Wood tries to roll the bottom.
The energy's on the top. Moves being made now. The middle line opens up. Wynn tries to go down with the 21 of Ellis, but Ellis going to go the wrong direction. Now Wynn to the top side, pushing Merck with the damage on the nose. It's going to even these 3 lines out in the turn 3.
Here comes Mozganov. He's up the outside with Dinah, but Merck does have that nose damage. Conklin leads the middle off turn 4. Garza squeeze in line 8 rows deep. Off turn 4. Will we make it through the tri-oval? If we do, we're going to settle it right here. They will make it all the way back. White flag is up. 1 lap to go in the SummerSlam.
Unbelievable here. Conklin and Seipel leading. Wynn has his choice. Will he go to the bottom? Will he go to the top? When will he make his move? Can Merck rally here? Can Matthew David Wood rally here on the bottom as well? The top 4 in the middle. Now it's go time. Down the Alabama Gang super stretch. 21 of Ellis looking to the inside now. Wynn going to go up to the top. Here comes Merck. All the energies converging on the leaders through the final 2 turns.
It's simplification up front. Mozganov looks 4 wide, 3 rows deep in the field, but it's 3. Jack Shack allied. Swords and Chevrolets that will come off turn 4 for the final time. Conklin will have to do the block of his life. It's up to Nick Seipel. Ellis with a run to the bottom. Seipel waiting as long as possible to make the move. Through the trial for the final time. Drag race for the SummerSlam 499. At the line, photo finish. Sean Conklin is a SummerSlam 499 champion.
8 1,000ths of a second, and the slam is on at the back, but $2,000 for Sean Conklin in a photo finish. Seipel was so close.
He made the move, but I think it was about 3 seconds too late. If he makes it just about 100 feet before that, I think Nick Seipel wins the race. But nonetheless, for Sean Conklin, a guy who's done about all there is to do on this service, he can now add PGR Crown Jewel winner to his decorated sim racing resume. $2,000 richer, and the championship belt and etched in PGR history forever. As the bodyguard, Ford Mustang is going to do the burnouts. And Tommy, I was hoping he was going to do burnouts. I think his wheel might have just disconnected here on the celebration on the out lap, and he's not going to get to celebrate a tough break. But hey, nonetheless, the celebration is the same for Sean Conklin, as he is the winner.
And
or is he?
Oh.
I mean, Nick Seipel's coming around here to the start-finish line, and I'm awfully curious here. We're hearing some chatter about this. Let's wait and see, but Nick Seipel's starting to celebrate here, Tommy.
Oh, my goodness. I did not see that coming one bit. I think Seipel may just
unofficially, what we're hearing from race control, a violation in the tri-oval of the speed matching rule. And this was a rule that was established last year on Malik Ray and Daniel Falkingham's finish. If you remember back, we dissected that finish at length. And Malik Ray speed matched Daniel Falkingham in that race. It led to a rule change. Heartbreak for Sean Conklin. And after all, Nick Seipel is the SummerSlam 499 winner as he will capture a breakthrough, career-defining victory here at Talladega.
Well, that is huge for Nick Seipel, and you can't say he didn't earn it. He was fantastic all race long. Oh, man, that is heartbreak for Sean Conklin. I mean, there's no 2 ways about that.
And we're waiting to hear exactly what it is. I thought for sure it was for the speed match, which is what Conklin did. And we're going to go back and dissect this, by the way. I want to show everyone what I'm talking about when I say that word. But now hearing it may not have been because of that after all. So we're waiting to hear exactly what the call is on Sean Conklin. But some race control call has been made. And for Nick Seipel, again, I talked about it at the top of the show. Remember, lap 1, coming to the green flag, I said Nick Seipel was one of my picks. I said if he could make it to the end of the race, this is the type of driver that is ready to win this type of crown jewel event. And he may not stop celebrating until the lights come on here at Talladega. They don't have many of them here in the tri-oval. He may celebrate until he can't see the racetrack anymore.
Oh, I would be so pumped up, and you could see it here. Seipel is just it's like a Monster Jam freestyle for him. He's hitting everything. Never enough donuts, never enough wheel spin here at the back of this car. And he is tearing it up. And a well-deserved victory for the youngster. It vindicates you as well, you know. You had him pegged, and he goes out there and does it for you as much as he does it for himself, I'm sure.
You know, I don't like to take much credit at the end of these kinds of races, but, you know, for once a pick I make actually goes the way of the commentator. The commentator's curse always happens in these types of big races. And so, as broadcasters, we're vindicated here. And look at it, we're going to do a tandem burnout as well. Again, Nick Seipel running with the Jack Shack this week, so the dominance is rewarded for that team as well. We talked about the win for Seipel, but to complete a dominant effort, by the way, it's going to be a 1-2 after all is said and done for the Jack Shack cars. Seipel and Win will be the updated top 2 cars. But we talked about Seipel, the individual achievement. For the Jack Shack team, they pay off a week-long effort of dominance. They got a bunch of cars into this race. They executed well. Even though the race got away from them with 20 to go, they are vindicated in the fact that they still are undeniable. They still go to victory lane. So we will get into some post-race coverage here. I think before results, or maybe it'll take a minute to get a replay look, I do definitely want to take a look at the replay because we're all so caught up in the moment with the drag race to the line. Sean Conklin may have forced Nick Seipel below the double yellow line. That is what we're hearing is the official call. I didn't really catch it live, but again, so focused on which car is going to get to the line first that perhaps Seipel may have dipped 2 tires below the line. He may have gotten forced down there. So we'll take a look at that in a minute at the finish to, again, kind of dissect and explain to everyone why Sean Conklin was disqualified. I know there's going to be questions. Why was Sean Conklin disqualified at the end of this race for that move? We know now, we believe it to be because Nick Seipel was forced below the yellow line. So we're working on a replay similar to last year, Tommy. Again, this is 2 years in a row we've had a photo finish, and 2 years in a row there are some questions after it as well as to what happened in the trial. And I don't want to say the legality of it, but obviously some discussions to be had.
Yeah, certainly. It's not the way you want marquee events to end, unfortunately, but the rules are the rules for a reason, and you can't get a soft spine here on the final lap if a violation has occurred. It's unfortunate for Sean Conklin, who I would imagine would also like to figure out what has happened here. But I mean, this was a fantastic race, and a fantastic race to the checkers as well. That is a bit overshadowed at this moment.
It may also, we're hearing there may be another EOL in the final results to Jaroslav Donskoy. We'll get to that in a second as well. But, hearing at least one EOL. Sean Conklin for sure has been given a penalty. It looks like Donskoy has as well. So we'll wait on confirmation of that. It would have to have been coming to the checkered flag. It's the only time that either of them got down towards the yellow line that this contact would have happened between the two. Again, looking at it live, Tommy, and again, we are still working on a replay angle for you all, so hold off for just a second. I see the clamoring for a replay. We're going to look at it here in just a second. Again, break this down as to why exactly this finish has been overturned. Here's the runoff turn 4, and we'll let you all be the judge. We'll also dissect it as well. I thought Seipel went too late. I'll be personally honest with you, Tommy. I thought he waited just about 100 feet too long to make this move. Right here is when I thought he should have made the move when Ellis goes down. And it's in the trial that we are being told perhaps this is what the issue is for, but
this is the classic.
Right there it is, Stewart, Tommy, right before the line.
If you've got that
right before the line. Wow, it was 200 feet before the start-finish line that they made some contact, and Seipel went down below the line. Man, another 200 feet for Conklin, and I think he wins anyway, and he kind of hip checks Seipel out of line and dumps him below the yellow line, and that is the call. Here's the best angle. And again, you be the judge. Here's the first contact. Here's the second contact. And watch as Seipel's tires dip below the yellow line right there. You cannot force a driver below the yellow line on the last lap of one of these races. And for Conklin, the ultimate heartbreak.
And that is right where the trial will bottlenecks from 5 lanes to 4 lanes. So if that, like you said, if Big Bill France had put that start-finish line a little bit closer to the tri-oval, we're not talking about Nick Seipel as the race winner. We're talking about Sean Conklin. But that lane is gone, and Seipel is very clearly all 4 wheels below that double yellow line.
and not of his own volition.
So again, we were trying to get a confirmation on potentially at least one more penalty in the top 5. I had heard some chatter that perhaps Yaroslav Donskoy has also received a penalty for the crash in the trial that John Ellis got sideways on. You saw him kick sideways. It appears as if Donskoy will be disqualified as well, but trying to wait on some official confirmation. Unofficially, we can look at the results with Donskoy still in his spot, and then we'll try to get some confirmation for race control as we're talking to a couple of the top 3. Unofficially, again, you see Conklin at the top of the list there. He was disqualified for forcing Nick Seipel below the yellow line in the trial. Nick Seipel has won the SummerSlam 499 by a margin of 76 one-thousandths of a second over Kyler Wynn, the Canadian driver, who will officially, at least at this point, come home in P2. Wyatt Blair, we talk so much about Conklin and Seipel and Wynn and all the penalties behind the leaders and all the mess that happened. Quietly, Wyatt Blair, the Junior Motorsports and Loudhorn-sponsored entry, drives to a third-place finish in his debut race in PGR eSports. That's a heck of a performance for him. We're going to say Donskoy 4th for now. We don't know for sure if that penalty's been given. We'll try to get confirmation in a second. So for now, Yaroslav Donskoy is the 4th-place finisher. And I talked about this earlier, Tommy, about lap 90 with Eugene Mozganov. I said, remember that moment. If he comes back to be a part of the end of this race, he'll be kind of rewarded. You always want to win. But a 5th-place finish after the day he had, I think you'll take that. John Ellis for now is 6th. Max Dinda is for now 7th with Brock Westmoreland 8th. Adam Garza in the 9th spot. Again, led laps late. You got to imagine a what could have been for Adam Garza in the 9th spot. Again, with Conklin's disqualification. Working back through past the top 10 and finishing in the 10th position. It's going to be the driver who unofficially finished 11th as we get ready to work through the field. The driver I have on my end that finished unofficially 11th is Peyton Holland. He will move up to the 10th spot with the Conklin end-of-line penalty.
Yeah, and then as we move outside of the top 10, that is, I believe, Matthew David Wood is next up, then Matthew Baker. They will go 11th and 12th, respectively. Kevin Champagne in 13th, Aaron Smith then in 14th. Christopher Carter, very eventful up-and-down day, almost literally, will come home in 15th unofficially. Peyton Tolak with Cody Reed, Jeff Merck, Tony Meyering there in the 19th position, and then that would be Thomas Kolmacheski, I believe, who will finish unofficially in the 20th position.
Matt Taylor, it was not to be for him today, unofficially 21st. Chris Blanchard, 22nd. Jack Mace, 23rd. Devin Sprecher in 24th. Garrett Caswell, 25th. Mark Person in 26th. Daniel Falkingham could not recover from the penalty he received late in the going. He'll finish 27th. Jeff Byers in 28th, followed by Logan York in the 29th spot. Freddie Bassinez, again, unofficially 30th. Might be 29th. Again, we're still waiting on an official call on the Donskoy car.
So that would put then Evan Carlbon next up in the 31st position. Scott Warren 32nd. Boy, Malik Ray, you talk about a downer end to his two-time title defense, looking for the three-peat. Going to finish down in the 33rd position. Zach Dahmer in 34th. 35th for Jackson Byes in a day of what might have been for him. His issues continued all the way through the end of that race. Finishes in the 35th position. Kenny Reel in 36th. Matt Lee in 37th. David Flanagan 38th. Devin Ray in spot number 39. And then Chris McCullough, a rough day for the McCulloughs and what had been an impressive and promising week for McCullough Motorsports. Chris McCullough down in the 40th position.
And again, with a couple of EOLs, it's going to cycle out with Conklin and Donskoy just being put to the end of the lead laps. So the last 5 cars in the field, Miles Bagley, Dylan Basin, John Ward, Kenny McCullough, and Alex Hill, all experienced some form of issues earlier in this race, whether by penalty or whether by incident, that put them out well before the scheduled distance here tonight. As we await a potential second end-of-line penalty, we know who the winner is, though, and the man who is probably as anxious as ever to get to talk to us. We're going to start with the winner. You always want to start with the raw emotions of the man who comes home with a victory. While it may not have been the way that he saw himself winning this race, you have to imagine the emotion, the reaction, the raw feeling is the same. One of the upstarts of the super speedway community, Nick Seipel. He's worked so hard at this the last 2 years. He's made a couple of starts in these events. He pays it off today. The biggest win of his career comes today at Talladega in the SummerSlam 499. As we get a second to talk to the winner, Nick Seipel. It's the boys in the broadcast booth. You got a copy?
Yes, sir, I do.
Well, I tell you, opening up this, talking with you here, we could almost hear the smile on the face. And I heard this on Wyatt Gray back in February. It was a very similar kind of open to that interview as well. I want to start with just the raw feeling. I know it's not the way you envisioned it being. You make the move to get the win off turn 4. Obviously, some things happen there in the tri-oval. The result is the same. You are a PGR Crown Jewel winner. You're a SummerSlam 499 winner. You're taking home a championship belt. And you're now etched in PGR history forever. How does this feel?
I can't even explain it. It's crazy. And I kind of knew it right after it happened, when Conklin ran me down. I kind of figured that he was going to get the UO. So I don't know. It feels crazy, though. Just, wow. What a race.
Well, what a race indeed. And, as we go back to start to kind of dissect it, the roller coaster of emotions can be so high in a 188-lap race. It looked as if the Jack Shack Allied contingent had this race won. It looked like the strategy was going to work. A caution comes out with 25 to go. Obviously without as much communication today, you can't have the raw reactions of the team, but what was the reaction like? The caution flag comes out. You guys are way ahead of everyone else on strategy. Kind of how did you rebound from that roller coaster, that twist right in the center of this race?
Yeah, it was definitely, not what anyone was wanting or expected. I didn't really see any sort of dejection. Like nobody really seemed, like they were really defeated. But there was only 25 laps left, and we came out behind everyone that we were gonna be in front of had it win. And so it definitely wasn't a good situation. But I think I had a really good restart. I went from like 22nd to inside the top 10 somewhere in a couple laps. Then they had a yellow, but yeah, I bounced back really well. I think Kenny Reel and a couple others bounced back with me really well, and then some others just started getting caught up in bad situations that they weren't able to recover from.
Well, we talk about this, up and coming generation of drivers on the super speedway scene, and you guys have broken through over the last year or so. Drivers like you, drivers like Max Dinda, drivers like Miles Bagley, and so many others. Jackson Buys, who had a good race today until some technical issues kind of took him out of contention. A number of you guys have started to break through both on the weekly scene, but now to break through on this stage, what does this say about how far you guys have come as you've kind of, gotten your foothold and started to make a real statement here in PGR and in super speedway racing as a whole?
Yeah, I didn't think about that, but I guess it does say a lot. This is, I want to say, my fourth major event tried. I tried the SummerSlam 2 years ago, didn't work out. Tried it this past year, won a heat, but then got wrecked in the LCQ, or in the duel rather. And then to go from that to this is just crazy.
Well, obviously it's a statement win for you. Tommy, I'll pass it to you. Any questions for our race winner, the SummerSlam 499 champion?
Yeah, certainly. And you mentioned this being your fourth big event. Obviously, one of the breakout stars of super speedway racing on iRacing the last couple of years. What did you learn from a full-length race like today with the quality of field that we had that you'll take forward with you to contend for many more big money races in the future?
Yeah, it was kind of crazy. I don't know. Maybe just the speed of how everyone was racing, because the lines and what was working, we kind of learned throughout the week. But I guess just the speed of everything kind of picked up, and moves were being made much faster. So I guess towards the end of the race, I was just a lot more confident and able to make moves faster and not second guess myself.
Well, Nick, it's a statement win. Obviously, you win the $2,000. You're going to hoist a championship belt. Surely will go in the trophy case after this weekend. But more importantly, you're now etched in PGR history forever. Only the fourth man to win a PGR crown jewel. Malik Ray, Daniel Falkingham, Wyatt Gray, Nick Seipel. Now the list of SummerSlam winners, or rather of crown jewel winners. I'm sure you've got a long list, so we'll let you have a chance to take the stage. Any thank yous or shout outs you'd like to give after a huge career defining win?
Oh, it absolutely is a list. So I just, first of all, the teammates, of course. That's Kyler. I'm literally going down the list. Kyler, NDW was up there in the front. I thought he could have done something, but he was stuck on the bottom. Who else? Merck, obviously Malik, Mark Person, Trev, Freddie, Lee, Kenny Reel, Alex Hill. those are all the guys that were just in the race. There's a bunch more that ended up not making the race, but thank all of those guys. They're really the reason that I was doing so well. Sean Conklin, that's awkward, but Sean Conklin, thank him. We worked so well throughout the race. I want to thank my dad. He was spotting me the whole time. My mom's watching. I think my grandparents are watching, so thank them. Of course, thank Baker and Chiscaro for putting this on. They did a great job, and you guys for broadcasting.
Nick, it's a huge win for you, defining win in your what continues to be a budding career here on the super speedway side of things. Obviously, a huge moment for you as you've captured the championship belt. You're a Crown Jewel winner and a SummerSlam 499 champion. Congratulations on the win today. Enjoy it, celebrate it. We'll see you soon.
Thank you. The Shack's up.
Nick Seipel there, you heard him with the teammates there with the Jack Shack. Obviously, again, and well within his right to shout out the effort that group had. Speaking of, as we get down to second on the grid here to hear from this evening, it's as close as Kyler Wynn has ever been to a Crown Jewel win in PGR. He's won about everything else there is to win. He was third coming off of turn 4. Never really got an opportunity to make a move. Obviously, you look back in hindsight, and he knows Sean Conklin's going to make that move. You think that Kyler Wynn probably takes a shot out of line as well. Nonetheless, you got to imagine for Kyler Wynn to finish one of these, to finish top 3, it's still a big accomplishment. These have not gone well for Kyler Wynn in his PGR career. So for him, a second-place finish, I know he wants to win. He always wants to win, one of the all-time winningest drivers in the series. But to come home second, a very impressive run for the Canadian driver. And Kyler Wynn in the 82. He's our second-place finisher today. Kyler, it's the boys in the broadcast booth. You got a copy?
Yeah.
Well, obviously, some shuffling there in the tri-oval. You were as close as you've been to a Crown Jewel win. Looking back in hindsight, and I hate to ask hindsight questions in a finish like this, Sean Conklin forces Nick Seipel below the yellow line. If you had known that was going to happen, would you have done anything differently there in the tri-oval to put yourself in position to win?
No, I mean, I don't think I could have done anything differently there. I'm just really proud of Nick, really happy for him. Obviously, he's a teammate of mine, long teammate of mine, very loyal, so I'm glad he could get it done. Unfortunate situation coming to the line there. Obviously, we're working with Sean as well, but rules are rules, and he went for the speed match, and I don't think he can do that now, unfortunately.
Well, look, and I kind of segued to it a second ago. These Crown Jewels have just not gone well for you. I think just talking plainly. You led a bunch of laps in last year's race. You alluded to this last night, or the other night rather, that you got crashed about halfway through the race. It just went awry for you. The PGR 500, you don't end up starting on Sunday. Like, these events just have not quite gone your way. Today it felt like it did. Always up front, leading a bunch of laps during that green flag run. I know you always want to win. Obviously, again, you've won everything there is to win on the super speedway side of things. But to just get through one of these events, to come home second, to get across the line and have a clean car, what does that do for you in terms of these Crown Jewels as we now start to look forward to February?
It's definitely a big confidence boost, especially in PGR. I think having a win in PGR is really special, but a P2 is just as important to me. And to be able to finish second behind a teammate as well is even better. I mean, it's I wasn't up front that much towards the end. I kind of got lucky towards the end with wrecks and whatnot. I think I got wrecked with like 15 to go, and then drove my way through the field. So yeah, that's just experience. So it's definitely a confidence boost heading into future events. To know I still got it, because as of late in money racing, I've not been performing as well as I think I should be. But this is definitely a big confidence booster.
Well, a reminder to the field, that you are still one of the winningest drivers on super speedways, still going to be in contention whenever there is one of these big-time races. And talk about the teamwork a little bit. Nick Seipel alluded to this just a second ago when we talked to him. Executed so well not only through today's race, but through the entire week for what I'm calling the Jack Shack aligned group. We know there were a lot of cars kind of working together at times throughout not only today, but throughout the week. Talk about how well the execution went for you guys as a whole throughout the week that got you to this point. It's a 1-2 for Jack Shack aligned cars today in the SummerSlam. Talk about how you guys got to that point as a team.
Yeah, well, I think we went into this race with the most numbers, so it makes things easier when it's like that. You pretty much always had a teammate around you. It made it a little bit tougher with the voice channel because we can only talk one at a time, and there was a lot of scenarios where I needed to talk or somebody else needed to talk, and there was just people talking. But either way, we kind of know what each of the cars look like, where we are in the pack, and we stayed organized. We worked really well together during that green flag run, and when we were running down the leaders. So I'm proud of everybody for that. I think had it gone green, we would have had it on lock. But yeah, either way, it's nice having this many numbers and having this level of the quality of drivers we have on Jack Shack is really nice as well.
Tommy, I'll pass it to you. Any questions here for the second place finisher, Kyler Wynn?
Yeah, certainly. I'd love to talk about the sort of 1-2 punch of, being in control of the race, having the ill-timed caution, getting shuffled to the back of the pack, and then pretty much immediately getting wiped out in a big crash, and having to rally from that to get yourself up into contention for the win. I mean, talk about the turnaround process from the sort of late race disappointment that was brewing.
Yeah, I mean, I was definitely kind of annoyed when I got wrecked because I don't think it should have happened. That scenario was dumb, me getting put there. But I've been in so many of these now that I'd say my mental is pretty good. I think most of it is mental in the Super Speedway game. Not most of it, but a lot of it. So I was kind of annoyed, but I kind of put my emotions aside and just locked in. Went with it and used my experience to slice my way through the field.
Kyler, second for you today in the SummerSlam 499. It's a nice payday, and again, you finally get through one of these crown jewels, and again, kind of remind everyone who you are in the super speedway side of things. So before we let you go, not only celebrate with Nick Seipel, but also just enjoy the finish of this race. Is there anybody you'd like to thank or shout out?
Yeah, big shout out to all my teammates. There's a whole list of them, so I can't name them all. But Nick and Sean there at the end, working with them. Malik, obviously, he's a great teammate to have. He was pretty much the only reason why we had control of the race early on, but he unfortunately got griefed. Shout out to Factory Steps on the car as usual. Great sponsor. They've been with me for about 5 years now. Shout out to you guys for broadcasting. You do a great job with these, and I am definitely going to enjoy watching this one back. Shout out to Mike and Baker too. They put in tons of work to make this possible. None of this would be here without them. So I'm very grateful for those two.
Kyler, thanks for the time. Congratulations on a second place finish in today's SummerSlam 499. Go enjoy it. Go celebrate, and we'll talk to you real soon.
Yeah, see ya.
Kyler wins second today for him in the SummerSlam 499. Now, Nick Seipel was a big enough story in and of itself, but to debut in PGR and finish third in your first ever big-time feature race with the field, and especially, coming out of some of the last chance races yesterday for Wyatt Blair, what a huge moment for the driver of the 4. For Wyatt Blair, he's carrying the 88 aboard that Junior Motorsports branded Chevrolet. And I got to imagine, Nick Seipel is really excited. You could hear it in that interview, but I imagine we're going to get the same out of Wyatt Blair right here as he completes one of the upset bids of the event to come forward and finish in the third spot. How about it, Wyatt Blair on the third step of the podium today in the SummerSlam 499. Wyatt, it's the boys in the broadcast booth. You got a copy?
Hi.
Well, your debut in PGR here, and, look, your debut event, you're going into a 499-mile race. Talk about just the raw reaction. You come across the line, you realize you're on the podium, you finish third. Just the raw reaction, the raw emotions from you here as you get a podium finish in your debut.
Yeah, definitely have to be happy here for this. It was a hard-fought race, all race for our Wyatt Miller Motorsports team. We really just, off the bat, we just wanted to stay out of trouble. I mean, we already knew just from running the LCQ yesterday and then running the heats, there was a high risk of being involved in a wreck that will take you out early. So it was really just about Miller, who's my spotter, spotting me through every one of these incidents without ever making contact with anybody. We actually never had to take any optional this entire race, which it can't really get any better than that. And then at the end, I got some help from Malik Ray and managed to find myself up where I was. Definitely didn't expect us to be able to finish top 3 up here. Honestly, we came in here as like a backmarker team, just trying to at least finish the race, not get a DNF, and it just worked out in our favor.
Absolutely. And, after a third place finish like this, obviously, your first time racing at PGR, you got your first taste of it this week. And that's kind of where I want to go, with my next question. Your first impressions of this kind of racing. Obviously, we see super speedway racing across the service, but it ramps up to another level, not only in just a marquee event, but with this field of drivers, your first impressions, your reactions to racing around some of the best. What was it like inside the cockpit to be in this race today?
Oh man, I can definitely say it's the most scared I've ever been on a lot of these corners, being squeezed as a sandwich when you're 4 wide. Definitely not something you see in a normal league or hosteds. The skill level is just incredible here. The moves that some of these guys can pull off, I could never in a million years think of being able to pull off. It all just came down to my spotter doing a great job. Wyatt Miller spotted me flawlessly this entire race, which is what kept me out of all incidents that occurred. And I also have to thank our fuel guy, Ryan Wells. He's our fuel strategist now. He did perfect fuel strategy this entire race, and that's what got us here closer to the front for the last restart. And I also have to thank Big Mac Photography, Loudhorn, JRM, 56 Shines and Designs. And I also have to thank our allies Chris Blanchard and Miles Bagley for getting us up here.
Well, now you got your debut under your belt. Both you and Wyatt Miller have debuted with PGR this week. Can we expect to see more of you guys here as we move on past just the marquee event? Can we expect to see you back on the PGR side of things?
Absolutely. We will be back. I heard there's a series here that runs, I think it's every Thursday or something like that. We will be attending that very, very regularly. And we will also be attempting to make our way into the PGR 500.
Tommy, I'll pass it down to you really quickly. Any questions for our third place finisher, Wyatt Blair?
Well, it sounds like you have a whole team of strategists with you, and I am curious. We saw you stay out a couple of times in the early cautions. I was curious about the logic behind that, what maybe you learned, what you took forward with you at your time at the front early in this race.
Yeah, honestly, we had never had a fuel strategist for races like this. He came on board actually today before the event, and the idea we were told was to short stop, and it ended up working. So we had enough fuel to stay out every time there was a yellow. Somehow the yellows fell perfectly in our favor. Definitely it's not like any other race you can try to lead. Just the aggression. I mean, it's very clean, but the aggression that happens behind you when you're restarting on the front row is just insane. It's pretty much like what you'd see on TV, pretty much. It's a lot of fun, but it's probably the most terrified I've ever been while leading into Turn 1 in any type of super speedway race.
Well, Wyatt, obviously glad to have you here in PGR, and a heck of an effort today to come home in the third position. A nice payday for you, and obviously some nice experience there as well as you get your first marquee event under your belt. Looking forward to seeing more of you guys as we move forward here in the PGR process. You gave a lot of thank yous just a moment ago, but I want to give you one more chance. Any other thank yous, shout outs you'd like to give? Who makes this possible for you?
Yeah, definitely we have to shout out the people who made this race possible for us, which is Big Mac Photography. We actually got Loudhorn on the car. It's a horn company. Got them on the car last night for the LCQ. They are actually the ones who made it possible for us to race the sponsored LCQ. And we have to thank JRM for the fast car. I have to thank, of course, Wyatt Miller, my team owner, and my spotter and crew chief for this event. And we have to thank 56 Shines and Designs and our allies Miles Bagley and Chris Blanchard.
Wyatt, we appreciate the time. Congratulations on a third place effort in today's SummerSlam 499. Enjoy it. Celebrate it. We'll see you guys real soon.
Thank you. See you guys again soon.
For Wyatt Blair, top 3 in his debut race in PGR. You want to talk about an impressive run. That is exactly what the Wyatt Blair car gets here. We will tell you real quickly before we try to talk to our fourth place finisher, it is going to be Yaroslav Donskoy, by the way. The EOL at the end of the race that we had talked about being possible, it has been overturned, and as such, Donskoy will keep his fourth place finish today in what was an impressive run. I'm really excited to ask him about the racing earlier because, Tommy, we remember when he got to the front. I mean, he was throwing elbows left and right in this race, and he has raced a number of these events with PGR at this point. Today, it's like he flipped a switch when he got in the race car and decided to go and throw some elbows. It was impressive. It was fun to watch, and he pays it off with a fourth place finish, a career best for Yaroslav Donskoy today. And we will get a chance to try to talk to him here as well. Our fourth place finisher, Yaroslav Donskoy. Yaroslav, it's the broadcast booth. Do you have a copy?
Yes, hello.
Well, a great run for you today. And I want to start with the early race portion of this one. You know, we've seen you over here in PGR multiple times before, but today it felt like a switch flipped for you, and the mindset was different early in this race. You were up front leading laps, throwing blocks, kind of mirroring some of the moves that we saw from some of the leaders, some of the best of the best. What went into the game plan today? What was the mindset change for you to come in and be as aggressive as you were early in this race?
Well, all week I knew that if you stay in the back, it's gonna be really hard to get any positions at the end of the race because everyone is running like 3 wide, 4 wide, and you don't really have any space to make moves. And with how the races have been this week, I knew that there are going to be a lot of wrecks, and I just wanted to be up front to avoid them all. And I just wanted to have the best track position, and I wanted to be as far up front as I could. Unfortunately, I lost all the track position I had after I got spun out with like 15 laps to go or 20 laps to go. But fortunately, I came back and got a really good finish.
And a great finish, a career best for you here in PGR in terms of these big events. We've seen you in a few of them now. To finish fourth in this one, to see the checkered flag, to have a chance to race for the win, what does that do for your confidence going forward? Obviously, we do expect to see you back in the future in February, next August, what have you. But we do expect to see you back. What does a run like today do for your confidence as a driver?
Well, I'm really happy to be that high in this event, and also when I started racing on iRacing, I was 13 years old, and I was like 1,500 iRacing at that moment, and I thought like, okay, I'm probably gonna get to around 2K or 2.5K all iRating, and I don't think I have any skill or opportunity to get any better than that, but over time I started gaining iRating, becoming better at racing, at having better pace, better racecraft, and a 13-year-old me could never imagine that one day I will be fighting for a win in such a big event with such big names like Sean Conklin, Adam Garza, and other fast drivers. And I'm just really happy to be here, and also I think that it's gonna boost my confidence a lot because now I know and I'm sure that I can go up here and race just like other good drivers. So I'm looking forward for the PGR 500 next year.
Well, that was going to be my next question, was will we see you back? But that does confirm we will see you in February and going forward here in PGR. Is that right? Will we see you back here next year?
Yeah, of course, and I think I'll run some weekly events here too, if I have time for that.
Well, obviously, we're looking forward to that. Before we let you go, Tommy, do you have any questions for our fourth place finisher, Yaroslav Donskoy?
Absolutely, Mr. Donskoy. It's a pleasure to talk to you here. You were a whole bunch of fun to watch this week, and especially in this race today, making some crazy moves. I mean, something that gets lost, I feel like, in big money racing, really intense, high quality field. Did you have fun today? Because it looked like you were having a blast.
Of course I did, and honestly, after I knew that I'm already in the feature, before the feature, I told my spotter and my crew chief that well, I'm not really here for money because I know that it's one of the best fields you can get in all sim racing. Probably the only field that's better than that is, I think, the NASCAR field. And in terms of super speedway racing, you're not going to see this racing in officials because, well, again, this field is one of the best you can get. So I was before the race, I just told my spotter that, well, I just want to have fun. Even if I get wrecked, I don't care as long as I have fun here. So, well, I'm glad that I won some money, but I'm also glad that we had a wonderful race, and I really had fun racing people who really know how to race super speedways.
Well, Yaroslav, before we let you go, I do want to give you an opportunity here. A fourth place finish, again, a career best in this PGR side of things for you today. Before we let you go, is there anyone you'd like to thank or shout out? Who makes this possible for you?
Well, I want to shout out my crew chief Kirill Konanovich and my spotter Alashar Bayburin. Unfortunately, they both didn't make it to the feature, but they did a wonderful job helping me in this race. And also, I want to thank the whole PGR team for their work all week. I know how hard it can be to run a league and how hard some calls might be, but they did a wonderful job this week, and I'm really looking forward to racing PGR in the future.
And we look forward to having you in PGR in the future. Yaroslav, congratulations on a 4th place effort for you today.
Thank you.
Enjoy
Thank
it,
you.
celebrate. We will talk to you very soon in February, and maybe even sooner than that in the weekly races.
All right, thank you.
And elated, Yaroslav Donskoy finishes 4th today in the SummerSlam 499. A heck of an effort, to say the absolute least. And you kind of heard him just saying, how much fun he was having. I think that was the big thing for that one, for Yaroslav Donskoy. Again, finished 4th today. Again, you can almost hear the smile on his face. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is what we love about racing. When somebody is so happy and has so much fun and comes out, that's the kind of feeling you get when your work pays off, when you get to one of the end of these races. That's the feeling you can get when you come to the end and have such a good run. So for Donskoy, a career best 4th in PGR. He said we might be seeing him on the weekly scene, but he'll definitely be back in February for the Great American Sim Race. Before we start to kind of give our closing thoughts, I did want to mention we were going to try to talk to our 5th place finisher, Eugene Mozganov. He has declined an interview here this afternoon. Obviously, we want to congratulate Eugene on what was an up-and-down effort. He had a couple of the biggest saves we have ever seen in PGR in this race. It was a heck of an effort for him. He comes home 5th. We would like to congratulate him on the effort today and hope to see him back very soon, as well as he kind of gets his feet wet in PGR eSports as well. But now we start to enter post-race coverage and where to even start to break this race down. And I feel like this has been a couple years running, even with the 500 back in February, where we get to the end of these marquee races and so much has happened, so many twists and turns over the course of 5 hours that you just don't know where to start to talk about it. This race had a little bit of everything. It was calm, and then it was not so calm for the middle stages. Some crashes where we kind of skirted around the inevitable big one, the inevitable disaster at the end of these races that we tend to see. We kind of skirted around the ticking time bomb for a little while. I think the turning point for this one was inside of 10 to go. The crash that started up front with Falkingham and Matt Lee that decimated the field and put several drivers in position to win. At the end of the day, in the tri-oval, there's contact, there's a call, and Nick Seipel comes out of the smoke. I think we'll start there. A career-defining win today in the young, so far, money racing career of Nick Seipel.
I mean, you hear it all the time in the real life scene. It's just a matter of when X, Y, or Z is going to win their first cup, O'Reilly Auto Parts, Craftsman Truck Series race, whatever, and then it's off to the races literally from there. I think that is exactly what is in store for Nick Seipel here with, like you said, a cornerstone win, a career-defining victory in a career that is very young. Breakout star the last couple of years here in PGR and elsewhere in Super Speedway money racing. I mean, the sky's the limit here for driver 75, and a fantastic job he did here all week long, truly.
And you could argue, again, he was getting close to the point of being due in one of these races. He ran so well in February, he ran so well last year in this race, in the SummerSlam 499. You heard him talk about this was his 3rd attempt at this race. He finally makes the feature, and what does he do? He pays it off with a trip to victory lane. Again, a huge moment in his career as he escapes with $2,000 and a championship belt. And now only the 4th man, and you look at the list that he joins. Malik Ray, Daniel Falkingham, Wyatt Gray, all 3 drivers either in the Coca-Cola iRacing Series or that had a chance to make it to the Coca-Cola iRacing Series, and Wyatt Gray ran the Road to Pro circuit this past year. 3 of the best that we see on a weekly basis. To join that list for Nick Seipel, it's an exclusive list. It's one that it takes a lot to make that list longer, and Nick Seipel does it today. A huge win for him. But even beyond that, I mean, you start to look down the timing and scoring at some of the stories we have, and we just talked to Wyatt Blair and Yaroslav Donskoy. Huge runs for them for very different reasons. Blair's debut, to get into this race and to run 3rd, that's a big moment. And again, you heard him say we're going to see more of him. That's kind of a launching point for future events, maybe for the driver of the 88 for Junior Motorsports in Loudhorn. For Donskoy, he's run a couple of these now, has just never had the luck be on his side. And you could tell he had fun. And you heard him say in that interview that he just got into the feature and told his crew chief and spotter, he said, this is one of the best fields you're ever going to be a part of. let's go have fun. Let's go put on a show. Who cares about the money? Let's just go have some fun and enjoy racing for a few hours. So for him, for Mozganov, the recovery drive, for Ellis, the recovery drive, for both of them to get inside the top 6. Mozganov, the save of the year to come back to 5th. Ellis was involved in 3 crashes in this race, comes back to finish 6th. Max Dinda, another one of the young upstarts. Brock Westmoreland, a top 10 for him. I don't think we've quite mentioned that yet either. Team PGR's Brock Westmoreland, I said fly under the radar. He finished his top 10 in this race. And again, even down to the 9th, 10th, 11th place finishers, you got to feel good about the stuff that we saw from some of those guys in this race. And throughout the day, we saw so many stories interweave and guys that led laps and guys that proved something. Tulloch, Meyering, Matthew David Wood, Cole Macheski, Smrecker, Caswell, Person. I mean, you could go down the list of this field. It feels like almost every driver had at least one moment today where they could shine on the big stage. That is why we love super speedway racing right there. So the big run's even outside the win. Again, the winner takes the spoils. That's what the saying is. But surely some of the other drivers, including some of our top 10, have got to feel good here leaving Talladega.
Yeah, certainly. There's a lot to love about this race. And the fact that I think bad luck was thrown at a lot of these drivers, but skill perseveres in the end. How many drivers had bad beats and literally saved their car from imminent doom and were able to rally for great finishes, not the least of which was Donskoy and Moskanov, excuse me. I mean, how many times did we start writing their obituaries and they finished 4th and 5th? I mean, just so many stories like that. Brock Westmoreland, like you mentioned a minute ago, he was a lap down, got his lap back, immediately got in a crash and had to go back into scramble mode, and he rallies for a top 10 finish. I mean, there's just so many stories like that. When the void is made, when Malik Ray and Daniel Falkingham find their way out of the event one way or the other, or at least out of realistic contention anyway, who fills those gaps? And it's some of the underdogs, but it's also some of the young up-and-comers that are really going to make the waves in PGR and big money racing in general for the years to come.
Yeah, and obviously, I want to touch on that as well. I touched on it a bit with Nick Seipel in his interview, but, I want to talk about that for a second here. We've noted at length the team domination this week for the Jack Shack. We won't go too much further into that here in post-race, but I do want to talk about this next generation. And over the past year and a half, we've seen some of these drivers come onto the scene, and I'll name some of them. I'm not going to name all of them right here. Again, some names are going to slip my mind, but obviously today it's Seipel. Dinda finishes in the top 10. Even you could include Wyatt Blair a little bit in that, but even Jackson Bias, Freddie Bassinez. At one time it was Logan York. This kind of younger generation. Miles Bagley raced today in the 87. Axel Smith, Asher Little both raced this week. This week, light series drivers that are in the younger generation are kind of reaching the point of experience and skill now where they can hang with the best of the best, with the guys who have won countless races across the circuit of either the Coke Series or of the super speedway events or of weekly races. Those guys are starting to gain their foothold with the best of the best, and today a defining moment is that as one of those drivers, Nick Seipel, goes to victory lane. How much of a statement is that for the next generation of super speedway racers?
I mean, that's the reason why you look to the next generation to try and execute, and they pretty much all executed today. I mean, if you're looking for signs of the future, I mean, that was a slap in the face, basically. They are here. They're winning already. I mean, to your point, Max Dinda, he was in the 2 biggest crashes today, and he still rallied for a top 10. I mean, just the resolve, the tenacity, and not to mention, the aggression of these drivers, way more calculated today, and it pays off for Nick Seipel and others as well.
This next generation, they are scrappy, they are unwavering, they are determined. No matter what, they are going to try to find their way into a spot to win these races every week and to eventually find their wins in these big events. Again, a defining moment not only for Nick Seipel, and it's huge for him as a driver individually, but for that next generation. Now those guys know they can win these big races, and come February, I think a number of them you're going to see in contention when we get into the Great American Sim Race. We're starting to kind of wind things down. Tommy, a pleasure to bring you on, obviously, into the broadcast booth here to call your first PGR race today. Big step, big spot to fill into, obviously being the second chair on this kind of broadcast this afternoon on a Sunday. I want to get your raw take of this race. Obviously, we talked about how exciting the racing was, how chaotic it was towards the end. We saw one of the biggest crashes in series history in this race as well. Just take me through your raw thoughts, your raw reactions from your first experience here with PGR this week, and obviously getting to sit in the second chair today.
Well, we saw some flashes of longer green flag runs in the heat races this week, but that's not really what we were expecting. Of course, last year with the Gen 6, that thing is a monster. It gets big runs, causes big crashes, as we saw. So expectations for this feature today were kind of mixed in terms of maybe the quality of racing that we'd see, but I mean, the occasional foot wrong caused a crash here and there, but these drivers were just absolutely on it today. Big moves, clutch moves, and hardly really any issues. The expected number of cautions over 500 miles at Talladega, and a thrilling conclusion. I mean, you cannot say enough about these drivers as a whole, whether they're veterans, underdogs, established talents here in PGR. It was just a fantastic day of racing. So honored to be a part of it as well. And I don't know, maybe I'll be back for another one in the future, but man, this is a blast today. I had a whole lot of fun, and excited to see some cool people win some big money.
Cool people winning big money, the story of the day. Obviously it's a defining moment for Nick Seipel. He'll get to go enjoy this one for a little while, but then it's back to work because this train does not stop. It's every week for these guys that run in the PGR Weekly Series. And, obviously these guys will get back to work, and marquee events don't happen every week. But these guys, again, care just as much on a Thursday, to continue momentum, to continue to drive forward and win races. And for Nick Seipel, surely, this is a big moment. He'll celebrate this one for a long time. He'll put that belt in the trophy case. And I guarantee you, if he ever has his driver camera on again, I guarantee you we're going to see that championship belt. It would be right behind me. I could tell you anytime if I won one of them. But obviously a huge win for him, but a huge story for so many. And what a finish, what a race we had today over the course of the last several hours. As we begin to wrap things up, we got a lot of people to thank for this event as we start to put a close to the marquee event, the second one here of 2026, and look forward to the PGR 500 in February. Want to first thank all the sponsors this week, to all the heat sponsors, and again, there were so many of them this week. Thank you to all of you for your support of PGR Esports and of this event. Our premier sponsors this afternoon were That Towing Company with Chris Blanchard, CCR The Flying Aces with Chris Carter, as well as Junior Motorsports and Loudhorn for their sponsorship of today's race. Thank you to all of them for their premier sponsorship, not only of this event, but continuing to support what we do here at PGR Esports. They're a big part of it. Carter and Blanchard, they've been with us for a long time, and they show no signs of stopping. So thank you to those two individuals specifically. Thank you to the Grand Marshal and Honorary Starter today, Pacey Gray Triscaro. That was such a cool moment in the trial. We'll come into green. Almost a passing of the torch. Pacey Gray, the namesake of the series, getting to start this race. What a cool moment. Thank you to Kelly Earnhardt Miller for being the Grand Marshal today, firing the engines as well. A lot of thankless jobs this week, and I'm not going to get to everyone, and I apologize in advance for that. It starts with the social team. I know Evan Carlbon was on. We're kind of heading up that charge. Miles Bagley, Axel Smith, Asher Little, all were kind of a part of that. Max Dinda, I think, was a part of that as well. Carson Freeman, I think, did some work for them today. So a number of drivers that on a weekly basis were a part of that social team. I want to thank them for their efforts, keeping you all updated on social media for when you couldn't watch the broadcast or couldn't be in the session watching the race, or weren't on track if you were participating in the event. They did great work this week, quite frankly, to keep everyone updated. So thank you to them for their work. Want to thank Michael Triscaro and Matthew Baker. It's a thankless job to put on events, to coordinate the scheduling, to coordinate the format, to coordinate 240 of us, to coordinate us as broadcasters as well, to kind of be the leading figures of this whole thing. It's a thankless job. So I want to take an opportunity to thank them for putting on these events every year. Again, these events continue to be something that I look forward to twice a year. The 500 in February was an awesome experience. This one, again, lived up to the billing. So thank you to them for all that they do behind the scenes, whether it's, again, putting on the event, putting on race control, what have you, whatever role they may find themselves in throughout the week. Racing even. Both of them raced. Matthew Baker raced today in the 499 as well, so he was pulling double duty. A huge thank you to them, and thank you to them for letting me be a part of this as well. Again, I've gotten to do this thing for about 3 years now. In fact, August of 2023 is when I started, right around that SummerSlam. It never gets less fun. I'll tell you, it never gets less fun, and I never get less grateful, less thankful to them for letting me carry the ship, letting me be the public face of this thing that we do every week and these marquee events we do every 6 months. A huge thank you to them, and I hope to keep coming back for these for a long time to come. Again, a great honor to be part of these events as well. I want to try to thank my broadcast team throughout the week. Again, if I leave anybody out, I'm so sorry. We have had so many people on board with this operation this week. Firstly, my broadcast team today. Christian Hill, our producer, is fantastic. He's one of the best in the business, does fantastic work for us. I want to thank him for his work last night in the Top 24 race and today for 499 miles. Hope to have him back for these future marquee events as well as we look towards speed weeks. And also want to thank Tommy Cook. Tommy, thank you for coming on. Again, filling some big shoes today as the second chair of this race. Did a fantastic job. And again, I'm sure we'll be in touch to bring you back not only for February, but to kind of do some other stuff in the meantime here. Obviously, a fun opportunity to call this race with you here this afternoon. I want to thank our pit reporter throughout the week, Tyler Vickery. Unfortunately, he was unable to be here today. I know he was looking forward to it, but want to thank Tyler for the work that he does throughout these big weeks of racing and all the work that he puts in, getting all the information. It's a tough job. I pit reported before on one of these broadcasts. It's not easy. To go into channels, to get information, to watch live streams, to listen to driver radio. It's a lot happening at one time. So for Tyler, I want to thank him. And then everybody else you saw on the broadcast, of course, Michael Triscaro did some producing work this week for us as well. I want to thank him. I want to thank some of my fellow commentators throughout the week. Austin Green, and Tyler Vickery earlier in the week. Austin's my partner in crime. We've been doing this a long time. I want to thank Austin for his continued contributions to PGR. I hate that he could not be here with us today, but he'll be back in February, and we'll be back to do this thing again real soon on Thursdays as well. For Tyler, again, for his color work earlier in the week, thank you to him. And thank you to Jim Bob, Garrett Jenkins. I know there was a movement. Jim Bob for the Slam. It came true, and I thought it was dynamite this week. It was so much fun getting to sit in with him. Jim Bob is, a fantastic human being, but a great commentator as well. He tells a story so well in these races, and I think, to see that movement for him, it was such a great thing to see the community kind of rally behind a guy that they enjoy and got a great experience talking to Jim Bob even outside the races, but on the broadcast. What a load of fun, man. Jim Bob is awesome, and I hope that we can get him back in the future as well for some of these things. As we kind of wrap things up towards the end, thank you to the drivers. We couldn't do these events if 240 drivers weren't showing up. To every driver that participated this week, to every driver that will participate in the events to come, thank you for coming back, because it takes a lot for drivers. If you don't win these events, it's tough to justify coming back. And for the drivers to continue to come back, it means we're doing something right. Thank you to the drivers for coming out. Hope to see every one of the 240 that attempted this event back in February in Daytona. And thank you to the viewers. Thank you to the fans, that kind of support this thing. Again, what good would a broadcast be without an audience? So thank you to you. If you watched all week, thank you so much for coming out, participating in these broadcasts. We hope that we put on a good show for you, that we've told the story well of this week. Thank you so much for your attendance, and we hope you continue to come back to watch our content, not only for these big marquee events, but every week as well. There's plenty of racing throughout the week here on PGR eSports that's even just off of super speedways. We do plenty of non-super speedway racing as well. Support, you always hear people say support your local short track, support your local racing league, support your local series. Watch some of these broadcasts that come out, and it's not just PGR. Watch some of these league broadcasts that come out of iRacing. There's really good stuff beneath the surface on this service. There's a lot of good drivers on here. There's a lot of good racing to be had. Support your local league, support your local broadcasts as well. With that being said, it is time to say goodbye. It's time to wish you farewell. The SummerSlam 499 is complete here in 2026. We have a winner, and it's a career-defining win at that. We want to congratulate Nick Seipel again on his win in this year's SummerSlam 499. Congratulations to the entire Jack Shack team for the effort that they put in this week, and they'll surely be enjoying this one for a long time. That will do it for us from the SummerSlam 499. Next on tap for us, we're going to be back on Thursdays with weekly racing. A lot of us have broadcasts coming up this week as well. In terms of marquee events, we now look forward to Speed Weeks. The 2027 PGR 500 is next on tap February of next year. If you liked what you saw this week, Daytona looms in just 6 months. You won't want to miss it. Again, thank you so much for your attendance and participation. Thank you to everyone who supports PGR. Thank you for watching tonight, and we'll see you next time. Good night from Talladega, and good night from the 2026 SummerSlam.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.